na... Aha. No, teraz jeszcze tylko zmienię tytuł odpowiednio i będziemy już gotowi. Milwaukee, jak to się pisze. Ale ogólnie witamy w Milwaukee, w stanie Wisconsin. No i tutaj w międzyczasie jest to śmieszny matchup pomiędzy komentatorami, którzy dla zabawy.
This is a very important run errand. So we could play pole pat here?
He wanted to, but
Milwaukee, mogę to źle...
He could go for the
Obu
Iono,
trzeba
or
by
he could just go
zmienić.
boss,
No
'cause I
tutaj
don't
co
see
ciekawe,
any threat.
w tej przerwie, jak czekamy na start show, to komentują dzieci.
Well, I guess you could
Ale
just, like, cipher,
ogólnie
like, counter
witam.
cipher. That's what yeah,
Mam
and
nadzieję,
then
że
we could
też
make
mi się
basket
tu...
too.
Najgorsza aplikacja do streamowania ever mi się nie wykrzaczy. A dobra, to trzeba wszystko przygotować powolutku. Można by chyba jedną okienko tak zamknąć dla oszczędzenia. On też muszę wystartować te...
Ever worth it just trying to go for the counter catcher for game on the Mega Lucario? Or are we trying to just
Ale
KO
oby
just
się
the
to
Miracle
wszystko się
Headset?
tak nie
Yeah,
skrzaniło.
I
Ja
think
tu
we're gonna
tylko
go see
jeszcze...
the counter catcher
O,
on the-
fuck! Znaczy zanim...
Wait, what?
Wancho?
Oh, on the Mega Lucario.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Wancho is like crashing out right
Zaraz
now.
przejdziemy
Oh
do
my
tego
gosh, we
live'a,
have to see
tylko
three
jeszcze
No, I would
tutaj
like
muszę
to see-
odpalić...
I would like to see the picnic
No
basket.
TikTokowego live'a też w międzyczasie. No jest to
We did
ostatnie
not see the
podrygi.
picnic basket here, so now they're-
Wolałbym nie odpalać tej aplikacji.
Wancho could have game.
TikTok, kurwo jebana, daj normalne zasady co do
Basket, you just, like, don't
czegokolwiek.
lose. Top deck?
O, pisze polski komentarz.
Oh,
Oh my gosh, we can see game here.
that was an insane top
Oh my
deck.
gosh.
Milwaukee.
Wancho can't do anything.
Uh-oh,
Has
Wancho.
Ah.
pulled it off?
Wancho is...
Has Chip pulled it off? That's game.
Has Chip actually pulled it off of this horrible...
Oh my gosh. From even the
No
fighting
kurna.
Oh, they're still gonna roll? Heads? Heads? Wait, heads again?
No ale dobra jest.
Wait, can we see another heads?
Aw, 300 damage.
Kopiuj.
But that's gonna be
No to zaraz aktualizujemy.
needed that energy.
No,
That was a quite an incredible
no już
matchup
też
for sure.
zaraz zaczną.
Wow, that was like kind
That
of
was
intense.
insane.
For sure.
Especially that
Mam
protected
nadzieję,
bubbles
że
being very
live na
clutch.
Twitchu i YouTubie się nie wykrzaczy. To też warto do zaznaczenia też jest to, że
'Cause if you didn't use
TikTok
that,
lubi
so you just
ograniczać
needed a fighting
zasięgi.
energy for
Ty,
game.
ale
As you see,
o
it's
matko!
very far from
to
the
jest to
fighting
rodzeństwo, które było na LAC
For sure. That was
CA walczyło ze
that
sobą.
was
Tak,
like a really big comeback
to jest ta
matchup. That
Annabelle
was
O.
Amazing.
No i ten drugi
like to
też.
see the Paul pad, though.
Dosłownie rodzeństwo komentowało.
I would have
O,
liked to see that, so we have
patrzę,
more
a
chance
tam
of
uroczy
going to the Ace
Dito
of War.
Gengar.
That's
I
what
would
I
also
really
like to
like to
see
Boże.
the picnic basket being
Jeżeli
played.
chodzi też
So
o
once
informacje,
again,
to
but that
właśnie
was so
wystartowała
really close
beta
to the intense
Pokémon
and,
Center w Niemczech. Jak
um,
na razie
that
można
was,
zabrać
like,
tylko w
really
Niemczech,
crazy,
ale
like, especially if Chip top decked that
ale
one fighting energy, that
zapewne
would've
niedługo
been
też
crazy.
zobaczymy to w Polsce. Też będzie, że w Polsce, więc
That would've been
no tu
crazy.
trzeba. Tak jak wspomniałem wcześniej, jak na razie jest to beta. No, tutaj aktualizuję dla YouTube'a i Twitcha. No i wiecie, rodzeństwo zaczęło.
For sure.
Że jak ktoś nie kojarzy tej dwójki, to jest ta sama dwójka, która była w finale juniorów FNA w tegorocznym NACA. Może nie w tegorocznym, chociaż wiecie, bo mamy już teraz sezon 2026. Eli! Dlaczego ty chcesz?
Yeah.
No.
Thank you guys for watching.
Thank you for watching! Ej, ale urocze.
Are we not playing best of 3?
Powiem
Thank you
tak.
for watching.
Eli!
Thank you. Bye.
Ela, może tak zabawkę przynieść, a nie mi tu szczekać. Bo teraz wyszła jakaś afera z jakimś streamerem, co tam prądy robi, ale spokojnie, ja to... A, wykryto, że chat live nie pojawił się na twoim ciągu ostatnich 2 minut. To kurwa dopiero odpaliła tego live'a! No ale ogólnie zobaczymy, jak to będzie. Warto zaznaczyć jeszcze to, że w tym konkretnym turnieju będzie to pierwszy raz, kiedy będą mega ewolucje. Wiecie, mega ewolucje wracają, a raz z nimi 3 prizy. I czy te 3... No póki co one nie wypadają aż tak dobrze, ale zobaczymy. Ale wiecie, niektóre mogą być dobrym supportem, jak na przykład Mega Kangaskhan, który dobiera karty. Eli! No przecież mi zabawka, nie szczekaj! Ale się nie ruszę. Więc tak, wracają też 3 prizy. Tutaj z zabijaniem czasu będzie oczywiście, no bo tam chyba znajomy, który tam czasami jest na moich streamach, pytał się, czy będzie ten nowy skate. Ta biała powloczka tutaj pod tym oznacza, że tak. My tu sobie za chwilę odpalimy konsolę. Ale tak jak mówię, jest to pierwszy turniej z mega ewolucjami w akcji. Też tak, Lorna Shore jest już gotowa i jutro ją wstawię na YouTube z poniedziałkową premierą. Tak standardowo o 16:00. No to jest jeszcze Rock Band. Spoczywaj w pokoju, ale no, Rock Banda też została się czy grać, bo Rock Band nie jest sieciowy. Kurde. Ale tak, chcieliście... No, jest skate, tak? Wiadomo, skate... Okej, tu mamy właśnie... A, i tak jeszcze propos tematu, po raz pierwszy w historii mamy Azula Grego Garcia jako komentatora koło Chipa Rileo i Juano Saldany. Tak, nie przesłyszeliście. Azul Grego Garcia, zwany też inaczej jako Azul GG, jest komentatorem. Również jako komentującego też będziemy mieli okazję Pablo Meze, zwanego też inaczej jako Table Moona, mieć okazję. Więc dzisiaj Azul nie gra, dzisiaj Azul komentuje. I to nie na swoim streamie na Twitch / YouTube, bo on chyba robi to samo co ja, że ja to... Dobra, no to pobawimy się w tego skate'a. W ogóle na... A, w ogóle muszę włączyć, bo ja nie jestem tutaj... Ale zrobił ładnie. Aha, tutaj z czego co widzę 4 i zostały ujawnione w Stanach. Ja też wiem, że potwierdzone jest, że mamy Pragę jako regionalsy zamiast Sztokholmu. Co jest oczywiście zajebistą wiadomością dla takich ludzi jak ja, czyli z Katowic. Bo jak dobrze wiemy, trochę no, do Gdańska jadę, co oznacza też, że streama z tego przecież z Gdańska nie będzie, bo ja po prostu będę tym razem, nie będę tym razem komentować, tylko tym razem będę faktycznym uczestnikiem tego wydarzenia. No dobra, zróbmy sobie to. Znaczy grali, wiecie jak działa skate. Ja jeszcze skate'a 2, tylko jedynki nie brakuje. Akurat to jest niby gra sieciowa, ale można tak na chillerze ją pograć samemu. Okej, tutaj chwila jest zadanie... Ła! Ale salt! Okej, tutaj przypominają, co się wydarzyło ostatnio na Pittsburghu. Jeżeli ktoś nie wie, to ostatnio wygrał pan Liam Harbut, który grał Enzo Rakiem. I ogólnie warto zaznaczyć... Tak, tutaj był Liam Harwood, który grał z Zaorakiem. Enzorak. No i tutaj się wydarzyła bardzo śmieszna sytuacja, więc sobie do niej przejdziemy. Bardzo śmieszna ogólnie w tym meczapie. Tak, no tutaj już widział, jak bardzo dobrze Simona Vega rozwalił. No i on się zmierzył właśnie z Abanem Ahmedem. Wiem, że brzmi to jak typowe islamskie nazwisko. Ale tak, Aban Ahmed. Który grał właśnie z Jellicentem. No i tutaj wpływa wtopa pewna. Wtopa ta polegała na tym, że... Znaczy nie miał zbyt znaczenia, bo Ahmad miał i tak invite'a. Ale w dużym skrócie była taka śmieszna sytuacja związana z tym, że no właśnie Ahmed nie miał tych... Zresztą tym samym też można zauważyć, że Liam został pierwszym. Ło! Ale sztuczki. Jak... Powiedzcie, jak ja to zrobiłem? Znaczy ja wiem, mogę sobie na luźno robić misję. Znaczy to jest niby gra sieciowa, ale no, tak samo jak klasyczny skate. Tylko można zauważyć, że uprawa jest trochę inna. Muszę przyznać, jest ona taka kolorowa, nie jest taka szorstka jak w trójce. Wow. Okej, mamy wstępne tutaj punkty. Tutaj prowadzi Rahul Randy, z czego co ja widzę. Potem mamy Ahmeda, który on ma invite'a, bo zdobył invite'a w Montreali. No, wspomniany Liam też już jest z invite'em. No i tutaj warto zaznaczenia, że w tym sezonie top 135 dostaje się na Awards w San Francisco. Wstydna można powiedzieć, że... Ała. Ale wyjebie to. Więc jest ciekawie. Okej. Tutaj akurat mamy europejskie, tu mamy Runa Hermana, który Belga, który pokonał legendę Legend himself Torda Reklewa. A tak. O kurwa! Wow, zaczekajcie mi tu, bo ja tu się tutaj... Chojnacki jest na trzecim! O Jezusie! Sweet Jesus! Poland Stock! Wiecie jak to było? Polska górą, zaśpiewał starym rurą. Wiecie, tak. Ruin oczywiście jest z invite'em, więc tak. To też warto zaznaczyć, że te dodatkowe punkty też można zdobywać na kapach, na League Challenge'ach. Jest była już pierwsze 32 punkty. Dopiero w Gliwicach, co prawda. Ale tak, Maciej Chojnacki jest trzeci. Tu mamy jak wygląda oczywiście w tak zwanej Ameryce Łacińskiej. O właśnie, muszę parować tym OBS-em jak jebany. Tutaj Meraton tutaj jest na pierwszym. Znaczy Rodrigo Ortiz. O, Fabrizio Silva Ilga też jest na 8. Fernandez. Powiem, że też tak propos halloweenowe mamy stawki. W ogóle widać, że w Stanach przygotowali się na Halloween. Wszystko jest spooky. Wiecie o co chodzi. Mogę przygotować się też tak z półki. A, właśnie, bo tutaj jest źle zrobione, widzę, to... Przechwytywanie ekranu. O, właśnie, teraz przejdziemy. Chyba se jaja robicie. Chyba nie mówcie mi, że seruleczyk to jest dek... Znaczy, wiadomo, ja rozumiem, a że serulecz to jest najbanalniejsza talia ever. Zobaczymy, no bo Pablo Meza ma takie wątpliwości, ja też mam takie wątpliwości, czy to na pewno jest good. Bo to jest taka tempowa taka talia, ja już grałem przeciwko seruleczowi, tylko że ten serulecz szybko nie porozkręcał. Znaczy i tak item lock go blokuje, więc tak, w pierwszej fazie z tego co widzę tutaj jest ten serulecz. To są masterci, tak, to są dorośli. Potem mamy Marnis Greensnall, który dostał buffa w postaci Eventala, który też retail blokuje, chociaż no nie ma tego efektu, że daje ci 60! It's a trap! Jak to się mówi. Potem mamy Gardevoir zwykłą, potem mamy Dragapulta z duchami, dalej dość Pik. Co ciekawe też prowadzi tutaj Goldengo na kamieniach, czyli Lunaton Sorok, no i potem mamy gardę z Uczelisem. Bo jestem pod wrażeniem trochę, że ludzie wybrali serulecza. Co ciekawe, nie ma żadnego Raging Bolta i to jest trochę śmieszne. Ale zobaczmy sobie szczerze, serulecz nie jest jakby aż taki dobry. Bo to jest karta... You only live once! To jest takie... Serulecz to jest definicja słowa YOLO! Okej, wyrzuciłem Stretcher! Wyrzuciłem kurwa bossa! Ale wale dużo! A potem dupa. Szymański wierny teroboksowy. Chyba najlepiej oglądani też widzę jest Krystan Lambella. Lucia. Eli! Please! Jak to border challenge? Dobra,
Yeah, I mean, Avon most recently has a championship and finals appearance, the very unique finals that we had over in Pittsburgh. Definitely the most accomplished player so far this season, I want to say. I mean, the season is very young, but a really, really good start, and excited to see what he's able to do with here and then, the rest of the season as well.
Definitely. Of course, don't count Alex Szymanski out. If I had to guess, he's probably playing against Terrabot's probably Terrabot's strongest soldier did make ace last weekend and top 32 in that world with the deck. Very curious to see if he's playing the deck.
Quick restart.
Made any changes at it, like Pokemon and whatnot, able to counter whatever this metagame is. It's gonna be cool. It's gonna be interesting. A lot of big players. Honestly, I wish we could put more than 3 here. There's so many amazing players down in the field.
o Boże, inny pies zaczął szczekać.
Right. Very, very big tournaments. There was an internet at some point. Very, very cool. But yeah, now I'm curious. When we talk about decks,
Pushing boundaries is
players.
cool,
How about we
but the
talk
challenge
about
spot is
things
not
we
around
think
here.
A,
doing well?
cute flipa wam zrobi, super.
Right? How about you start us off, Chip? Let's talk about your picks.
Not that monotone. And I do believe I had requested a change to Sarah Land, but we got the Mega Kangaskhan in there, which I do
No
like
weź, no.
with the Mega Kangaskhan absent deck that has
Eli!
and yeah, I mean I think the Lunatone Sorok combination, one of the best pieces to come out of the new meta.
O, cześć Irek.
And then Mega Kangaskhan.
Eli!
I like drawing cards, right? And both of those cards are able to facilitate that.
Yeah, definitely.
We get up?
Yeah, I got
Okay,
the Zoroark
this time.
there, and then the Mystery Garden. Big fan of the
Wow!
especially after
Ale quick drop. To ja odkrywam.
more play into myself, and it's
Nowe.
just like the deck just feels really, really good right now. And I did get a really big upgrade in the Evital, which creates some very
Ach, nie udało się. Może przy tym wielkim uda się tego kickflipa, ja nie widzę.
with just the Maractus, enough to poison the Evital, force the Petron EX is a big deal. And then the Mystery Garden, super powerful stadium, one of the most powerful stadiums I think we've seen in a while. And I know some of the players are a little skeptical on how good it would be in Guard War, but being able to effectively like play 2 draw supporters in a single turn
Że ktoś wierzy.
is pretty good.
Yeah, definitely what Garden War needed, right? More
Noli.
support.
Ja robię wszystko, tylko nie. Ah.
As well. I mean, you saw how strong it was. Chip just beat me with it, you know. Of course, I'm cheating a little bit. I
Yeah.
think Lily's determination should be almost.
Dobra, chyba ja nie wiem, czy ja
Gonna add a caveat. It's gonna be Lily. It's the
okna nie
winning
uszę.
deck has more Lilies than Echoes. That's
Nice.
the only way.
You're not even out of breath.
Well, then that's still kind of. I still win.
No dobrze.
So that's not the only way you win. I like Kyle's pick here as the side up. That's a really good call out. It's not a card from Mega Evolution, but it's a promo that came out alongside.
All
this
right.
Mega
Okej, tu są predykcje komentatorów.
Let's get after
To
it.
naszego Azula. No i tak, Azul postawił na Enzoraka oraz Mystery Garden. Poblomeza stawia na Seruledge'a, chociaż no, w swoim filmie na tej nie ma trochę wątpliwości. Ale zobaczymy, czy predykcja. Co ciekawe, też jest obstawa na Psajdaczka. Kaczuszka. Aczkolwiek ja takie te pedeczki, to ja trochę tępię. No i Reggie Drago, to był przynajmniej taki deck, który faktycznie on polegał na tym, że no faktycznie on wymagał jednak taktyki, dostosowania odpowiednich smoków. No był to jednak deck faktycznie skillowy, w tym sensie. No to Serulecz to nie jest taki deck stricte skillowy, zresztą no wcześniejsze raczej prognozy nie zwiastowały
Challenges are one
niczego.
thing, but let's see how well adapted your skater eyes are without the extra help. We've put up a score for you to beat, because, well, that's what we do. Hit it. I know you've got this, but if you feel like getting edgy, Skatepedia is a database of skate knowledge. If you ever want to know what something is, how it works, or how to do it, Skatepedia's got you covered. Have a browse until you're ready to skate.
That's one of my favorites. Post your pet picks, all that jazz, or how you're doing in the tournament. Let us know. Let us know if you're having fun here at the Milwaukee Regionals.
Tak,
But
to
of
jest ta
course, I
instytucja,
can't
no
wait
ja
to get the
taki...
tournament
It's pretty handy, eh?
But real quick,
Let's
go ahead
continue.
and check out the format.
This weekend, the 2026 Regional Championships are bringing the electrifying action of the Pokemon trading card game to the global stage.
Ciao! Gleba!
Compete for a share of over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and the all-important championship points that could secure their spot at Worlds 2026 in San Francisco, California. It's a two-day battle for glory.
To było dziwne.
Tournaments kick off the weekend in
Udało mi
six
się
rounds, with each
przeskoczyć
match being a best-of-three
trochę tak,
showdown.
że...
To advance to phase two, trainers
Wow,
need to rack up
you're pretty
total
flipping
match
good.
points to exceed the
Maximize your
threshold
score
for
by
division.
spinning or airing
In
gap
phase two,
while flipping your
pressure
board.
intensifies as the remaining trainers face off in more
Okej, to jest za
rounds to
nisko,
determine
bo
who advances to
wciskając
the top
na
side.
przykład
After
pus,
all six rounds are complete,
bo ja wciskając L2, bo zamiast gripa robię salto.
advance into an asymmetrical top cut single elimination
No,
bracket.
właśnie też... no ktoś się pytał, czy będzie...
One trainer will rise above the rest to claim the title of
Tak,
regional
salto w bok.
Launch their name into the history books this weekend.
Tu się robi
Custom
pewnie.
ticket to Worlds 2026 in San Francisco. Don't miss a minute of the action. Stay tuned all weekend long to watch the battles unfold live. To stay up to date on future play.
Czy Serulecz dostanie wpierdziel od... No.
Hello everyone, Kyle Sable out here with Pablo Mesa.
Ała!
This is going to be pretty amazing. $10,000 up top. Pablo, what do you think of that?
I mean, these players coming up on the stream are definitely tying that off right there. Doing so far so good, and the tournament $10,000 is money also.
Sukces!
Looking good. You're showing an eye for
No,
obstacles that
Pablo
are
Mezła i tu jest jeszcze Kai Sacharus razem.
Got Mega Evolution to work with as well.
On jest takich userlawych przecież. Aha, zrób 5 gridów, okej.
That you have for us this weekend.
I mean, definitely I recognize Mega Lucario as a very awesome card. Has
No, gridy są trochę skill.
biggest issue is that purple thingy in the corner, right? That's
Yeah, that
biggest
eye.
problem. Yeah.
It's a scary guy. The Gardevoir decks are...
No i Total Score też musi być na
I
tym.
feel like a lot of these cards, as it usually happens when we have like a new block of cards.
Pro
The
tip,
first ones tend
up your
to
score
either
by
shine
slipping
really
in and out of
fast,
grind.
or
Bonus
they're
tip,
mediocre and
speed
then
control is important.
No wiem jak to zrobić
I
tym.
think Golden Go and Zero Ledge are pretty good examples, right?
A nie, wyłączę to.
Golden Go when it came out, it was okay, it was very solid, yeah, but it's only recently now towards like the end of its life cycle becoming a very powerful deck. Zero
Ale chyba zaliczyło, tak?
pretty okay, pretty mediocre
Ah!
situations, but now
Teraz to było za wolno, dobra.
the players are progressing.
Yep, we've seen that a lot with our meta shares. The decks are all over the place.
Zaraz przejdziemy.
Two players ready to start things off here at round number 4. Let's take it to the stage, see who we got.
Okej.
Joshua
What the fuck?
that Terrabox deck
Mamy tutaj Mokosów, czyli mamy tutaj Joshua Frinka, który gra Terraboxem oraz John Eng, który stawia na
Sauce, Mega
Mega Absola
Con.
z Kangaskanem?
there was definitely
Widzę, że John Eng tym razem poszedł na dość nietypowy deck. No bo zazwyczaj John Eng gra raczej takimi bardziej metadekami, a tutaj przychodzi sobie John Eng i postanawia, a w sumie zrobię sobie chillery i zagram sobie czymś mało standardowym. Tak, nie przesłyszeliście się. Mega Absol zasilany Kangaskanem. Jeżeli ktoś nie wie, Mega Kangaskan ma abilitkę, która jeżeli jest ona aktywie, to możesz dobrać 2 karty. To jest dobry draw supporter.
Yeah, Terrabox is known for all of the different tricks that it has up its sleeve.
Zaś
So many
Mega
different Pokemon
Absol
to attack with.
może na
And
przykład
we see this
znokautować
new,
doszczędnie
era,
twojego
including
Pokemona,
the
jeżeli ma
keys. We see the Flareon and the
dokładnie
Leafeon included. How do you
6
feel
dawek
about that
kanterków.
combination in the Terrabox?
I love the versatility, right? The whole box thing plays into being able to adapt.
Więc
to
robi się
different
ciekawie.
situations, right? What you need, you grab
Czyli
that.
Mega Absol może się kombinować między innymi z Monkey Dorimi, przełóż rzucanie do terów, frostlasy do powolnego wykańczania, ale jestem trochę zdziwiona tym, że poszliśmy mega niestandardowo. No, no wiecie, Joshua Frank poszedł w stronę Terraboxa, wiecie, meta i tak dalej, a tutaj dostajemy coś mało metowego. 2 Nestbole. Ała! Latias! No Ditto, no bo wiesz, którego można wywalić później. O, 2 Nestbole bolą. No tutaj jest nowa karta Lily's Determination, która na pewno gra. Taka ciekawostka, Mega Absol to akurat jest jedyny Pokémon Mega, której nie posiadam, bo tam upalił 10. Znaczy, Eli! Eli! Uspokój się! Uspokój! Ela! Elu! Eli! Nie wolno!
This looks like a mega box, right? It has a lot of different Pokemon in here.
I like that. He's listed in Toward We Trust. We've got the fist bump. We're underway.
Here we go. I think Joshua is
O,
starting.
zaczynamy z Klafery. Tutaj, no tak, jak już jesteśmy, to mamy Monkey Dory. No trochę boli ten brak Latiasa. No Klafery nie jest jakby specjalnie potrzebna. Okej, pas. Z jakiego może grać John Eng w takim śmiesznym deku? W sumie jest Mega Absol. Jest, zaraz, to jest Pecherant. Ma sens, Pecherant jest trochę jakby na to nie patrzeć agregatorem. No to widać, że chyba widzę dużo kontrolnego staffu, bo mamy Arvena. Mamy tu też Iveltala, który jak dobrze wiemy zadaje 20 i nie pozwala nam na... robi nam retreat locka. No, tutaj jest ten Pecherat, który ma sens, bo mu pozwala nam... To jest chyba jakiś swego rodzaju Darkbox?
tech inclusions, a lot of unique
Aha,
item
czyli
choices
zagrywamy
we've seen
Arvena.
as well. John's gonna take a counter
A,
as he goes through.
ej, spekiem w
Does
tym
thankfully
deku
still have
jest
his ace.
wózek z Lidla, czyli pressure strolli, pozwalający nam tu się wystawić jak talala.
So being very thorough with that price checking. What do we get here, Kyle? I mean, it's you want the Mega Kangaskhan for draw, you want the Mega Absol as a big Pokemon to threaten with, but then you have to deal with that Pikachu.
Jest jeszcze Psyduck nowy.
Mega Pokemon have a lot of HP, but these basics are still in range of Pikachu EX.
Yeah, maybe there's some combination with the Eviltal and Petron that you want to include to have a way.
No i
to
chyba
move
raczej idziemy w
Pokemon
wózek.
around
No
at some
tutaj
point.
problemem może być
There's
sprajzowany niestety Latias po stronie Enga.
Certainly most important on this opening turn is that turbo energize to have the energies accelerate.
Ale Peczerant to ma dużo sensu, bo chyba on wystawi Peczeranta, żeby wycofać małpę. Znaczy, oczywiście kosztuje to zatrucie. Znaczy, na pewno wózek zagra. No to tak, wózek leci po. To jest chyba jakiś Darkbox troszeczkę do tego. Małpa.
We'll see if he goes with the full 5 at this point. There's not much else that you need to surprise your opponent
So
with.
Fez.
I'm going to leave a spot for Pheasantipity, but of course, if you're giving up a prize card, that bench space would open up back for you.
We already have the Petron EX in hand.
Tak, miał chyba w ręce. Eli! Us! Okej, okej.
Oh, I can just nest ball for the Pheasantipity later down the line, but that's actually not an option. There isn't any Ultra Balls either here, so finding basics after this turn is actually going to be a little complicated. It's going to come down to like Mega Kangaskhan's run errand ability,
No dobra.
cards, so Sleeveless Determination, but it's not going to be easy to find a specific
Okej, jest
Pokemon
Kangaskhan,
at
jest
the right
kolejna
time.
małpa. Raczej i tak mam Peczeranta w ręku oraz ma Absola w ręku. Chyba też dostawi tego Peczeranta. Jest też energia. Co my będziemy robić? Jest Peczerant. Aczkolwiek tutaj będzie... A, dobra. Nie robimy Retreat Locka. No, trochę nie ma to sensu. Mamy naładowaną Glifery. No, zresztą też wykorzystujemy to, że jednak Teraboxy lubią iść pierwsze. Turbo Energizer, okej.
Yep, safety first, name of the game. Get these energies in play, and there is one piece missing. We don't see that Mega Absol, so main attacker Kangaskhan in place.
No, that rapid
A
fire combo, I
Pikachu.
think we're in for a lot of exciting conflicts here, Kyle.
Jest problem. Nie ma Tera. Znaczy, Pikachu jest, nie wystarczy.
Some Pokemon under 200 hit points on the other side of the board. Of course,
Dobra,
Pikachu
spierdalaj.
now with that resolute heart ability has something to say about that.
No ale ja tu gadam i gadam, a i tak się nie kwalifikuje.
Will be taking down that Monkey Dory, I think. Yeah, there's enough Pokemon for it to be knocked out, but I couldn't tell exactly what's in Joshua's hand, but it doesn't seem very good. There were a lot of Pokemon, very fancy ones. There was ways to find energy, but not much else.
Yeah, you start to get nervous. At least there is now a Terra Pokemon in play, so
No
Noctowl,
dobra.
Jewel Seeker would do something. To beg
Ale
the
dobra,
question,
co tutaj
is
jest?
Jewel Seeker even available? Well, you didn't see very much in that opening hand, but you have to have some combination to get the ball rolling here. At least a prize card looks
Co,
to be
odpaliła
online.
się suwa?
Yeah, prize card, you'd think or
No
you'd
dobra,
hope
jest
it
Pikachu,
could
jest
help
Sova,
you, but
przynajmniej
we
może
have
odpalić,
seen
ale
Joshua's
styl
prize
jest
cards and the ones
trochę
at the bottom. I mean, any prize
nie
card
za
that
dobrze.
that he has are probably not very useful other than maybe the Nest Ball, but that's at the very top, so I don't think we're seeing that one, Kyle.
No, it's not looking too great. Not a lot of choices
No
in there to help out.
Pikachu!
We'll have to be the
Ma-
top of the deck over the next few turns, unless we do see something like that Noctowl to help out here.
John, I mean, as John, you're all trying to prepare for the worst, right? So has a Mega Kangaskhan. That Megascan doesn't even need to flip any heads to take down that Lilith Clefairy because of the 190 HP.
Tutaj chyba nie zaupdate'owały
Monkey Dory goes down. I
się.
think John's gonna be pretty happy. However, the attachment on the Pikachu does threaten that Mega Kangaskhan.
Yes, there's a
Their Crispin, right? Could be problematic.
there's a world where this Pokemon attacks in and deals
Wygląda, że to się nie
300
zaupdate'owało
damage
przecież,
at
no?
some point in time. That's a
Hamopa.
lot to work with and account for. For John, he's got his eye on the prize though. 2 prize cards waiting for him, just an energy away, and the Lily's determination to help out with that. He's got some extra prize cards there, all 6 of them. That's
O
eight
co chodzi w
cards.
tym deku, który gra
That's
Eng?
8 cards.
Ja jestem
That's
ciekaw,
one
o
of the
co tu
brand new
kaman.
supporters, such a powerful effect.
Okej,
Reminds me of the
jest
original
ten Pikacz,
Lily,
on
right,
może
which
być tu
if you
dużym
played it,
zagrożeniem
on
faktycznie.
your first turn you got to draw up to 8, and if it was any other turn then you draw until 6. But this Lilith's determination until you have drawn your first prize
Oh, he
card.
needs an
Then-
energy.
No energy found.
Where is energy?
Misses completely.
A nie,
Doesn't
zaraz,
have
jeszcze
some
mogę
help here with
dobrać.
the
Jest
air.
Turbo Energizer.
Turbo Energize
Jest
to get
takie...
more energy on the
A!
board, but that's gonna be it. No attack, no fancy rapid fire combo to start us off with
Coś
the first
zabrakło?
Mega Evolution attack.
It's nearly unbelievable looking
Yeah.
at this. There's
Openy
9 energies.
no nie może
Some
użyć.
already in play, but just does
Okej,
not find the
okej,
options. Decides
okej.
to move up with the Pecharunt and now has Yveltal in the active spot. And where do you go from here? We're just passing over the turn.
Okej, ma to
Has
trochę
advantage
sens.
on that Yveltal, and Joshua,
O
wow,
Boże, Joshua ma
he's
top
with
deck!
that energy.
Mamy Crispina!
Wow, the Crispin top deck would
Yeah.
have allowed Joshua
Tylko, że
to
problem
really
polega na
walk
tym,
into
że ja
the
muszę
Mega
zmosować.
Kangaskhan right back, so that is crazy to see here. Wow.
There's so
Eli,
much
okej.
to consider in this
Okej,
matchup.
okej.
It doesn't seem like Josh is finding the right cards, but he's finding enough
Yeah.
at this point. He's taking prize cards, he's moving the game along. We see that knockout there on the Yveltal now with Lily's Clefairy. Down to 4 prize cards for Josh. And for John,
Znaczy jest drugi
he's got a
evental,
couple
ale...
options, some
Znaczy na pewno
supporters
chyba
that you
będzie
don't necessarily
musiał być
love to
zagrana
see.
ta Penny.
He's gonna run some errands first
Jest
to see if he
run,
finds his
edge.
energy.
He found a nice stretcher, so the nice stretcher can get you that energy finally. But I mean, there's no damage on the board.
Jest
right? There's no
stadion,
way to
który
move energy, either
jest
adopting an
dobrą
energy switch or
odpowiedzią
anything
na
like that. So even if there was,
Pikachu,
we can't, like,
czyli
Monkey
właśnie
Dory, a little bit of
Liber.
damage onto here to get a knockout. That
Lively
Resolute card ability, even if
Jest to
John
stadion,
takes
który
the initiative
powiększa,
onto that
zwiększa
Pikachu,
HP
then
Pokemonom
that Mega
Basic o
Kangaskhan is gonna
30.
immediately go down. There are
Plus
two copies
30
of
HP.
Bravery Charm though, so we could go with the Arven to try to prevent that.
Yeah, that's a great plan here. When you don't have the knockout, line up some defense for later on. Bravery Charm. There's also that copy of Lively Stadium, 2 of those. So you can have a lot of hit points in the active spot and hold on.
380 bench basic Pokemon, sorry, that would be pretty crazy to see. And yeah, I think that's what we're gonna go for.
No chyba jest to zabezpieczenie, czyli mamy Bravery Charma, czyli zwiększamy Kangaskanowi o 50 i chyba jeszcze wejdzie ten stadion i wtedy będzie to już kurde takie to niezniszczalne, że ja pierdolę.
Staring down 2 easy prize cards and your opponent is struggling. It is just a hoot and a prayer at this point.
Czy
On the
jest...
other
O,
side
nie
of
ma
the board.
Noctoula?
Those 2 prize cards looked very tempting and
Absu
maybe
chyba w tej
John
chwili
was
nie
saved by
jest
that
utrzymany,
point.
no
He can
ale
take these
tak
prize
musi.
cards now. He's got the defense lined up for the Pikachu, and if Pikachu attacks in, what does that do for you? you're just giving damage over to a Monkey Dory.
Yeah, and then you turn
Znaczy
off
i tak
Resolute
to
card and you're good to
nawet
go.
jeżeli nie flipnie, no to
And
taki
I'm not
one
seeing any way
shotuje
for
klafery.
Joshua to deal with that Bravery Charm, so there's no
No i mamy Bravery
full
Charma.
scrapper, there's no jamming
No
tower
musiałby
here, so
Joshua grać.
now we have no way to deal with this Mega Kangaskhan.
Well, this is where this new stage of Pokemon, these mega Pokemon back in the format are
No i to
really
trzeba
starting to show
powiedzieć,
up what
to
they're made of.
ma
These
3
high hit
prizy.
points, these interesting attacks that we have available, and
Okej,
thankfully for
chodzi
John
też
this
jeszcze
time around,
Yveltal.
no true weaknesses to worry about in this matchup.
No,
Might as well roll some heads though.
We're gonna roll to just do the maximum damage
no
possible.
i
We're
chodzi
trying to
Pikacz.
build our stats in the game, right?
Znaczy jest
He's gonna
wesel.
line up 250 damage for a
Tu,
knockout
znaczy
there,
jest
4
top
to
deck
4
Ultra
prize
Ball,
cards.
więc
And there
coś
is
może ugrać.
Terra, Pikachu in the active spot now for Josh. He's got some cards to think about. He needs some help, and that's the big one.
Got some help off the top with that Ultra Ball top
Tak,
deck.
top
Now
deck
we can
Ultra Ball,
find
o Jezus.
Noctowl. But I mean, you can hit for 300, and then even if your Pikachu gets taken down, then you try to take down the Kangaskhan afterwards somehow. So, I mean, this Ultra Ball definitely gives Joshua a lot of hope. Right now, he has the right energy. He can play a draw supporter such as. Does he have any? Does he not have any draw supporters, Kyle?
There's not one Lily's Determination.
One Lily's. Okay, so we can play the one Lily's, refresh our hand up to 6, and see what other options we have to take down the Mega Kangaskhan after we attack it with Topaz Bolt.
Yeah, I see a world for Josh where maybe he could set up a really wild combo,
okay.
attack in with the Topaz Bolt, 300 damage into the active, and then try to sneak in that Wellspring Mask Ogre pawn at some point. If you can get a little bit of damage, or at least bring that Evital up in the active spot, or Monkey Dory, deal 120 there, get 100 damage onto that Kangaskhan.
Chyba brakuje
try
tylko
to take 4
elektrycznej.
prize cards all at once. It's a lot to ask
Że
for.
to jest skrót myślowy, bo on nagle zagra Noctowl, tak.
We still have our Sparkling Crystal, right? And it will all come down to this. I mean, he's eyeing up the Eevee. He does have both Flareon and Leafeon in hand, so I think that's what he's counting on to be his secondary attacker. If you've seen, like from what you've seen from John's side, you can tell that there's not a lot of energy acceleration other than the Turbo Energize, right? So if this Kangaskhan does go down and the Dark Energy does go to this Monkey Dory to turn off Resolute card, then you know there won't be anything else powered up and threatening you, right? So I think that's the main takeaway here, that after this Mega Kangaskhan does go down, John doesn't have a lot of firepower afterwards.
Yeah, it's just Blood Moon Ursaluna at that point for this deck. Not much else you can work on. You can't load up another Pokemon. Maybe you bide your time and stall a little bit with that Evital.
Okay, okay.
It's for John, it's a pretty straightforward plan here, and it really matters what Josh decides to do. He has the Lightning Energy, Topaz Bolt online. If he feels like he can push for this, he can deal all the damage now, try to line up.
No, że być tutaj dużo myślenia po stronie Joshuły.
Be pretty confident in that hand, and I don't know if he's feeling that way just yet.
Okay, and I mean, with boosted evolution from the Eevee, we could actually choose a different attacker, right? Something that's a bit safer. Thanks to this Crispin, we can attack with Flareon, or we can attack with Leafeon instead. So maybe that's what we're heading into here, instead of attacking into with the Topaz Bolt, getting rid of all our resources. That boosted evolution could really come in clutch here.
Yeah, Josh is getting to a point where I'm a little nervous about energy counts. We've seen so many basic energy already, and now with the retreating that we could see now, if it is Flareon, any energies that are accelerated, there just might not be much left after this point. And 3 energy in the hand now.
Not even gonna debating exactly what you were talking about, Kyle. Do I pay the retreat? Because he did have Latias in the hand. That was the hesitation we just saw. But we're gonna see the Leafeon, we're gonna see the attach, and we are
jakiś Leafeon wchodzi,
180 damage to this Mega Kangaskhan. Not quite enough for the 2-hit KO if it gets healed, but if another energy gets into play, now Leafeon is doing 240. So it's sort of like a win-win. Do you heal your Kangaskhan? Yeah, there's still enough energy for me to knock it out. If you don't heal it, there's enough damage to knock it out.
And this still leads to an issue for John. He does not have knockout lined up unless he's flipping heads and moving damage with Monkey Dory. He's got the dark energy to add to this. You are increasing the damage for the storm on the other side from that Leafeon, and maybe this is why you don't go with the Mega Absol in this spot. That weakness could be scary.
Yeah, grass weakness can be a
No tak.
problem.
Widać, że chyba się powysetapowali na Greensna, ale ewidentnie jest to chyba nie tylko. Eli, okej.
That means there's only 3 energy left.
Znaczy chyba absolutnie nie zastanawiał ten Kangaskhan na to dużo sensu. Oho, tu mamy stadion o nazwie Liverly Stadium, który zwiększa HP, co oznacza, że Kangaskhan ma już 200. Jeszcze chyba dojdzie do Monkey Dory.
The situation that he finds himself in.
Yeah, that's a great point, Pablo. If you can salvage some of these hit points, hold on a little longer. There is the Lively Stadium that was just played now for an additional.
Aż teoretycznie nie jest to taki najlepszy stadion, no bo to też powoduje, że wszystkie basiki.
So for John, you have to think around that 180 number. Looks like he does have that plan lined up.
O.
Now Burden Storm is doing 240 damage. we can
No i tu mamy
heal 30. I
Monkidori.
think John is also doing
Chcemy
that
to?
math like
Chyba
live
raczej
right now.
tak.
He is hitting on the
Chyba
attack,
będziemy
but
stawiali
like, the
atacz do
penny is the
małpy.
key card here for sure.
You can
Flip
heal.
it or flip double heads. That's the plan.
That is absolutely the play. If you move the damage with Monkidori over to the Pikachu and do a double heads knockout right here, John is in a perfect world.
Yeah. Or you can just move the damage to the active, and then you only need one heads, right? So
That's where
the
I'd-
sort of like if you expect the Mega
Look
Kangaskhan
at
to be going down, okay, we're rolling.
Look at this guy. Might as well give yourself a chance to win big. You can always move some
Okay.
damage later on with Monkidori if you can keep
Boss
some in play,
Pikachu.
or just remove this threat right now. He has boss's orders. Pikachu is a problem. There is another Terra Pokemon in play, so Noctowl still available for next turn for Joshua, but this is going to be 2 prize cards for John. He's getting that much
knockout.
closer with Umbreon and some damage moved.
Yeah,
Or,
that
not
would be it.
Umbreon, the Blood Moon Ursaluna,
Blood
excuse
Moon,
me.
yeah.
I co to mam?
There is a copy of
Okay,
so we could see,
okay.
An Absol
Okej, jest
attack out of the blue
Whispering
that terminal
Ogre
period.
Ball?
Depends on if there's enough damage or whatnot, but yeah, so far Joshua in a much better
Ten
spot
Verdanant
than
Storm
when he
trochę
started
nie
off,
będę
right? I
co
think
robił,
if you could
ale
get this
no
KO
jest
with
to tak.
Iono, that would be pretty fantastic.
Yeah, there is the sneaky line of Pecharunt to be closer with the irritated outburst to close game
A że wiem,
2.
że jest używany na...
Blood Moon Ursaluna with Dark
Grinsnala.
Energies, dealing even more additional damage. This could be a great way to close things out. Give your opponent those 3 prize cards of Mega Kangaskhan, and then close out for 300.
And you have the energy right here to energy switch into the Pecharunt, right? So yeah, that would definitely work. John's hand is huge, and there's no Iono over on Joshua's side. There's no Iono inclusion, so John will be able to play next turn with like 15 cards in hand to just do whatever he wants.
That is a classic in
Okej,
most
teraz
board
schodzi
Reckless
list
builds, is
Determination.
give me all the cards and
Ej!
play against an opponent who doesn't have
Okej,
the way
okej.
to disrupt my hands. I'll just have every answer I need.
And I think you can tell John like almost relaxing into the chair. You can see it, but with the view that I have, John definitely knows that if this Mega Kangaskhan
No
goes
dobra,
down,
no tutaj jest
without
zagrywana
one
jest
prize
Lili's
card,
Determination.
DX's
Eli!
irritated outburst
Okej.
of 300 damage total, and all he needs is that energy switch
Okej.
and energy, which he
Mamy
knows is
Ursalunę.
available in the deck.
Joshua
Czy
with
trzeba
that
ją
one copy of
ryzykować?
Lily's Determination this time around has the hoot to play down, hoping for one more turn.
No i
He's
po
gonna go down to
Kangaskanie.
1 prize card remaining here with the knockout from the Leafeon into the Mega Kangaskhan. But here we go.
And you can tell, like, these new Mega Pokemon 3 prize cards, it's a new thing, right? Joshua only grabbed 2 prizes.
John really
He
needs
forgot.
to take the third, by the way.
Yeah, he forgot to grab that third prize.
Zaraz,
So,
Arwen.
for the energy switch,
Energy
power up,
Switch.
the Pecharunt DX
On miał
is
chyba
irritated
Latiasa na
outburst
ręku i
for
pierwszy
300
wygrywa John
damage,
Eng,
knocks out the
nokautując
and gives
Pecharantem!
number one.
We are back. Big base.
Odlot.
It's been a long
been a
time
while.
coming. But they are here and they are something to
Tak,
worry
on miał
about. Even
Latiasa
without
na
the
ręku
Latias,
i
it
mógłby
was
go
one
wystawić,
round.
tak.
John finding plenty
Tak
of
był Latias
ways
na ręku
to
wzięty z
dance
prizów.
and take big prize cards.
Więc John Eng wygrywa pierwszą.
Very well played by
No
John.
niestety
His deck
Joshua
pretty
Fink
much
miał fatalny
executed,
start, jakby na to
I
nie
wanna say
patrzeć.
perfectly, other than that energy whiff, which
Elusia.
saved him,
Okej,
which is very,
okej,
like, I don't know.
okej.
I mean, obviously he sees the Pikachu, he knows it's one Christmas
No.
right, from getting powered up. This is the exact situation that we're talking about.
Ale nie była
No
biedna.
energy found, and the Pikachu could have knocked you out. So I wonder if John plays conservatively, or if he's like, nah, he's not drawing well, I'm just gonna knock out the Clefairy and risk it.
Well, it lined up for this play. John found plenty of hit points in the active spot and held on. Was able to place some damage on the Pikachu
No,
with the
ten
Monkidori,
Kangaskhan prawie
break
nie
that Resolute
zniszczał.
Heart, take the knockout, then he had just
No
one
po
move left
Energy
to do.
Switch i on ma
270
tego
hit points in the
Latiasa,
active,
więc John Eng
300
tutaj
for the
wygrywa
knockout.
pierwszą.
And
Tak, bo on by
Spread
wystawił
butter, just
Latiasa.
line up some easy ways
O,
to
miał
break
wszystko
out.
dosłownie
Don't
na
have to
łapie
worry about
i...
your hand being
A
disrupted.
Joshua znowu zabrakło
So many
Jona.
cards he was
Ach,
building
ta
up for the
Iono,
Mega
lubi
Kangaskhan
się
active. So
skitrać.
many turns.
Chociaż ale jak się gra 4, to jeszcze ją znajdziesz.
I mean,
Tak jak grasz tylko jedną na krzyż, to jest to dupa. Okej, Joshua ma Mulligana, bo widzę, że pokazał rękę, więc to oznacza, że Joshua ma Mulligana. Okej,
that, you know, was really
okej.
good, but there's also a chance that they
Żeby się
don't
bawić
play.
przeciąganie.
That's like
Piesku.
one of the most important pieces of information that you would take heading into game 2 is like, okay, in the crucial moment where my opponent needed to Ionomy,
Kochana jesteś.
was it just bad luck that they priced for one copy?
No jesteś kochana.
They played two, they
Jesteś
probably don't
kochana.
have that second copy at that point, right? So I think overall it's like, it's a good signal to have and something you keep in mind heading into game 2 as something you can exploit from your opponent.
Yeah, I mean, your opponent only had 4 prize cards remaining at that point.
Eli,
You definitely
normalnie
would have seen it.
szybko.
Are they just that unlucky? Or can you
Elusia.
have that motivation to bet? John, I think he's got a good read on this deck. He's seen a fair amount of it
Okej.
with Alex Mance's success
Okej.
recently as well.
Spokój.
Joshua's been thinking about that, and he's had some fair success with it as well. So we'll see what the Terrabacks
co my
has
tutaj
lined up
razem
here in
mamy?
game number 2. We're 20
Zaczynamy
minutes
jeszcze raz
down
z
here in
Whispering
our
Ogre
round 4.
Pona.
We see Wellspring
no,
Ogre
to
Pawn
się to-
against Pheasant DBT EX.
Ale
Wellspring,
ręka
of course,
jeszcze
differential pump attack,
gorsza,
so powerful,
chociaż może ja
right?
taka
So
gorsza,
powerful,
ale
but
tak, jest chyba
so powerful
chód.
against low HP basic
Ultrabol
Pokemon, which
z... no jest
coincidentally
chód
John
na
isn't playing
ręce,
too many of them,
okej.
so that's where Wellspring Ogre
Czyli
perhaps,
na
which is a big
pewno
focus of
będzie
this deck in
fanrotom.
particular, might feel very underwhelming at this point.
Yeah, not your favorite, but it is
Torfowale
nice to see
widać,
an
że już
early Terra
Joshua
Pokemon in
może
this deck so
cokolwiek
often. That is the
zrobić.
key. You have your Noctowl's Jewel Seeker ability. You need that Terra Pokemon in play so you can get things
O,
rolling.
Dobra,
See that
jeden z
Pikachu
dwóch
that
fanrotomów się
highly sought
sprajzował.
after in the first game in the
No i
prize
mamy
cards now, along with
chudka,
that Mew again.
znowu,
No
a tym
restarts.
razem chyba widzę
No
Pikachu w
restarts,
prizach.
no copying Mega Kangaskhan's attack to
Aha.
flip yourself, right? See if you can knock it out in one hit. But yeah, the Pikachu being prized is definitely a big deal. As we see a much better setup for Joshua, right? We found that Rotom, we found the Terra Pokemon already, we have the Noctowl in hand right away, so we should be seeing a lot more dynamic plays from Joshua other than play the supporter that I just happen to have and attach an energy for turn and hope it works out.
Yeah, that's when you're telegraphing your plays to John Ang, it's probably not going to go well for you, but that's truly all that was left there for Joshua, and did not get to go through the deck too
no,
much in that
huty.
opening game this time
No i
around.
pas.
Looks like there'll be plenty of searching, and if
Okej,
they were
top
after a
deck w
that's
postaci
the
Precious Trolley.
Top deck,
Woo!
Precious Trolley,
Nawet podkreślone.
raw without needing to
Jest
search,
wózek.
that always feels
Jak
it
co?
almost feels unfair.
A dream, but no, there's the
Kuźwa,
smile. You just
top
can't
deck
hide it at
jaki
this point.
dobry.
Give
Co
the
będzie?
card forward,
Retreat
rolling.
Lock.
And this feels
Chyba
incredible.
leci
This is
Ela.
when you won game one, right? When you win
No
game
kto
one
by się
and then you're
spodziewał,
back
że z
where
top
you
decku
flawlessly game two,
wyskoczy
you know you're in
wózeczek.
This will be a little different. Prize checking this time around has a little more to work with here. Just the one copy
Tym
of
razem
Monkey
te... O,
Dory
widzę, że
in there.
price'y tutaj nie
Spoke
bolą.
earlier about
No
the
tutaj jeden
pennies.
Turbo
Few copies
Energizer,
of those,
jedna
one
penny,
of the
Monkey
prize
Dory.
cards now.
Z tym razem jakichś
Monkey
aż
Dory,
tak
we have
bolesnych
three
prizów
copies.
tutaj nie mamy.
Have access to two. We probably will only be able to barely use one throughout the
Okay.
game, most likely. So not the biggest of deals to have one copy of that. I think the biggest card is
Okay, jest
probably the Night Stretcher,
Kangaskhan.
which we likely have access to. it
Iveltal,
early, just to make sure we are
Pecherant.
ready for any early knockouts, or we need to recover any sort of
Tak.
energy. And we're gonna see the choices for the Precious Trolley. It's gonna be a Mega Kangaskhan focus once again, with Eviltal as a sort of pivot
I
with
chyba
that Petrant, the
Latias?
Petrant late
Latias
game
jest,
attacker,
wiemy,
so
że jest.
basically a carbon
Tam
copy of
Absola.
And here's where you have a little bit of a debate now. You play a card like the Tatsugiri. This hand is just the Pokegear and holding on for dear life. You could attract customers, find some help if you don't find an answer in that Pokegear, or does he feel comfortable?
Monkey Dory,
using it all
okej.
here? He did thin out first, which is correct. You
Ah.
need to pull those cards out of the deck
Ale
before
jazda.
you use Pokegear, but you really want to know what that card's going to be.
Yep, and getting 5 cards
No
out
ten
of the
top
deck
deck
is pretty
mocny,
significant,
muszę
right? When
przyznać.
there's around, what, 45-ish
No tak, tu
cards
będzie
at
chyba
this point
chodziło
in
o to,
time,
że
getting 5
Pecherantem
out of
wejdzie
them
ten
greatly
Ivedal, który
increases your
oczywiście
chances.
satruje.
Don't guarantee that you're gonna
No i
find
chyba będziemy
any
głosować
but
w jednego z maluszków.
definitely a good boost.
I będziemy
you also
go
have the
blokowali.
run ability as well, which
Yeah.
could be pretty good to draw those extra cards. So yeah, looking pretty
A
nice
tak
here.
to ma chyba
Lots to
wyglądać.
consider here for John.
No zresztą Poison to jest
Now
trochę
got that
taki
full bench to work
generator
with. Always
obrażeń.
curious, with that Pecharunt, you have an ability to place damage counters on your side of the board. Do you
No,
ever
ten
want to
nowy
leave
i
damage on board for the
Pokegear.
Monkey Dory at some point, so you can at least
Po
move a little damage
Arvena?
around?
yeah, there's definitely merit to that, right? A lot of decks try to avoid leaving damage so that you don't get to use Adrenal Brain,
I on
which
jednak
is
użyje
not only a heal,
Arvena.
but also extra damage on your side of the board. And if one Adrenal Brain can save you one coin flip, like that's a pretty big deal, right? So it's a win-win, I would say. So yeah, I would
No
not
to
be
chyba
surprised
będzie
if you
zagrywany
purposely
Turbo
poison your
Energizer.
Evil, leave it in the active,
Nie
get
chyba
some damage
naładować,
counters
no.
going. That would be a pretty good play.
Well, we'll see if John decides to go with that route. He's moving the Evil on the active, and thankfully off that Poke Gear, well, it's going to swap right back over to Monkey Dory.
Yeah.
Feels good with this. He's got the Turbo Energize. One was prize, he's got the other.
Tak, tak.
Just explain to the judges what
No on
happened.
tłumaczy, że no...
We're gonna move
A, już
on
wiemy.
with these energies in play.
I mean, both of these players playing
Turbo
pretty,
Energizer wchodzi.
quickly, pretty flawlessly, which is great to see.
No tak, i
and
to
yeah,
też
I
może
mean,
być
it wasn't
taki
any
dobry.
sort of short
My
fight.
najpierw
We really
trujemy,
did
a
well, treated
potem
with the
retreat.
And now we're powering up with that Turbo Energize, and now it's over on Joshua's side, which does have access to 3 Noctals, I think, in hand,
Okay.
so he can literally search for whatever he needs. The
O,
question
Hela,
is,
nie daj mi
what
spokoju.
will he try to do here? Do you try to go for the Clefairy? You can't really take advantage
Ogólnie nie
of
daje mi
the Wellspring.
spokoju.
You can take a knockout on one
Okej,
Monkey
no
Dory,
dalej jest
but
Megarpon.
I mean,
Aha, czyli takie
really
riski
using
trochę.
your ace spec possibly, and then your supporter return
No,
to
to
take
tak
a
jak
single
dużo
prize
osób,
card
dwa
and leave
prizy.
yourself with no energy in play.
Bo Eng nie gra Shrimina.
Not a fan of that.
Widzę, że dużo
Yeah,
ludzi
I
gra
wonder if
Kaczury.
this leads into
Fuck,
a play with the other EV so that you can evolve on this turn, bring in a Flareon and try to knock out that Monkey Dory, get some energies on board, and try to have them stick around for a little bit.
Yeah, and I mean, a second EV would be great to power up, right? But these Terra Box decks, they're not like a full-fledged Evolutions deck that we've seen in the past. So
Kryształy
with
chyba
only one
Crispin
EV,
będzie
we're really trying to
zagrywany.
find a better Pokemon to power up, perhaps the Pikachu, but in this case it's prized, so could be the Clefairy, which doesn't even require a flip from Mega Kangaskhan to go down. And yeah, you can see Josh is like not very happy with what he's seeing. I think he's fully realizing now that the Pikachu EX is just not available to him.
Yep, no
Aha,
Pikachu,
to czyli
and
chyba
in the
widzę,
world
że
where you
Pikachu
could risk it,
sprajzowany.
use that Mew, not even
No,
that is available either.
chciałoby
So
się
having
brać
Crispin,
3.
you know how important that can be, but we'll have to use some of these earlier on in this hand.
Dlaczego to teraboxy wymagają
You have
mózgu?
to probably use Crispin
Aha,
on this turn
czyli
to
chyba
get
będzie
some
Puffin i
relevant
chyba
attack off,
Arena
so
Zero i
you're
z
limited with
kolejnego
what else you can do
Noctaula
here.
hear me out.
wyskoczy
Do you
nam tu
power up?
Tera?
Bloodnurse Aluna.
Mm.
Clefairy is very weak with its low HP.
No
Pikachu
tutaj
EX
głosowanie
is
nie
not
ma tu
available.
trochę
You
sensu,
only
bo
have
jest ten
one EV, so is that
Pecherant.
the best Pokemon to power up through Flareon's attack if that's what Joshua tries to go for here? You see the EV?
Yeah, there's just not much else that you can do at this point as far as
A to-
attackers. The
A
board's
zaraz, to jest
limited.
Eevee
We
Box.
still don't see
To jest taka
any
dziwna
other way to
mieszanka
get
Eevee
Pokemon rolling. It's just
Boxa
this Noctowl
z
Yep. There's the second Noctowl being
Flareon.
utilized, and we're eyeing up
Z Teraboxem?
Area Zero and
Ale
Ultra
szaleństwo,
Ball.
co
Like
tu
we're gonna
się
have a
dzieje?
Trouble Heart here. Ultra Ball to potentially find an extra Noctowl. Seems like there was only 2 instead of 3 in the hand. The question is, how do we retreat here into, I guess,
No.
oh, we pay the retreat cost because then the first attack only costs 1 energy thanks to the Sparkling Crystal, but then you have nothing really to power up at this point.
right. Yeah, this board does not have much going for it. No Area Zero under depths to open it up and find more resources. You can just load up your Wellspring, but the math does not line up too well.
Wellspring's attack is definitely very underwhelming. It's great against Gardevoir, it's great against Dragapult, it's great against Golden Ghost, Surledge, but it's just not great against these huge mega basic Pokemon EXs.
Ile jeszcze?
For
20.
Joshua, it's the Psychic Energy from the Crispin to retreat the Wellspring. Bring
Ja,
out the
tutaj
EV,
chodzi
evolve
Flareon i
directly into that Flareon.
Tak, no i oczywiście
with
za
the energy
pomocą
attachment
Boosted
return, which
Evolution,
It's
no
a
on
different
będzie...
energy than what was selected off the Crispin, giving a little more info, but it's the right one you have to play here.
Yep.
It will be the Water and the Lightning energy now.
And now we just power ourselves up. We are ready to use that Cornelian
No, ciężka
attack
decyzja.
next turn, but 280 damage, not quite enough to deal with that Mega Kangaskhan, and no way to increase that damage either.
Every time you leave damage on board, John just licks his chops. Says, thank you very much. This could be a messy situation. 270 hit points. If there were ever damage to push over, makes the rapid fire combo a little cleaner.
we're on John's side has now definitely has enough energies. There's no
Ellie!
A-spec has been
Okay,
here, so in order to
okay,
power up, I think a
okay.
Charge Blue would be pretty difficult.
Okej, Kangaskhan. Czyli first.
Tool removal,
Ło,
so
spadła
our
karta.
Bravery Charm would leave this Mega Kangaskhan pretty safe at this point. Question is, are you feeling lucky, Kyle? Are you feeling the 2 coin flips?
Well,
I Kangaskhan
he
dostanie
certainly could
sobie
go for it at this point. There's no
Nuggetsa.
harm here in attacking into this Flareon, dealing a bunch of damage because you're not worried about being KO'd. This
Boże,
board
no.
is not intimidating. The acceleration with the crystal just means there's
Jest
not much else you can do here.
atacz i jest
So just put all
oczywiście
the
Bravery
HP in the
Charm, co
active
sprawia,
spot.
że
After you draw
Kangaskhan ma już
6 cards to start your
350.
turn with your draw,
Ze stadionem to jeszcze
one
będzie miał
running
tyle co, bo
errands.
będą
He's got so many
Zar.
resources to work with, but the precious one is
Hello?
certainly those hit points.
Now, John is eyeing Countercatcher or Boss's Order. I think there's a very clear target for him in that Hoot. He knows Josh has an Ultra Ball in hand, probably chosen for the Noctowl, but I think we might be going for that rapid fire combo, see if we can get the KO here.
He's warming it up.
No to co?
And has the die in his hand. Yeah, I think we're going for it. 2 heads, can we get them? No.
Nie ma,
200
200.
damage.
And that is
A.
just short of where you want to be. At least one would have been really
No nie
nice
wyszło
to
zgodnie
make
z
it just
planem,
one Monkey
niestety.
Dory push away from a KO, then lining up into another attack.
No dalej
Can't complain
odruszyłam
here.
od
Your opponent-
bossa.
Joshua on the other side, I mean, look at this board. 2 Noctowls used already. Nothing really going here now. You have 1 Hoot left to evolve into, and you need that Area 0 under depths if you want any relevant attacker.
O, spezana, nie! Ażant!
No damage on the board.
Aha.
See an attachment onto the Fan Rotom. Perhaps as a follow-up to try to finish
Żegnaj,
that
Fez,
Kangaskhan
byłeś
EX,
dzielny.
perhaps as a retreat pivot as well to get 2 prizes. So Joshua very ahead in the prize race, but that Flareon is definitely going down now, and Joshua doesn't have much going for him after.
I don't dislike this at all from Joshua. This is a really clean spot. As
No to
John
dobieranie
continues
tych
to
2
draw
kart
upwards with these
jest trochę
these cards
korzystne.
now with the running errands.
Arten Wessel
Gonna try to build
z
up on his
kolejnym
side, but
Kangaskhan, chociaż
Joshua's done what he needed.
no Psyduck ma to sens, no nie mamy tu nic co się nokautuje.
Pokemon with everything you've got. Try to get it knocked out at some point and avoid playing into Blood Moon or Saluna or the Pecharunt, dealing 300 damage. Seems like it's all there for him, but you do need to find closeout attackers, and right now there's not much else.
Myślę, że tak ten
Now we're gonna see if that Pokegear
Flareon
is-
kopnie w
That
kalendarz.
Iono, I think, is the key card here for John. Did find it. Or maybe are we looking for something else? I think it's gotta be the Iono, right?
Jak co tu ma? Pen.
Oh, it's a penny, okay.
Yeah, safety first. You have Mega Kangaskhan. It could be attacked into
Potężna
a
Penny.
big attack from Joshua's side. One final big hurrah attack in. Try to close this out at one
No,
point,
Penny
but
może być trochę
you can
takim
always
trudnieniem.
salvage those hit points, bring that Pokemon back up, and try again with something else.
John eyeing up again the counter catcher or the boss's orders, but no, we're just gonna attack and flip for no reason. We're
Optimal.
doing- yeah.
Just use your tails here.
Get them out of the way, yeah. Alright.
Ogarpon, okej.
Rotom, which has the energy for the retreat. We're gonna see the Wellspring Ogerpon come to the active.
Jest Ogarpon jako Draw Engine.
Teal Ogerpon off the top, and I mean, we don't threat it much at this point. There is Blood Moon or Saluna available for later down the line, but what are we planning here? We can
Okej,
attach some
jest
energies to
Ogarpon.
Teal Dance, through Teal Dance, maybe get
Okej,
powered up that way,
okej.
do enough, do a little bit of damage rather, not enough. Any damage
Okej.
you deal to the Mega Kangaskhan will generally come back to hurt you.
Yeah, just a lot of grass
Te
energies to
halogenowe
work
są
with
fajne.
here. There is one copy of Super Rod, so with the
Okay.
Eevee and Flareon knocked out, you could bring that Eevee back into play, try to work in that
No jest zostało tam
Eevee
17 minut, znaczy
try to
mamy dwie
deal some
trawiaste,
pretty big
Ogarpon
damage
jako
with, some
potencjalny draw.
270 hit points in the active squad wouldn't be too bad either.
Yeah, for sure. Leafeon, if we can pull all of that off, Super Rod, Nest Ball back the Eevee, find the Leafeon to evolve into, find the Crispin to power it up, or energy switches as well. I mean, Teal Mask is a good start.
Jest Steel Dance
And
i
Air
jest
Bubble
balon.
Okay, that gives us a little bit more
Jest takie...
mobility with this guy. And we're gonna finally see the Ultra Ball into the Noctowl. and see what else we can find. It is available. It is the last Noctowl available. Oh, there's actually 4 Noctowls. There's a 3-4 Noctowl line here. I just noticed that. That's
Crispin
spicy.
yeah,
is...
that's very
Oh,
spicy.
there's a sneaky who
Stadion.
hiding up top.
There you go.
Okay.
Chyba
Well,
stadion
with
jest
this Noctowl, I
zagrany.
wouldn't be surprised if we saw something like an energy
Jakiś
switch,
stadion?
unless that's already in hand. You could attack in
Chyba
with
Nesball po
your,
Fezan DPD, żeby coś
Terras and
dobrać.
see if you could get the job done. Myriad Leaf Shower, but where do you go from here?
Yeah, it's just gonna be a big flip the script. Hope the 3 cards make a difference, because we don't have much else, and John's hand is huge. You know there's cost in there for sure. So yeah, this flip the script, I mean, okay. We're gonna get a restart into flip the script. That's 6 brand new
O,
cards.
jeszcze
That
przy
gives me a
okazji
bit
Miu.
more hope.
Plenty to
No
play for,
jest
but those are not the
Chris.
pieces just yet.
One of
Pin
them,
i
but we're still
Barzant.
missing so much. Energy Stadium and Nestball. Nestball doesn't really help us find anything good here, Kyle.
Ale nic szalonego.
Crispin, if you have the energies available, you could attack in with Myriad Leaf Shower.
Could also use Clefairy, I guess. He was counting the Pokemon in play. Obviously not enough to deal 300 damage, 350 damage even.
This is the spot you start to get nervous about. Your opponent's at 4 prize cards remaining.
No,
You
tutaj
is in
trzeba mieć
play.
na
There's
uwadze.
some very
On
easy prize cards for this Mega
Penny.
Kangaskhan to try to close out on this board.
Hut
What do
wchodzi.
you do? It's Hoot
Dobra,
Hoot
jest
added
Hut
to
z
the board, just
80.
trying to find that one way to get the last prize cards when you need it. But attackers are in play. This is what you've got.
Yeah, and even
No,
this
ale
Salt
zabrakło.
Landing just
No.
works against you, right? That 70 damage
Niestety.
is insignificant and gives John damage on the board to potentially set up a second Monkey Dory and just send that back.
So much to consider here. Joshua, it's the retreat. It is the
Okay.
Finrodom.
Zaraz
Salt
będzie
Landing is
trap.
lined up with the stadium in play. 70 damage into this Pokemon, but as you mentioned, it just seems short. 350
Czyli co, będziemy
HP to
grać
work with
dla
here, and
zadaw...
Monkey Dories to move damage
atakować
around.
Assault Atlantic?
Or you
Okej,
can see
Lily's
the
Determination. Cała ręka, tak, ty dobrze robisz, cała ręka wchodzi. Cała ręka i bierzesz 6 kart.
I don't know,
Może
like,
by
maybe we're hoping
nikt
to
się
find
nie
a boss
rozpędził?
disorders. No, but nothing can
Znaczy, to
get
też jest
past
dobra
it. Yeah,
karta w
that's
late game'ie faktycznie, bo 6 kart to też jest...
There were a lot of energy
Good
in the hand, so
deal.
Crispin was definitely not available.
Yeah.
Retreating before the Lily is also interesting.
Aha, tu mamy Dice
Now, we do find the energy switch. We find energy for a turn, so we could have actually attacked with the
Znaczy już ten
Steel
to
Mask if we
niepotrzebny.
hadn't retreated
A to jest taki
already.
Night Stretcher.
Then I
No,
think
ja
we have
go
the
wydropię,
faster
If there's
będzie
Ultra Ball
materiał.
Night Stretcher, if there was a bench space available, that's Leafeon.
That's Livian too with the energy switch.
Znaczy, no nie zirytujemy.
so
Aha,
much
Assault
there, but
Landing
this is
za
where
70.
Joshua has to go. It's
Z
70
drugiej
damage,
strony
and a Dream 2,
właśnie
80
Enk
remaining
ma
on that Mega
Night
Kangaskhan,
Stretchera
holding on.
i zaraz się
And for
wszystko
John, it is a game of math.
spierniczy.
You are trying to preserve the hit points there. There's a
On jest do
stadium that
tyłu,
can help
tak.
you out. You already have
Kangaskhan.
your very good turn, but Monkey Dory would be very
Okej,
nice to move this game
okej.
off.
If John had the third Monkey Dory available and it wasn't
Wiecie
priced,
się
he could
nudzi?
actually win this turn potentially by going triple monkey. Oh, he has the penny though. He could win this
With the
turn.
energy switch.
Yeah, with energy switch, he could send the damage back to the Fanroto.
Monkey
take the
doesn't
knockout.
have
If he
any
pennies, then
time.
he can't boss KO the Mew.
Oh.
And that's where not having that third Monkey Dory is the issue. I mean, maybe he just doesn't have the cards, right? He's not even considering, or maybe he immediately knows that the Monkey Dory is not available, so he's not contemplating it. It's just an interesting play that could have happened, right? That 70 damage could have literally lost Josh
Chyba
the
jest
game
to
on the spot.
Counter Catcher na
Considerations
pewno jest
for Johnny
aktywny.
has the counter catcher to
Okej,
work with. He's setting up the
Pecherant,
Pecherant, who just
okej.
needs attackers in
Chyba
play. He's not
Bosik
nervous about
leci.
the Leafeon here as he's loading up with plenty of energy.
Latias, chyba
Where
będzie
do you wanna go with this
wystawiany.
counter catcher?
Counter Catcher w
Go
tego.
after Teal Mask. I think
No,
we're gonna see a penny
chyba
on the
Latias
active here.
będzie wystawiany, tak? A nie,
It's
Penny!
very clean. Safety first. 3
Yeah.
prize cards remaining. You play right around what Joshua was looking
Okej, jest
for.
Penny.
You only have these 2 prize Pokemon in play, and there is the pivotal one. The no energy attack if you ever get through Pecheron.
Yeah, Bloodman is a great way to
Baczerat dostaje 50 HP, co oznacza, że już jest 240, więc będzie taki ciężki do zbicia. Baczerat wali 60 za każdego zgarniętego prize'a przez przeciwnika, czyli wali chyba idealnie, tak. Wali 180.
And wise here from John. He had the lively
Yeah.
medium to help out if he wanted to get some additional HP for later on, but I think he likes where the board
tylko
is
to
right
jest
now
taki
for Joshua.
it's a
You don't want to
trap.
open those bench spaces up and then
Góra,
potentially be
ale
surprised
góra
with
nie
even
jest
more
potrzebna w
attackers.
tym meczapie.
There's
No,
one
widzę,
bench
że
space in a dream.
górę chyba Joshua na
also would have
pulty i
put that kill
gardy.
mask out of range.
Yeah,
So that would have been a big issue for sure. All those Pokemon in play, pretty great to have. So much Pokemon you can target with that Bloodmoon or Saluna to close out the game. And I think John is also hedging that there's no Iono, right? It's like he has a huge hand. He didn't even leave the Mega Gengar. He has a way to potentially draw in case he gets
tutaj nie ma
Ionos
nic.
or something. It's just like, okay. I
No
have
fleta nie gra, no
if you KO
spokojnie.
me, I win with Bloodmoon.
Calm down, calm down.
If you don't KO me, even better.
O, Baczerat to jest taki...
Just one bench space now over here for Joshua. He has the Ultra Ball, he has the Noctowl if they want it, and it's tricky. You can get a couple more cards out, but truly when you're using Noctowl, you're trying to get those last prize cards already to close the game out. When you use it and then you don't have game lined up and you're playing against a deck that has Penny and ways to manipulate all the hit points, where do you go?
I mean, at this point, Leafeon is the only Pokemon. I guess Bloodmoon also survives your opponent's Bloodmoon attack, which is great to see. But off of that huge hand, you have to expect there's a boss's order.
No, tylko że...
Sort of like your last hope.
Tu się pojawia problem. To jest już przygotowana Ursaluna.
And hope your opponent doesn't have
Enk.
boss's orders. There's not much else to do here. And
Zaczyna
even if
się
they
robić
imagine a scenario
ciężko.
where they don't have the boss's orders,
Aha,
how do you
daję
even
na to
move this
sonko.
Bloodmoon out of the active?
Energy
I'm not seeing-
Switch
there's
w
one copy of
Ursalunę.
available.
Okej.
Yeah, that's we're all in here for Joshua with the Bloodmoon
Czy
or
tam jest
Saluna.
boss w ręku?
Have the knockout
Okej, jest
now and
góra.
to clean up this board.
Okay.
All of these Pokemon with lower hit points gone. The boss's orders play is not looking nearly as pretty this time around.
Okay, does that actually put John in a little bit of a bind now? He doesn't have any energy, doesn't have any way to dish extra damage to that Bloodmoon with Monkey Dory.
Yikes.
So is this a possibly game-winning play by Joshua here, John? Or are you happy to just hit into it, perhaps with Evil Dolls,
That's where I'm at.
Okej.
with an
No
Iono,
niedobrze.
and then finish it off the next turn? I
Yep.
mean,
You've got Clutch for 20. Keep
Znaczy
his
niewiele
Pokemon
czasu
there, can't
zostało.
attack, and then Bloodmoon Ursaluna could close things out on the next turn. There was boss's orders in hand. John had
No właśnie,
everything,
to jest
but
to spryt.
Joshua played
Zagram
around
górę i
that
zrobię
very
ci
well.
na
Look at
złość.
this hand, so many cards. But what is the right play now?
Czyli może zagrać bossa
Clutch
po...
Iono perhaps is an option. We can't really terminal period. There's no way to accelerate energy at this point in time to get more damage off of
Corner
Megascan or
stone?
anything like that. So yeah, I mean Joshua definitely did what he needed to do in order to stay in this game and to give
Okej,
himself
patrzę
a
sobie w
chance,
deck.
right? So that comes down to John. How does he try to clutch this endgame scenario?
Yes, and
Gary
I think you
Titlock?
may have said the key word there.
O,
Maybe.
Got that lined up fairly
Oh,
well
we-
now. And you can see the considerations for John when playing this nest ball, trying to thin out the deck a little more. Wants to make sure there's a Pokemon in play that he's able to move around freely.
Ah!
So he has the energy to retreat. Bloodmoon Ursaluna would just close the game
Okay.
out, and this Evoltol has
Z tych
the
statów się
retreat
rozwala,
cost for free
okej.
that can move around. Didn't want to play the
No,
cornerstone.
co tam się dzieje? To chyba będzie...
Probably is going to dig for a
Lock.
card like that Iona that you were speaking of. There's Nest, or there's
Ej,
the
Eli!
Night Stretcher here for
Eli!
Dippity, but
Nie
there
zaplątałaś
also
się?
is a Pokegear here too.
Ela,
Okay,
zaplątałaś
get
się,
back
łobuzie.
that Fez.
Co ty?
Draw 3 extra cards,
Oh,
and there's the Iono.
Jeszcze stację
Alright.
dyskietek mi tu zrzuciłaś.
I don't see any other
Może
way.
tam żadnej
And I
pitki
mean,
nie ma.
the patch doesn't really
Jeszcze
matter. There's
porzuciłem
already like if your opponent can attack again, they win the game, right? Joshua needs to find Turo energy off of this
Jest
Iono to lock out.
Iono.
Yes,
Chyba
and there
wielką
is that one
rękę.
Hoot you're a little nervous of.
Iono.
When it is Iono to 1, it is so much better than Iono to 2.
Yep.
Ultra Ball, no more.
Well, no more. There's no bench space for like Mew to redraw. We know all those Pokemon are in the discard pile at this point in time. And then, yeah, I think we're seeing the clutch play for 20 damage.
Okay,
No
retail.
Ball and what else? An energy switch.
I think that's game. There we have it. John Eng wins round 4.
Wow.
Co,
Yes,
czy
a
Szyła
clutch
poddał
play
grę,
there.
czy
Had the
John Eng
Iono.
wygrał?
Of course. John
Co
needs
Szyła
to know
poddał
exactly
grę?
what was going on there. So jumps in, says, what did you have? Did you have the closeout? Oh, I played this. And you just, there's so much to learn from both of these players. It's always great to see two fantastic names here, starting things off at a major event. And what a great deck to open up things
Zaraz.
with. Mega
No
Kangaskhan
tak,
is
zaraz.
done.
Ursaluna by
Showcasing
weszła
all the
wtedy.
strength of the new Mega Evolution cards, right? We have the
A, zaraz, bo
we have the
Ursaluna by
Mega
weszła
Kangaskhan.
potem,
Didn't
bo
get to see Mega Absol, but I can see the vision, right?
Eng
Like,
zadał
with all
200,
these cards,
no jeszcze dobija ta
Pokemon,
Ursaluna
you
za
play with them,
240.
you,
Dlatego poddał
like
grę.
stadium them. Take a look at what
Więc
happened
tak, John
over
Eng
the
jest
course of this
zwycięzcą
round.
rundy
Pretty
czwartej,
interesting match.
2-0 takim nietypowym
Yeah, a
buildem.
really fun setup here. And for Joshua, this was a
Ela, ela.
wild opening.
Ela,
They had to play all of these
ela,
energies.
ela,
Pretty
ela,
interesting
ela.
Pokemon to get the
Ela,
job
ela,
done early.
ela.
There were some considerations
Dzióbku
for how
mój.
to go about this, but Pikachu
Czego?
retreated, Leafeon
No tak,
promoted.
connection.
Bring that
Los.
right back, take the prize cards, and Pecharunt of all Pokemon. We were
Sure,
hoping to see this
sure.
card at the World Championships do some work a few years back. It actually does attack. It's doing the job now. It's working pretty well for 300, and now it's all about the hit points.
The callback to the 2024 World Finals, guys. I
Jakby-
love it. Yeah,
jakby
Pecharunt
Yes.
has a very powerful attack. That irritated outburst just gets better and better as the game progresses. Like, you actually want your opponent to take a knockout. Even Joshua, like, only grabbing 2 prizes by mistake on that Pokemon. John needed the 3 prizes. He was like, no, please, go ahead, take the other one, because that way I can deal 300 damage and take that final KO. And then, yeah, it all came down to this Iono to 1. No options for Joshua. That Blood Moon, such a high retreat cost, couldn't attack again, and therefore John was able to clutch it out. Now, I really hope if we have a winner's interview, we get to ask John if he would have attacked that turn when he whiffed the energy. I really need to know.
Right, he saw 10 cards, didn't see the energy, and just so you know what, we got to take a turn off, but it worked off so well, and I think that's really what this deck does, is it can buy time, it can manipulate and pick the perfect point to attack. When he uses the penny, when he stalls with some extra hit points, uses the bravery charms efficiently, you can make the game move as you please.
Yeah, pretty much. You need to be conservative. You have all the Monkey Dories and pennies to take the damage to your advantage. 180 basic Pokemon like that. Unheard of. We have the new Mega Venusaur with 380 speed. That's
Udało mi
a
się
big deal.
gridnąć.
Yeah, but Mega Kangaskhan can't get to that bravery charm with Life in the Stadium. I mean, unless you're hitting for weakness or you're Raging Ball, you're not getting that power.
And it's just drawing all the cards for you. It potentially knocks out anything if you're a little lucky. John was not so lucky as he played through and was rolling around, but you know what? He worked with what he had. He was attacking in. We don't typically see too many decks that are just picking away, but this is one of the decks that we do
Okay.
that. We live in a
Okay, okay,
We've seen so many
okay.
different versions of this. The Golden Ghost, the Sarah Legends, the Raging Bolts. But is 380 just a magic number? Is that going to keep you around? Maybe.
I mean,
Pro
maybe,
tip,
and then, you know
up your
what?
score
Maybe
by
that's
flipping
gonna
in and out of grinds.
which will have
Bonus
even
tip,
more HP, and that's
speed
what
control
Pikachu
isn't
gets to his
Już.
bench. Yeah. I mean, pretty cool
Let's
to
see you put it together in one
Mega
sequence
Evolution
and
for
give the
that
DAC
clutch
something to talk about.
constant Mega Evolve was putting in the work, and I really hope that continues up.
Yeah, just a really unique deck that we see here. It seems like every card is catered to this style. You can move your Pokemon around, manipulate your board, set it up so that you have everything that you need, and force your opponent into plays that they're not coming to. You saw so many times for Joshua, they just sat there.
Hey,
shook
just
their head,
remember,
looked
a
through the
sequence
deck.
is 2 or more
Where do I
tricks
go from
performed
here at this
before
point?
all
You have
4
so many
wheels touch
different
the ground.
attacks, but none of them are the answer to my needs.
Yeah, exactly. 28 different cards to adapt to different situations. None of them are fighting types to help you get past that 200 or 280 damage threshold. And all of a sudden, Pikachu has
Okay, udało mi się.
Absolutely killer!
It was very
I'm
soft.
super stoked on the footy V grab. I bet the crew will be too. Vocab education tip. Footy is short for video footage. When you're ready, let's hit Bonsky Park and see where the DAC take their transition skills to the air.
There's just no other, it's every other type basically covered in this play. So many different matchups that I feel like Stock was very favored in, can outplay some of these players with all of these knockouts, searching out, finding the resources, attacking in, but this just doesn't work very well on paper, and as we saw in play, you can get close, but it's a lot of hit points on the other side.
All right, well, we have our winner's interview lined up. Let's hear from John and how he's feeling after this.
Thank you, Pablo. Launch us on in here, and I'm joined with our last round winner, John Egg. And John, what an impressive match. It looked like a ton of fun. It seemed like a ton of fun. Just gonna ask, though, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. It's always nice when on stream. Feeling good at 4-0. I really enjoy my deck. I put a lot of time into it these past few days. Yeah, I'm feeling good.
I like it. That's nice to dig. That deck seems like a ton of fun. Mega Kangaskhan, Absol, Petra, just a lot of big basics.
Yeah.
Tell us about why we decided to bring
Before this went to my friend Xander was out of Chicago. Before we drove over to Milwaukee. It was me, Rahul, Reddy, Tord, Reklev, Xander, and
Kulka.
And Tord is the one who pioneered this deck.
You gotta get down there. By any means necessary.
I'll give you that. I was really wanting
Like
to play
every great skate city, San Van has a DIY skate park under a bridge. Usually, with trolls living under it.
I put a lot of time into Gardevoir,
The DAX
and
trolled it
I
up
really
and
thought I was
built
gonna do it for this
Bonsky.
one, but like I said,
It's great for learning about skating transition. I've got a little training module ready for you when you get there.
I hit it on the ladder a few times on PTCG Live, and I was beating it, and I was like, okay, this deck's good. I'm fine with that. And then I said to my controller, and Tord, I think like 5-1 or 6-0'd me, and I was like, oh, okay, maybe it's because people have been hitting. So I took a look at the deck, I trusted in the guys, and it's going pretty well for us, yeah.
Yeah, I think I was able to chat with him like a couple of rounds ago. He said mentioned there was like 7 people, 7 friends on the deck list, and they're all in the leader. Okay, so let's get into the deck. Walk through like how many machinations.
So you have an absolutely insane draw engine that you guys know. When it's in the active, it draws 2. And your precious trolley engine, so Arvin to set up your whole board. Depending on the match,
Transition skating is anytime you see a curved bank that goes up towards vertical. Perfect for big airs.
Not knowing what they're playing.
Once you get the basics down here, your skater eyes will see transition spots everywhere.
It's really hard.
Looks fun, eh? Time for you to grab your board and boost some airs.
No, the deck has multiple ways to win.
Let's practice on solid ground before we get to air.
Or mainly Mega Kangaskhan, as you saw there.
Before you start, set a session marker. You can thank me later.
So against the decks that you
Alright,
probably won't
let the roll-in do the work. One push and gravity does the rest.
The Raging Bolt, the Sarah Ledge, stuff like that. You have a retreat lock line
Fight.
with the 2 Evil Talls, the Pecker and the Monkey Dory. Because you have basically...
With all the air you get skating transition, you'll definitely toss some spinning winners. Spin it, winner!
The decks that were super popular.
So
Yeah,
sick!
it seems like it's pretty
Okay,
pretty much
now
all.
return to your session marker for a
Except
spin and
Reese,
grab
that-
collab.
The big green guy who just...
Could've slotted a big basic fire.
Hello?
Remember, surrender to the roll-in, and just focus on your tricks.
Explanation.
Of course, yeah.
I'm sure we'll see a little bit more of that, but I did get a question in my ear here from the top of the question for you. The first round you did.
No, so yeah, as you guys saw, I had the Kangaskhan, I was ready to start swinging with it. I was feeling really good, because I actually haven't played that much of the Terrabox matchup, but Tora told me he was like, attack the Kangaskhan and figure out the rest, and I was like, alright.
That was dope! You've got your spins and grabs locked in. Why don't you session the DAX trolley transition home under the bridge?
I'm like, alright, surely I hit something. And when I didn't hit it, I was like, alright. Thankfully, it was in the game.
Session challenges give you the time and freedom to skate it your way while crushing goals.
Play wasn't all that great. So, you know, I would just play patient, took my time.
Okay, okay.
Just like, we're swinging to this, we'll go at it next time, and hopefully you don't draw a good card at the time.
Fair enough. I mean, having access to just 10 cards in one turn seems absolutely amazing. And throughout the time, I'm like watching both the matches, right? It always seems like you have like a million cards in hand or something. And the fact that, yeah, we're in a world where some players like myself have to choose between playing Lily and just can you just count into your hands? I don't think he played Ayla. He has
Dość ustawiłeś.
and that just seems really cool. Tell us about how
Okej.
we use Mega Abs. I mean, we got to see the power of Mega Abs but for the time being.
Yeah, the Terrorlux matchup is actually one of the only ones where you attack with Kangaskhan, so that was a really unique time. So you see Mega Absol used a lot in the Dragon Ball matchup mainly, for the rotation, and when you take damage, obviously they have a hard time one-shotting you because you have the new Cyber card that turns up Dust Roar, and if they can't use Dust Roar and I've got a big charm and they've got the Stadium and I've got like 10 million HP, like they're not killing me. They're knocking me out, sorry. And with Monkey Dory, I'm able to always put them to 6 damage counters.
The Dax often regulate the airspace over Polski to prevent crusty crows from roosting and leaving unpleasant deposits. Help them out by clearing the air with some of those grabs and spins you've been learning.
All of those matchups is just play very patient and let them make the first move, even though it's like sometimes
Hit it.
first. So yeah, that's the main one where you use Absol, and then you use Absol in some of the matchups where you try to retreat lock, right? So popular deck right now, Sarah-Ledge, the line against them is to
Movement makes the world go round.
assuming they don't get like
Try
15
moving.
discard cards from one, you would utilize Mega Absol, and you would try to go after one of their switching cards, like their Jet Energy, their Professor Turtles, or their Pal Pad. So later in the game, you're able to more effectively retreat lock them and lock them out of the game, because they're not going to return kill the Absol, right? They'll punch it and you can just penny it up, and that's like their damage of nothing, and now they're down to key resource.
That's for sure. That's for sure. All right, great explanations. Very in depth. Thank you very much. I'm sure a lot of our viewers at home learned something. I learned something. Before I do let you go, get to your next matches. Anyone you want to shout out though?
Of course, yeah. I feel like the first shout out has to always go to Tord and the guys who are playing the deck with me. This has been a really great experience working on the deck and sending it to this tournament. Shout out to my best friend Isaiah Bradner, always in my corner, always helping me out. Tournaments, sad you couldn't be here. I'll see you in Brazil. And then shout out to my mom, and shout out to my girlfriend Tess.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Best of luck with the next couple of rounds. That's for sure. 4-0, great start, amazing deck, amazing player, John Hang, ladies and gentlemen. With that, though, we're gonna throw it back to the desk for more Pokemon action.
Thank you, Wancho. Yeah, what a great interview there from John Ang. Always so great to hear from him. He's been doing some work lately. Over the
I
last
detect
2
a lack
years,
of
I think he's
movement.
earned
Are you ill?
$19,000 each year. I mean, basically a career for him at this point. He's doing pretty well.
Yeah, I mean, Portland regional champion, right? His first regional championship win in the Masters division. So, yeah, definitely someone to look out for and see how they are doing throughout the rest of the tournament. But we want to let the viewers know that the next round will be a community choice round. So make sure you are paying attention to the chat for the poll that comes up, so you get to vote to see what matchup, right, what decks you get to see in the next round.
That's right. We have our favorite, the community choice. You get to pick the deck that's coming up next. Round 5 will be here very shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Mocko.
Time is ticking. Halfway there.
Allez.
Give it another try.
Okay. poszło nam dobrze, co nie? Halo?
Air cleared with flair. Much appreciated.
No.
That was crazy! You shredded the beep out of old Polski. Anyway, it's time for me to go clean my grip tape.
Hello, Pokemon
Lauren grip is a
fans. We're live
phobia of
here at the
mine.
Milwaukee
Is there a name
Regional
for that?
Championships, where the
While I'm
players are
gone,
playing the main
V's
event
got some recommended
for
reading to help you get the
thousands of
most out of the
prizes.
RIP initiative.
Of course, there
Enjoy!
are multiple side events where you can earn some great prize wall prizes. We're gonna go ahead and check some out. And of course, we have our amazing puzzles and plushie, just like
It's Lechonk.
yeah, of course, that Lechonk. But of course, let's not forget the TCG, a bunch of TCG products, ETBs,
The Dax heard you shut down the session at Bonds.
Lechonk.
Izzy's left you something from them back at Exeter. Let's go.
The VGC have all the games here, as well as some Halloween prizes.
And this Lechonk.
Yes, definitely. A lot of things to win here at the Milwaukee Regional Championship. So make sure you make your way to the side events, and you too can also win this Lechonk. With that, we're gonna throw it back to more Pokemon action.
Deluxe, tak jak w Thunderpacku możemy mieć mięsko.
Oh, Pokemon fans! Oh boy, do I have a special treat for you. We're here live at the Milwaukee Regional Championships, but flying all the way from Tokyo, Japan, our EUIC 2025 champion, Ryuki Hada.
You've upgraded your
Ryuki,
RIP
how are
card.
you doing?
Unlock city challenges.
Yeah, again, I'm sure that was a long flight. Again, you play in the Japanese circuit, if I'm correct, and I don't think you earn any points playing here at the U.S. circuit. So what are your goals here at Milwaukee?
Fresh rewards are always nice. City challenges are kind of like crew challenges, except they don't stick around forever. Each rotation brings fresh RIP rewards to earn. I've marked city challenges with a timer on your map.
O, kojarzy się Rukiego, o Jany, Ruki jest.
Very, very cool. We're very excited to see you play, Ryuki.
Ruki
I
przyjechał,
want to ask you
no.
though, what decks do you expect to see here at Milwaukee?
Golden Go or
Um,
Marathon
okay.
Gary,
Graficznie pan wszystkiego nie gada po angielsku?
Money, Grisel,
Krystował.
big three cards.
Yeah, those are very, very meta-relevant decks. That's for sure. Sounds like there's not that much difference between Japan and here in America. What good decks are good decks. But what
Remember,
about for Mega
the
Evolutions?
resident
What
incentive program is your ticket to the city. Keep improving. Okay, let's try a few. And knock out some goals in those city or crew challenges.
Mega Lucario, very good decks. Best three.
Sounds like, sounds very good. Sounds like Megas might have an impact here at Milwaukee if Ryuki has anything to say about it. And with that, thank you so much. I want to make this a quick interview. Anyone you want to shout out? Any of your friends?
Nie dacie ten veteran play.
Or Haru or Reiki, very good friend.
Sounds like a great support system. With that, again, thank you so much for the interview, Ryuki. Again, so much international talent here live at the Milwaukee Regional Championship. So how about let's throw it back to more Pokemon action.
Wah! To Flying Pikachu był na systemie, to Flying był.
Welcome back in, Pokemon fans, here to our trading card game regional championships.
This
in
line challenge is
Milwaukee,
pretty
Wisconsin.
low-key.
We've had
I'm
a great
thinking
start
you'll
to
crush
the day.
it.
Tons of players still working through this event as we whittle it down to figure out who'll be making it from phase 1 to phase 2, and ultimately who will become
Giddy up.
our regional champion this weekend. My name is Chip Ritchie, and I'm joined here in the booth for the first time by Azul Garcia Griego, the 8-time regional champion, 2-time international champion. Azul, welcome to the team.
Thanks, Chip. Thanks, Chip.
Okej, teraz mamy Chipa i Azula, zresztą oni razem prowadzą jeden kanał.
Specifically, I think on John Ang's side of things, that's like the hype deck going into this tournament, and it looks like it's
Start over.
Skorygować.
so we've got to see that in action already.
Yeah, you can see
Tak
just
więc
the
tym
voice
razem na
that the
stołach
top players in the game have.
komentatorskich
Really, even just
Chip.
days before the event can have a massive impact.
No i Azul Griego
Again,
Garcia.
I don't think that's the last we'll see of Mega Absol and Mega Kingscon this weekend. Lots of great players on that archetype. But speaking about the archetypes, let's
Azul
hop
GG.
back in, look at the meta breakdown just a little bit more. Talk
Ah!
about the decks that we will be seeing through the course of the
No
weekend.
tak, bo
Sarah
tutaj
Ledge
jest
with the
tak, że
Jungle Charge,
Szerledzy,
our most popular deck.
rycerzyk zasrany,
Against the event.
No, I don't think so. Especially
za nielicznymi masochistami, kto tym gra.
the bigger decks that we've seen up to this point, they've fallen off a little bit more than I would
Czyżby
have expected.
Serulecz
I guess
stał
more
się?
towards a little
No,
more
raczej nie ma
split now,
jakichś...
the Jellicent and the non-Jellicent.
Bo tam jest
Same thing
Kuba, a
with
potem się okaże, że no Seruleczyk jebaniutki będzie drugiego dupy, co
Let's give it another go.
playing the tried and true Energy Source Pro build. We're just not seeing that here. I think alongside the Ceruledge though is Grimmsnarl being the second most popular. That also is a little bit of a surprise to me. A lot of
Możesz.
hype for that deck. I feel like maybe not too much hype, but there was a lot of build up for that deck. I feel like going into this tournament as well. It's
Nie
had
mogę
its ups and downs,
zsiąść.
and we'll maybe finally see Grimmsnarl have its big moments. I think that's what it's been missing since it's been.
Yeah, it was very popular in online events in the couple of weeks leading up to this event.
Dobra,
Lots of
Dijeczko, ale
players seems like
jeszcze
kind of
przejdę.
gone back to this archetype. You know, it popped up a little bit before NAIC. It was pretty popular at NAIC. You yourself played it to that event. What do you think leads the players kind of coming back around to the deck after it hasn't had that much success in the past?
Seruleczyki. Juh.
The Mega Evolution set.
Kolejnego już pokonałam.
For a lot of these stage 2 decks, the Dragapult, the Gardevoir, and the Grimmsnarl, which is in that category as well of decks that did a big boost from the Lily Determination. That early game, not even early game, but the first time you start being able to see so many cards when you're not drawing prize cards, you get to take full value of the shuffle your hit to your deck drawing.
Two
from the
over.
Lily Determination. I feel like that is the main reason we're seeing the resurgent of it a little bit. There is the Evatol, of course, that some people are playing in there instead of the Maractus, but players are pretty split on the Maractus versus Evatol, I feel like, right now.
And I think before this weekend is all said and done, the Eviltol from Mega Evolution may come away as one of these standout cards from the weekend. I mean, we were talking backstage, we were talking about how good the deck, that card seems in that Zord archetype. We saw it a little bit on display in John Ang's deck, but the potential for that Eviltol blocking a Pokemon active, why is that so strong?
Yeah, it creates a kind of a board state where your opponents, where you're actually able to take multiple turns in a row. That's something like for the Zord deck specifically, that the Zord deck kind of
Ow!
when you're sitting there and you're cornering with Maractus. We saw Liam Halliburton including the Maractus in his regional winning Zord deck. Eventually you will knock out your opponent's active Pokemon if they don't attack back and put damage in play for you to stories. But like we said,
Potknąłem się o powietrze.
the Petroni X, being able to poison the Evatol, which it can't poison the Maractus, it can only poison the Dark Pokemon and push it to the active. You can create infinite damage for your monkey to move over to your opponent's
Dosłownie,
side.
kurwa, chyba o powietrze się potykam.
You could basically win the game from 6 prize cards and your opponent can draw 0. You just trap a Pokemon after another Pokemon, equally have damage with your monkey dories, and yeah, it's a huge boost to these decks like the Absol, Maytag deck, and then the Azor.
Gotta say, that does not sound very fun to play against. Definitely does not sound like you want to be sitting across from someone going with that strategy. But I can understand why it would be very powerful. Let's take a look at what these players are competing for this weekend. The prizes that are on
I znowu.
for this and every single regional championships. Of course, $10,000 up top, and even all the way down to top 32, you're walking away with a nice chunk of change and a ton of booster packs.
To nie normalne trochę
Yeah, yeah.
lipa
Steep prizes
zrobić.
here that players are playing for, like the booster packs on top of that as well. Of course, everyone's chasing that grand prize, the $10,000 for the first place. And, there's a long ways to go for all of our competitors, but this is what they're all aiming for.
Let's look at the travel awards that players are competing for as we get through the season. Things are already set for our first international championships at LAIC, but currently, in this current time frame, players are trying to complete is that for players getting to these tournaments?
I mean, it's a pretty big deal.
Ah!
That helps to get to these international tournaments, and you do need to perform pretty well, at least locally, to build up those championship points. And it's one of those things that we see the top players chain basically from
Time for another go.
national championship, give themselves back-to-back stipends, travel awards, all that stuff to continue to compete internationally. So it's pretty big difference maker if you can claim one of those and potentially roll it over into the next IC.
Yeah, it's a big deal as well, I know, for families, for younger age divisions, being able to use that to get more than just one individual person to an event, if you're taking siblings, parents, things that are expensive, so having access to that boosted travel
Nabrany przedmiot?
very, very nice for families, and that's why we get to see so many young kids succeeding in this game. Yeah, great to see these players' journeys throughout the game. Something that we are looking forward to seeing as well throughout the weekend. Talking about these younger players, there's actually a handful of younger age division players who have now aged up. We're here at the new season, so there's going to be a whole wave of seniors who have aged up from that division now into the Masters. Simpler, Carson Washer, two that are really standing out to me as being my eye here this weekend, but also regional championships happening this weekend down in Latin America. Gabriel Fernandez playing in his first Masters Division regional champion. I know something we're really excited to see what the results from that look like.
Yeah, definitely excited to see how he does in his first tournament. I was actually surprised he was absent from a couple of the earlier regionals this year. There hasn't been anything in Latin America yet, but he has been known to travel out of region for competitions
Go
pretty
again.
well in the past.
No i teraz ten Abaddon przedmiot.
Carson Watcher, Justin Templar, some of the more successful seniors division players from last season. It's going to be interesting to see how they perform here as well. But yeah, I think for things I'm most excited for this weekend, one of them is Gabriel Fernandez. How does he perform down there?
Yeah, not even something happening here at this event this weekend, but just so much happening in the Pokemon world across the globe. It really has become such a global game. For years and years, it was just all about kind of your local region. These regional championships would really just feature people who could travel from an hour or two away from the event, and then now we have people competing in this event from Norway, from Japan, from all over the globe coming to play. Yeah, these regionals really do
You make it look easy.
5 years ago.
Yeah, definitely. It's changed a lot. And we have Ryuki here, one of the most successful players from last season from Japan, playing in the first championship.
Just a reminder, you don't need to complete every goal in a challenge to earn rewards. You can always cash out early and grab the ones you did earn. It's no big deal to come back, scratch that completionist itch later.
I'm not sure if Brent Thomason's at this one. He traveled. I'm not sure if he made his way over.
Yeah, I haven't heard it actually.
Yeah, but it makes it that much more interesting and competitive, I guess, as well. Like, it makes everything more special to tune into the regional championships and see players from all around the world.
Does not look like Brent.
Muzyka jako znajdźki, ciekawe.
That doesn't mean he's not down in Latin America.
Yeah, he might be somewhere right now playing Pokemon, whether it be at a regional or maybe even local.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, and that's a big part of the circuit as well. The local tournaments, the local scene, League Cups, League Challenges. Those events are paying out championship points as well. Usually prizes along the line as well. Booster packs, prize series packs.
Whoa!
Thing that has been added.
Yo!
I love getting to see happen for players. Yeah, but those local events, huge deal for a lot of players towards reaching their goals.
Tak, przetrzymując oba
Stipend, travel award, or even just awards.
bumpy, robimy
Really big deal. A lot of points to be accrued there, and it's one of those things where everyone's competing at their own local set for each other, but you're all like.
Some sand banners frown upon pushing with your front foot. Something about aesthetics and function. Want to turn their frowns upside down?
So as we're setting up
Try
here for
pushing
round
with your
five,
back foot.
Someone like you who's competed in dozens of regional championships, I'm sure you've had a various number of types of starts at this point in the event. You've gotten to round 5 and 4 many times, I'm sure, but you've also gotten to round 4 at 2 and 2, 1, whatever it may be. How do you navigate kind of where you're at this point in the tournament?
Okej, ja teraz zrobię
Let it affect
Okay.
you that much? How can players do that?
For me, I've been doing this so long, it doesn't
Ty,
really
ty, ja mam
affect me
telefon?
anymore. It feels a little bit better to be 4-0 as opposed to 2-2. But you really do have to take it kind of one round at a time. If you make top cut undefeated or top cut at, X and 2, you'll be okay, right? You're still in top cut, right? So if that's one of your goals, it doesn't really matter how many losses you have right now. At the end of the day, once you make it all the way through day 2 and phase 2, no matter how many rounds you've won at that point.
Władza dalej taką
It's easy for
starą
me to say that because I've
scenę.
played so many. For a lot more people, a lot of players, it's a lot
Ale
more
jestem
stressful.
nienormalny.
And they feel the pressure a lot more once they hit that second loss. Because with that third loss, you're no longer in contention for phase 2 anymore.
The margin for error disappears. at
Yeah,
that point.
exactly. But if you just think a bit on a bigger picture, it's like if you went 8-0 to begin phase 1, now you maybe if you're 2-2, 2 wins, 2 losses, you could go 8-0 from that point as well. It doesn't matter when you go 8-0; you just have to go 8-0 at some point.
Yeah, I mean, it's happened many times for players as well. 4-0 start into losing 3 rounds in a row, being eliminated from phase 2 of the competition. You know, you can't get too comfortable as well at this point. You know, there's still a lot of Pokemon to play. You got to just kind of take each round as it comes to you, right?
Exactly. Just enjoy the game. Play the game in front of you. Don't stress so much about the other factors around. Keep playing Pokemon.
Yeah, tons of other competitions, of course, happening here this weekend. We see this is the video game area. It looks like they're between rounds right now. Tons of players competing across all different games. We also have Pokemon Go in the building this weekend. Over 2,000 trainers, though, here for the Pokemon trading card game. That's what we're here to cover and talk about. I'm very much looking forward to seeing how things are going to whittle down here. And trading is going to come out on top. Now, so let's talk a little bit back to the meta share.
That wasn't your fault. I'm sure I heard you honk.
For a very, very long time, 12 months plus, basically always was raging. And it's not up there now. It's kind of decreased in meta share. It's been kind of on a downward decline, it seems like, as far as, you know, how we're feeling about
O,
it.
Sports Hunter?
But I
No,
think
grubo lecę.
this new Mega Evolution format.
Tutaj jesteśmy przy tym
Yeah, I think it is
kościołem.
I think Gardevoir has hit a undeniable peak. I feel like people, myself included, tried to deny its greatness in the past, but I feel like it's hit an undeniable peak. Like, it definitely is the biggest deck to look out for going into the tournament, and Reggie Ball has a tough time against that. And that is only one matchup, but I think there are some other factors in there as well, specifically with Golden Go and Saralege, then adding that full rock package from Mega Evolution set, even that powerful one-prize attacker that lines up with the cable stuff like Phantoms and Hootoots, which is generally a more powerful way to play Reggie Ball with the Noctowls there. It gives them more depth into
Are you practicing your switch push?
I think those matchups have gotten better for the Saralege, for the Golden Go. It's like another thing that is putting Reggie Ball on the back.
Want a little hardcore Plaza trivia? The first ever shop demo was held here many years ago. They brought in cars to jump over and everything. Real old school, all parking lot kind of vibe.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of players have recognized that and kind of rightfully so moved away from it and moved into other things. Your Raging Bolt was such a strong, aggressive deck, and there's other really strong, aggressive decks. Golden Go, when you mentioned, Saralege now leading the way. I have to imagine for a lot of players that's kind of where they pivoted away from Raging Bolt.
Yeah, I would imagine so. They seem like the
What's your next move? Keep them
point.
guessing.
I feel like another deck that is where people have maybe gone as well, so some of the Joltik builds.
Dobra, lecimy, kuleczka.
Something like that. Those are like the probably the better aggressive decks to lead the
Żeby ogarnąć latanie, to byłoby super.
not where it used to be for sure.
Well, our players
Feel like
out
a
there
sesh?
are getting ready to get into this next match. And
In the
you,
mood
our
for an easy
community,
sesh?
actually voted
Then
on
this
game,
is the
so thank
challenge for
choosing
you.
An excellent one for us. We're going to be featuring Nathan Ginsburg up against Ross Coffin, two very accomplished players.
O, oczywiście, odwołanie odrzucone. Co się dzieje? To jest...
Yeah, I remember when I first started playing the game, the community was a lot more separate back then. The regional
Nie,
championships were very much isolated.
pierdalać.
And Ross was one of those.
Okej, dobra, jest kolejna
ready to
runda.
commence?
Everyone heard about, but you didn't really know players as well the way you do these days.
Rozkoto!
You're still doing it.
Uja! Kolejna Legend himself! Rozkoto! Chyba ja domyślam, że to mogą grać. Tak, nie przesłyszeliście się. W kolejnej rundzie będzie Rozkoton. Koleś, który, jak to stwierdził w wywiadzie, on gra od 2005. Gracz z 20-letnim stażem. Legend himself.
But that, you know, speaking of playing something unique, that is what Ross is literally.
Yeah, Ross historically and even more recently as well, he still plays something a little bit different, a little bit more off the wall, and his go-to recently has been the Saralege, which has gotten a big upgrade going into.
Czyli chyba gra taki standard. Czyli ostatnio Rozkoton wybiera takie bardzo agrodeki, więc to chyba naturalnym wyborem będzie ten Saralege.
Playable right now, but then Serlich has been his pet deck most recently, and
TikTok.
I'm excited to see
Time's at halfway.
what he's able to do with it here in this match.
Yeah, it'll be really exciting to see Ross, one of the most storied players, like we mentioned, second place in the World Championships back in 2011. He's also got top 4 at the World Championships too. Sorry, he got second place twice. He got second place back in 2005.
Are you waiting
as well.
for a formal
And then also
invitation
got
to
top 4 in
continue?
2016.
Czekam, aż zaczną grę.
Six
To jest już
top 6
przygotowanie.
World Championships as well. I mean, just one of the most accomplished players in the history of the game. He's qualified for Worlds when it's been quote-unquote easy. He's qualified for Worlds when it's been quote-unquote very difficult to do as well. When literally only 64 people got invited, Ross was one of those 64 people. And then whenever there were 700 players at Worlds, Ross was one of them.
Quick restart.
So very cool. Just over years to follow this story, and looking forward to seeing that story here this week. And every time I've interviewed him, over the last few seasons, he's always said, I don't know how long I'm going to be able to keep doing this, keep it up, and keep that invite streak going, but it sounds like he's committed to at least trying.
Yeah, I remember hearing one of those.
Feign indifference. Don't let that challenge beat you. Get it later.
No.
I'm trying for it this year, but who knows what'll happen next year. So far, good start though. Is Pro.
Feel like a good and easy session challenge?
And
This is the one for...
Continue to get his world invite year after year. Kind of
Let's
like
go.
a legendary, iconic player in the game. To see him continue that streak, because he's the only player who can keep that streak up of having an invite at every World Championship ever.
A, to będzie miał
Yeah,
bic.
I mean, whenever he misses Worlds, that will be when that streak ends for anyone, right? No one else will be able to replicate what he's done. It's great in the history of the game. Very excited to see him up here on the stage, still doing it. It's really kind of two sides of the coin. It's old heads versus new heads here with this game. Nathan, a younger player, but has had a lot of success recently. Getting things set up on the stage, we are going to be getting into this match very, very shortly. But both these players are very experienced. Surely started 4-0 at regional championships, so they know that it's a great way to begin, but that they shouldn't be counting their chickens before they hatch. They've got a lot of they want to achieve that ultimate goal.
Yeah, just kind of starting off here. I mean, we're in round 5 of phase 1, like 3 more twist rounds, and then
Aha, Roskotą gra oczywiście z Seruledżem, a Nathan Gilbert w Pidgeot Controlu.
the Sarah Ledge for Ross Call.
Uwierzcie mi, to nie brzmi jak marzenie z Seruledżu, wszystkich Seruledżyków. Ale zaraz skończę te wszystko.
Time's halfway done.
Ej! Hello? OBS-ie, nie zawieszaj się. Pidgeot Control na Kangaskanie Mega, okej. No to może być dla takich agro matchupy bardzo ciężki matchup. No i się wyjebałem. Gupirice rozwaliłem, ale dobra.
You were born to roll.
Tak, Nathan Ginsburg versus Roskotą. Pidgeot Control kontra Seruledż. No, oczywiście raczej Roskotą nic nie kombinował, raczej idzie klasykiem gatunku, czyli z kamyczkami. Znaczy wiecie, Roskotą to jednak, przypominam, 20-letni gracz z 20-letnim doświadczeniem, który no już ma na koncie dużo osiągnięć. Może przejdziemy do gry. Zobaczymy, nam Seruledżyka w akcji. No, tak to wyjadł, bóg z lewej nogi. Raczej, wiecie, jest jeszcze Abana Snow, to chyba tylko on przebija, jeśli chodzi o agro jolo totalne, no ten to dopiero też wywala energię.
Someone as experienced as Ross, he has surely played against hundreds of different control decks over the many years he's been playing the Pokemon TCG. While maybe he's not as experienced in this exact matchup with this exact control deck, you can always recall back to old control deck. I I mean, retreat locking is no new strategy.
Yeah, definitely not. That's going to give like Ross good baseline level knowledge to tackle this matchup, tackle control decks, or weird kind of stall decks in general. But there is always an advantage with control. There's rarely a
Mamy, bo ja się już trochę nudzę.
generalized way to play the deck. So you never really know for sure what are all the win conditions and possibilities that a control deck might have.
A, mój leży długi, okej, nie chcę leży skaterów długą.
Experience, there is still potentially something Ross is going to miss or not be able to calculate for when Nathan could maybe get an advantage.
For Nathan here, no surprise when looking at a controlled deck list. There are tons of different one-ofs. Yeah. There's so many that we will not see in this game. You know, there's stuff like the Ting Lu EX. I can't imagine that will be very good in this matchup. But, you know, things that are just able to be really strong in other spots. That's why control is so strong, because it can be flexible. It can be adjusting to whatever it needs across the table. But one of the downsides potentially can be that early game setup. You've got a lot of cards that you don't want in a specific matchup. How can that hinder Nathan?
Yeah, so I mean the big key.
No już chyba zaczynają, dobra, już zaczynają, Ela.
Quite a few cards in the deck to be able to set that up and get that going. So that's going to be the big piece for Nathan to get up going.
Czy raczej można byłoby się kopenizować, ale...
From the Pidgeot, finding any card per turn will be enough to put together your game plan. But getting there can be the initial big hurdle because, like you said, there's so many situational cards in a control deck, and we'll have to see if Nathan is able to pull it off. Also, I think one thing worth noting is Nathan is not playing one of the setup-based specs as well, going for the hero's cape, which means that's going to hinder the potential setup of that initial Pidgeot when you get things going.
Yeah, no precious trolley here to get a bunch of basics in play, no secret box to be able to search out tons of different trainer cards to help get that Pidgeot into play quickly. So big things with him having to track here early on.
Sandvan Weather Nugget. The city's reputation as a skate destination is enhanced by the absence of atmospheric rivers and bomb cyclones. We just roll sunny days here.
What are the big cards in his deck list right now that he needs to kind of keep in mind that are going to be able to be out?
Pidgeot Control na takie matchupy jak Cerulecz, dla Cerulecza mogą być ciężkie, no bo...
And less, or more so than the Jet Energy, will probably be the Heroes scenario. Basically, the way that LGM will operate in this matchup is
Jakieś, no bo
it will
tutaj
bring up
mamy
something
takie...
like the Lunatone into the active, and then we'll move the Fire Energy off the Ceruledge
Myślałem, że
to
jest albo
a
na
Soul
pewno.
Rock or something like that. Is probably the plan that Nathan's going to look for. And Jet Energy doesn't quite solve that problem, because if you attach Jet Energy to your Ceruledge, you put a Fire Energy on a
No dobra, już zaczynają, dobra.
move it into the active.
Okej, Lunaton, Jetka, tutaj LG mnie sprajza, Fez postawił Fotona, Sudo, Udo! O matko! Sudo Udo w prajzach, o Boże. No jeszcze Rustitam. Bardzo dobre.
There is a redeemable ticket.
Aczkolwiek na szczęście chyba nie jest sprajzowany Branding Ticket, który pozwala nam na podmiankę prize.
We'll have access to all those prize cards for Nathan if he wants them.
A, to czyli jedną Koton zremisował.
Getting access to the cards that are now on the bottom of your deck that were your prize cards is
Ale faktycznie zastanawiam się nad Pidgeot Controlem, bo jest to dość elastyczny deck.
For Ross, it doesn't look like there was too much being prized. It's a big deal. That one jet energy.
Chyba nie mam tylko tych PJ, ale...
Still be taking prize cards.
To
This
jest...
game really is going to feel like a bit of a race, I feel like. That's kind of how I like to think about the control matchups, you know. How quickly
No bo warto zaznaczyć, że Pidgeot Control dostał buffa w postaci...
board state, and how quickly will it be for Ross to get
Okej,
set up and get through
zaczynamy od
But when
Ting
I ran
Lu.
away, the Ting Lu EX in the active
Ktoś
spot
nie wie,
forced
Ting
Ross
Lu
to
może nałożyć nam
here.
damage'a.
Yeah, I don't know exactly if Ross knows what Nathan is playing, but now it's probably completely unsure of what might be going on. Maybe knows some kind of like
Ja to tego
control
Ting Lu
deck or
mam.
something like that. Of course, Nathan does have
Perhaps if someone is listening, they can explain this. I saw two core lords talking about Sandvan needing more death boxes
No
and
tak, oczywiście
tombstones.
Ross idzie
Not
pierwszy,
sure what
ale
these
to
are,
jest
but I
standard.
wonder if a coffin is involved.
Again, for Ross, that would be a huge piece, I have to imagine, in how he gets through this game. You know, two prize cards. He can
Komaj,
take at some
tutaj ma
point, you know,
w tym
how
matchupie
quickly
sens,
he
bo
gets
akurat Cerulecz nie ma abilitki.
He's exhausted.
No skok
Things like
tutaj
the
nie
power
działa, no to
pattern
chyba
turret,
można tutaj
regen,
tym Ting Lunem przyblokować Abilitkę, dobra. No tutaj widać charakterystyczny sposób tasowania Rossa. On tak bardzo śmieszkowato przykłada trochę te karty. No widać, że... Nie wiem, czy to jest takie przepisowe, chociaż zaraz, przecież to nie jest Magic the Gathering. Więc każdy może tasować tam jak chce. Okej, i co? I skłok. No to jest właśnie ten Sarulacz vibe. Dobra, no nie ma i ten loka. Chyba, że wejdzie Meduza i dupa. Mamy 2 stretchery do przywrócenia. Resursy. Znaczy chyba Nestball poleci po tego Lunatona, chyba Stretcher z powrotem po tą energię tylko po to, żeby ją wypierniczyć. Well, why not? Dobra, chyba jest ten ticket w ręce Nathana. A jak ticket, to nowe prize. Aha, weźmie Stretcher po tą energię tylko po to, żeby ją wypierniczyć. Klasyk seruleczowski. A! Okay.
I think it's even worse than that chip. I think there's the Turo in the hand as well. And one of the main draw cards for Ross is the Carmines, is the Professor's Research, which, yeah, you don't really want to play that when you have your 2 most important cards maybe in this matchup in your hand.
Ręka jest, tak jak wspomniałem wcześniej, nieprzyjemna. No. Jakby to jest tak, który jest mocno elastyczny. No tutaj są 2 szkoły, albo gramy no właśnie wózek, albo gramy właśnie... Tak no, on ma w ręku tego ticketa i może sobie tu przetasować od prizy. To jest na wózek czy na drzewo? Kangaskhan, okej. Jest Kangaskhan, dobra. To widać, tutaj dobrze analizuje. Nie jest na tej chwili potrzebne.
Skaters often question if style matters. It does. No one wants to see or smell someone with a stinky style. It's unpleasant.
And that is the name of the game here for Nathan. Quick search turn after turn after turn, hand picking any of these powerful one-of cards out of his deck that aid him at any given time. He's really going to be hoping for a little bit of help here from the Mega Kangaskhan. Hopefully that errand will be successful, and we'll also now be happy to get that Tinglu.
Penny, okej, ma to sens. Kangaskhan. Jest Staszek. Ja bym zagrałbym za tego Ketora. Ale tak, ticket pozwala nam tu na odświeżenie prize'ów. Jakby byłoby. No dobra, zaś poleci Stretcher, no tutaj akurat na szczęście no, nasz Rosko to nie ma i ten locha pod sobą. Ale wiecie, jak już chodzi jakiś budeł czy inny pierdzieć, to
And he could even do it with
kup
the
a
active
item
soul
block!
if he wanted
Krzyczy
to.
se.
Cosmic Beam, 70 damage, but is not affected by resistance, so he would be able to take down Pidgey there with the Cosmic Beam if he has a fighting energy, if he has bosses or Ross.
Czy ona nie ma, na pewno nie ma aż tak dużo tej energii, żeby... Ile? No, trzeba obliczać ten... Ktoś ma... Okej, jest tarka blisko. Dobra, to czyta stretcher do tego Surledge'a. No i jest i on.
Oh, I guess this works as well from Ross. Gonna go with the attacher tree, and I think it's still gonna boss up the Pidgey here, but instead it's gonna do it with the Cerulege in the active, which I think I do like this a little bit better for sure. And there we go. Oh. Yeah.
Boss, no nie.
Very similar looking cards, but yes, boss's orders will be the play, not that Professor Turo scenario, taking out the Pidgey, trying to deny Nathan any sort of setup, and leave him with just this Kangaskhan. He will run Aaron.
Okej, jest stretcher, jest nestball. Stretcher chyba po Feza. Chyba, że on zagra tego Lembranding Ticket i po prostu będziemy przedrzeźniać. Można by zrobić tak. Stretcher po Feza, okej, ma to sens. Zrobimy flip the script. No chyba będzie zagrywany ten ticket, aby przywrócić nestball. No zaczynamy być takie...
Fetch back the Pidgey, also Monkey Dory from the discard pile if he wants it, can establish the Prism energy on it if he wants. He does play 7 energy.
Chyba, że ma drugiego Elgima.
Where he wants to place them. And Monkey Dory, I don't know, does it feel like a good place to get an energy down? Oh wait, we're seeing Nestball for Mega Absol here.
Yeah, that is interesting. Taking a more aggressive route.
Mega
Absol. So this will allow for a Claw of Darkness, not this.
A to ciekawe.
And it does have a lot of HP, that 280. We do know there's the Bravery Charm in hand as well. So Nathan might just be getting aggressive here, kind of being like, well, you haven't been that aggressive on your side, Ross. You don't have that many entry discard pile yet. I'm just gonna swing with this big Mega Pokemon. I hope it sticks around for a couple turns.
Ale też można na przykład poprzerzeźniać trochę.
You can see the pressure that Ross is able to put on with that early aggression, you know, makes Nathan maybe pivot a little bit with what his early game strategy would have been otherwise.
No to jest Prisma, co prawda stara Prisma, ale robi dokładnie to samo co ta nowa, więc... No jest to przepisowe, tak? No przyznam, no... Znaczy tak, jest to reprint, jakby ktoś nie wiedział, co ciekawe, nie tyczy się to Pokemonów, jeżeli o to chodzi, ale stare energie można jakoś. Okej, mamy tutaj...
So I think once again, probably just looking for boss KO on the Pidgey. Once again, the most important card in Nathan's deck is not the cards
musi zagrać to Turo, chłopie. To już jest takie mocne narażanie.
Do not see the boss's orders found here for Ross, but he is able to find Nestball, can search his deck for any basic Pokemon, put it directly into play. Could get another Charcadet down.
Okay, kolejny Charcahetik.
How many Cerulege need to be established here? At some point, having multiple just becomes liabilities, right?
Yeah, I feel like for how the board state is setting up for Nathan, it looks like Nathan is going all in on this Absol on this next turn. Ross doesn't have an immediate answer to that through like boss KO in it or something like that, so it's preparing.
A, dobra, już wiem, bo tutaj chyba ten Absol jest bardziej pod drugi atak, chociaż tutaj pierwszy też jest spoko, ale ten drugi atak chyba ma tu większy sens. Bo ten drugi atak, no, zadaje 200, ale mogę zdyskardować dowolną rączkę.
That one up if the fire energy gets moved off the active one or something like that. So is playing around multiple things here. LGM and potentially your only Cerulege getting KO'd.
Ross will play the Pal Pad, puts back Professor's Research and Boss's orders. Not able to utilize it on something like the Turo. I guess he actually could have. He hasn't played a supporter yet this turn, so if he used Turo on the Squawkabilly right now,
dobra,
he could have
wszedł.
Pal Padded it back into the deck immediately. But perhaps he wants to just chill on this hand for a little while. You know, if he top decks a research, maybe doesn't feel great, but if he holds on to the Professor Turo and Nathan ever does go for a play where he tries to lock something active, the Turo will be waiting there in the hand for Ross.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that play from Ross. This does give an opening to Nathan. I'm sure Nathan is playing around potential Jet Energies and Turos, but like towards the mid-late game as things develop a little bit more here, we could see Nathan pivot from a more aggressive Absol play into Sudowoodo, maybe trying to trap that Squawkabilly.
Tu
Well,
jest
the
już
Pidgey has
Lumos.
made it through the turn for Nathan. He can breathe a sigh of relief. He will kick off his turn with the run errand from Mega Kangaskhan, adding
na
2 more
pewno
cards
będzie
to the hand.
Candy
And
Pidgeot,
there
no
we
to
do
jest...
see Rare
Cześć,
Candy
mamuś!
into Pidgeot EX. It has hit the field.
O,
Quick
to
Search
dobrze.
is online.
Yeah, we got the quick search here, and he's immediately going into it. And this is where I think we'll probably see the Absol come together. We can Arvin here for the counter gain, plus a Nest Ball to get the Latias EX to move that Kangaskhan out of the active, and then we'll be able to attack with our Absol here. 200 damage with the Claw of Darkness. Also gets to discard a card from Ross's hand, which I would imagine is probably go after that Turo.
Yeah, Turo hitting the discard pile right away
Dobra.
would be really, really good, especially with Ross having just played his pal pad. So that means Squawkabilly will be hanging around. Perhaps Ross
to było
not
z Quick
utilizing
Searcha?
that
Arvin?
resource when it was in
Kolejny
his hand
Absol.
could come back to bite him a
Tak,
little
Arvin,
bit
tak.
here. Arvin will be the supporter played for Nathan here. Found it off of his quick search, can search the deck for any item card and any Pokemon tool card. We do see Nest Ball brings down the Latias EX. That Skyliner ability will provide free retreat to all basic Pokemon in play, letting that Mega Kangaskhan move around the board freely. And Mega Absol is coming into the active spot. We saw Mega Absol,
No tak,
Absol and Mega
Absol,
Kangaskhan
tak
as a
jak
combination in
wcześniej
the
miał
last round. We're
potencjał,
seeing
no i
it in this
faktycznie
round
tak
as
trochę
well.
jest.
A little bit different of a package, however. And it's
No
paying
tutaj
off
counter
decently
gain,
here for
counter
Nathan Ginsburg.
gain.
Yeah, giving him like
I
a
chyba
whole
on
different
atakuje za
line in this
200
matchup
i
by
pokaż
playing it,
rękę.
in the deck. And here
No
we
dobra.
see attack him through with the 200 damage. Like I said, I think Turo seems like the
Tu
most
mamy
likely target here. Of
Seruledge'a,
course, once the
Feza,
Turo's gone,
Jetkę
Ross
i
does have Fire Energy
Turo.
established and has 3 Jet Energy left. One of them is
No to
Prize, so
tak.
still a decent amount of mobility on Ross's side. And that's something that Nathan maybe is going to have to try and make a guess around. How many Turo does Ross play? How many Jet Energy does Ross potentially play? Now he knows for sure that Ross plays at least 1 Jet Energy, but how many more could there be? There's definitely been varied counts of
Co
it
tam Eli?
leading up to this event and what people have been playing. 0 to 3 has
Turo
generally been the counts, and there we do see the
poleciał.
Turo get picked.
And it's the type of thing as well that I don't
Tak,
think Nathan would be shocked to
poleciał.
see that
Turo.
Ross plays 4, right?
Yep.
Ross does only play 3, but it's something that Nathan will have to keep in mind as he makes decisions later in the game. Ultimately, Nathan does choose to rip that Professor Turo scenario from the hand from Ross. It hits the
No trochę
discard pile.
Fezan
Ross is kicking
DPD
off his
jest
turn,
dosyć
benches the Pheasant
ryski,
EX.
powiem szczerze.
Was able to evolve his Sarah Legend. We're seeing a Jet Energy onto this Soul Rock, bringing it into the active spot, retreating it, just getting another energy card into the discard pile. Perhaps Ross here just wanting to
No ma
push
to
his damage
sens trochę to
output a
zagranie,
little
no
bit
palimy
further
Jetkę,
here
żeby ją
with the
spalić.
Abyssal
Aczkolwiek
Flames.
widać, że
30
jak na
plus
razie
20 more damage for each
Seruledge'ik
energy
nie
in
zadaje
his
jakichś
discard pile.
szalonych obrażeń,
It's gonna
więc to
be
też
healing
pozwala przeciwnikowi
130 damage here to the Mega Absol EX, setting up to where if he can just discard 1 more energy next turn, he can KO this Pokemon.
Yeah, so pretty close to the KO there. That'd be the first or the next 3 prize cards for Ross. We'll only need 2 more prize cards after that. There's plenty of prize cards on the bench that I don't think Nathan will be able to get all of them out of play. So Ross is lining up to try and win in ideally 2 attacks here and put the Fez on the bench to protect against a possible Iono plus Claw of Darkness from Nathan on this next turn. Or I guess Claw of Darkness in general, Ross only does have 1 card in hand, so getting knocked down in general. But this does open up some interesting options from Nathan. With Ross only having a 1-card hand and Claw of Darkness only doing 200 damage, Nathan could boss up the Pheasant Dippy or countercatcher it into the active, hit it, not KO it, and take away Ross's only card in hand, creating a pretty awkward board state for Ross. And on top of that, there's a lot of damage built up on Nathan's side of the field. Nathan does play 2 Monkey Dory. So this is actually getting really interesting as far as the options go for Nathan.
Yeah, that play for Nathan, you know, could get punished by Ross being able to just retreat the Pheasantipity because it would discard the other energy, right? Then he can do the extra damage. But Nathan knows Ross hasn't really done anything, and he also literally just saw his hand last turn, so he knows that there's just not much going on there for Ross. So that could it would be kind of like a hedge play, right? Just playing like my opponent does not have a way to do anything right now, and just hope that Ross doesn't top deck a draw supporter or even a fighting energy. And that is the thing here for Ross. There would be a lot of good top decks for him. Any basic fighting energy lets him draw cards. Any fighting gong, which he plays 3 of, let him draw cards as well. Any draw supporter let him get out of that spot as well. Nathan is going for that play. Eyed it up just as you said. Pheasantipity EX comes to the active spot. Claw of Darkness will not KO it, but he will be able to KO this Pokemon in the future at basically any point if he wants to, thanks to Monkey Dory's Adrenaline Brain, which we are seeing used now. 30 damage moved from the Mega Absol down to the benched Ceruledge EX.
Yeah, and I really
that Claw of Darkness ripping that final card out of Ross's hand.
Yeah, and I really like this play from Nathan. The only question really was, where do you move this Monkey Dory damage? Because we were able to establish that as well. Starts to line up the second Ceruledge on the bench. And things are looking pretty good here for Nathan, barring some top deck from
This
Ross.
could be huge, and he does find the fighting
Dobra,
energy.
jest top deck w
He will
postaci
discard the
energii.
card to draw
Nice.
3 more. He needs a
Lecą z
bit more
niego
help.
dobra, a jest
Does
boss,
find
jest
boss. He does
fighting
find an
go.
energy to retreat. I think that is going to be enough to let him
Ale,
push for the
no
KO
właśnie,
here on this
jednak
Absol. It did get
uratował,
healed
ale
for
wciąż
30
chyba nie
last
ma na
turn
tyle
thanks
dużo
to the
energii.
Adrenabrain. Is it going to be? I think it'll be hitting for.
Actually, he's going to be 10 short. He's going to be hitting for 170.
Yeah, 10 short. That is huge. I mean,
Ten
finding something to do this
Absol
turn is definitely a
Jeszcze
big
zrobi
deal
drugi
for
atak,
Ross.
który
Continue to put on the pressure,
wredniejszy.
to move that Fez out of the active, but not getting the KO.
Okej,
Honestly, this
no
board
tutaj
state is
chyba
kind of starting to line up to the
Ross
point
na
where
pewno
we can see
spalić.
Nathan being the one to draw 6 prize cards, not going for some kind of weird deck out or kind of
No
resource
wiadomo,
control strategy. With the control deck, the
wzięcie trzech
Absol might be able to take him all the way.
No, ile ma ten
Really
Ross
interesting
potem
position
tej
we're
energii?
finding ourselves in here. Ross will play the Fighting Gong, another huge
Znaczy nie
card
ma na tyle
to come out of the Mega
dużo,
Evolution expansion, both for fighting
a
decks, but also
jeżeli
decks like this that just
tego,
want
no bo
a bunch of
tutaj
energy
jest
cards,
przygotowany
either
pod
to
ten
use
pierwszy element,
the
czyli Terminal
Lunatone
Period, który
Lunar Cycle in order
nokautuje,
to
jak ma
discard them,
dokładnie
or to
6
just find
prizów.
Lunatone and Soul Rock as well. Really cool to
Taka
see
nerwis.
that being utilized
Wiedziałem
here
trochę
in
to,
this
że w tym
archetype.
Absolie
Ross
brzmi.
adding it now to the
Jest
hand,
potencjał.
not able to
No powiem
use the
szczerze, że
Dark
w
Lunar Cycle, but he
kaczance
can attach
wypalamy.
retreat. He's actually going to use the fire
No,
energy to do
no,
just
no,
that.
to nam
And
nie
yes,
zrobi.
10 damage is what is going to be the difference here for Ross. He's going to be just short of this KO.
Yeah, thins out the deck of that fighting energy with the Fighting Gong. I assume just wants to increase the odds of getting a higher value top deck
Jeszcze
here.
twoje
And like you mentioned,
trudne-
is going to be a little bit short on this
A,
knockout,
to
but
nie
once
zrania.
again is putting the pressure on this Mega Absol from Nathan, has multiple attackers set up now, has the Fez to potentially draw cards if Nathan doesn't just go ahead and KO that with Monkey Door potential on the next turn. I think
Yeah.
from,
Ross does have boss's
Boss.
orders here.
that is going to be a big deal
Małpę.
for sure. But the only target I believe that Ross can KO is the Monkey Dory.
And it looks like that will be his choice here, taking this Pokemon out of play, limiting
No,
Nathan's
jakoby-
access to
tak,
the
tych
Adrenabrain.
energii
What do you
jest
think of that?
łącznie
Yeah, I mean, I think it
7.
almost is what Ross has to do. It doesn't feel great because it's you still need 2 more knockouts to win the game. Ideally, Ross wanted to go knock out a Mega Pokemon to draw 3 prize cards into knock out a 2 prize Pokemon like the Fez or the Latias
Kangaskhan, okej.
and be able to win in 2 KOs. It comes up a little bit short on that, but the boss to KO the Monkey Dory,
Kolejny
it would have gotten pretty
ball.
scary next turn if Nathan was able to establish like both Monkey
Zabawa się
Dories.
potem
And all of a
skończy,
sudden you're
jak
staring down double
energię
Adrenabrain for
wylądować
30
u
each
Lunatona
going
i
to the
nie-
next turn, moving forward.
Now Nathan here with just tons of different options. He's able to push the Mega Kangaskhan. He can draw 2 cards here with the Run Errand. That is going to be how he
Dobra,
kicks
tutaj
this
leci
turn off.
Kangaskhan.
See what he gets access to, and then now he
Aha,
can
i
utilize
speaking
Quick
z
Search to
Heroes
find
Cave,
any other
dawno nie
piece of
widziałem
whatever
tego
puzzle
Ispeka.
he's trying to put together here. And what is the end goal of the puzzle
No,
here now for
wiecie o co
Nathan this
chodzi.
turn?
No,
Yeah, this is an interesting situation. Ross
Taki
is
free prizer
doing basically enough
wtedy.
damage to KO the Mega Absol.
Może
I
nie
don't
dużo, taki-
think Nathan could do enough damage over the next 2 to 3 turns to actually win, to
Baza,
draw 6 prize cards
okay.
before Ross. I feel like we might see him pivot into the Sudowoodo to trap the
Stretcher
Squawkabilly
jest,
from here
okay.
and then
Znaczy chyba-
try and get the Monkey Dories reestablished and start to move that damage back over to Ross's side of the field and still have the goal of drawing 6 prize cards first, but he's going to do it, 5-6 turns from now.
Huh.
Well, he's got the combo to pull it off. A pair of Counter Catcher
Znaczy
found
dalej jest do tyłu,
off of
znaczy
that
dalej
Pheasant
counter
Divinity.
game
He's
jest
flipped the
aktywny,
script. He's got
counter
that
catcher.
ticket in hand. He's got Nest Ball, so Sudowoodo could become online at any point if he would so
faktycznie.
choose. And locking that that Squawkabilly EX into the active spot could prove problematic here for Ross.
Yeah, we see thinking about that redeemable ticket. I believe the Sudowoodo is prized. Yeah, the Sudowoodo is prized alongside the LGM, so we'll have to go search it out. And
Jest jeszcze
with
ten
him thinking about
Sudowoodo.
seeming to think about the
To
ticket
ciekawe,
there, I
czy-
assume that might be the route he is going down. Because yeah, I just don't see attacking with the Absol being enough for the board state that Ross has. Maybe Absol KO the active plus Monkey Dory, removing the Fez from the bench. You would still be short on Ross's side to KO with the other Sarah Ledge, but having got a prize card, having had that draw through the Lunatone last turn, I don't think you're that hopeful that Ross's hand is completely void of resources and options.
Nathan will find Luminous Energy here from the
tak
Quick
jest
Search. That does lean
dużo.
into the potential of Sudowoodo
No to jest
being the
sam
move here.
sajdak.
I do not envy Nathan in this spot. There's so much for him to consider here. It's getting to the point where this game is going to be kind of close down to the wire, but he's got the resources to pull it off. Just can he find them in the right order? Can he piece the full puzzle together?
Yeah, he should have everything he needs here if he wants to take that route. The question would be, what other route is he considering? There's so many in these control decks. That's why they're some of the hardest decks to play and play against,
wchodzi
because they
ticket
have so many
Rambelli,
options.
czyli
You have to make the right
odświeżamy
choice. And when you play up
prizy,
against
które
them,
były.
you also need to try and make the right choice. And there's so
Oczywiście
many
nie patrzymy
choices
w nie.
to choose from. And we do see the ticket coming out, so he's definitely valuing one of these prize cards. I have to imagine it's the Sudowoodo here. I have to imagine that's what he's going for. We got rid of the turn.
Tak,
The
czyli
Palpad got played.
tamte są
And one of the jet
wymieniane
energy
na
got
tym.
utilized as well. The only thing that Nathan really has to guess here is how many jet energy does Ross play.
Redeemable ticket
Czyli
being
tamtych
played.
nie ma,
Nathan
są
will
nowe.
take those 6 prize cards, shuffle them, puts
zobaczymy,
them
jakie
onto the
nowe
bottom of the
są
deck,
te
and then now
prizy.
lays out 6 brand new prize cards. And oh boy, Azul, from those 6 brand new prize cards, he put 2 Palpad into his prizes.
That could be tough. I don't think it'll probably hurt too much.
No
I think the
dobra,
big
te
cards here for
prizy.
Nathan remaining
No i
are
wyglądają za ciekawie.
the pennies to potentially create bench space for more Monkey
Ale
Dories,
wiadomo, jak
and
to
then
jest.
Gust Effects. Still
Ticket
hasn't
gambling
used the Gust
game.
Effect yet, or has used one, but still has
to to będzie
2 boss and a
wchodziło
counter catcher left, I believe.
Sudowoodo
Or at least 3 Gust Effects total left.
i ten
So should have enough
Sudowoodo.
Gust Effects to mess around with, to control the board state. And then I almost think maybe the bigger prize card is maybe that Prism energy, because Monkey Dories need energy, so they can use their ability, Adrenabrain. That might be the scarier thing. We already have 2 on the Absol, 1 in the discard pile, and now 1 is coming down to the Sudowoodo. Does that leave only 1 left with that prize card?
Oj,
Yeah, I
chyba
do believe
będzie
so. Just 1 Prism energy left floating
stol.
around in the deck, and that is enough, right? It does allow him to get a Monkey Dory into play. He can start to take prize cards as well. He can KO the Pheasantipede at some point, right? Ross can't really get out of that, so that would be a nice piece for Nathan to maybe take some of those resources, try to fetch those Palpads or those energy cards, but we'll see how it all develops here. Counter Catcher is played, bringing Ross's Squawkabilly EX to the active spot. Penny will be used right now, gets that Pheasantipede EX out of play.
So preempting,
Okay,
probably to get
Penny
that
po
Monkey Dory into
Feza.
play on the next turn, getting ahead of himself because he doesn't have to play the boss's turn, had the Counter Catcher.
No
And
i
yeah,
tak,
there it is.
Impound
zaczekaj.
from the Ethan's Sudowoodo, locking that Squawkabilly EX in the active spot.
Zaraz,
Ross
on
now
chciał
unable to retreat
imploda.
this active Pokemon. He does have a fighting energy to use Lunar Cycle, looking for, I assume, a jet energy. I don't see it there, but he does find Professor's Research. He can discard the hand, draw 7 new
On ma
cards, and keep digging for
resista.
one of those 2
Ah.
rain jets. One, of course, is prized, so he does just have 1 jet. in the
Zaraz,
bag.
zapomniałam, skład ma
probably
rezista
gonna
na
go all in for the
walczące
jet
i
energy
dlatego
here with
nic
everything
nie
else
zadał.
gone. You don't really need that
Szkoda,
much
że nie
more from
zaatakował,
Ross. Ross
ale
doesn't need that much more to win this game, just needs to attack. And ideally sooner than
Ross
later,
jest
because once a Monkey
zmuszony
Dory gets
do
established from Nathan,
przekopania się.
Nathan can build up into a board state where Nathan is actually going to draw 6 prize cards first, which is actually a
No
concern here
chyba jest...
for Ross at this point. So all in on
bo
the jet
tak,
energy is what I
nie wiem
imagine
o
here
co
from
chodzi.
Ross's
Skok ma
turn.
rezista.
And of course the reason the impound
Dlatego
from
nie
Sudowoodo is so
został.
effective is because the resistance of
Ma
Squawkabilly
weakness na
is fighting. So
elektryczne, ale ma
Sudowoodo does 0
rezista
damage
na
to the Squawkabilly, which
walczące.
means unless Ross can move it, it's just trapped there indefinitely. And if Ross chooses to attack with the
Tak,
motivate from the
dokładnie.
Squawkabilly, it will do 20 damage to
Czyli można
Sudowoodo.
by powiedzieć,
But a
że
Monkey Dory
implod
will
za
kind of push all
0.
that damage back to Ross's side of the field, kind of creating infinite damage for Nathan more than anything. So Ross knows, gotta find the jet, I gotta move the Squawkabilly out of the active.
Yeah, really, for Ross, this game is going to come down to Jet Energy, get this Squawkabilly out of the active spot, KO the
No
Sudowoodo.
coś czuję,
And then on the
że
next turn, if his Squawkabilly was to be locked
wykończenie,
again, he would need to Jet
research.
plus Boss's orders. And that
Nie no, w końcu
combo
bije za
involves
miliony monet, ale...
finding the Jet Energy off the prize cards, and it
Tak
is
jak
in the
agrodeki.
middle.
O ja,
It depends
jedna
on which one
jetka
does
jest
Ross
w
take, left
prajzach.
or
Ała.
right here. Could
Jest
be
w
the deciding
końcu
factor
ona.
potentially in this game. Professor's Research discards the hand, drawing 7 new cards, and I do not... Yes, there it is. The Jet Energy is found for Ross, so he can get this Squawkabilly out of the active spot. That is huge.
Yeah, so finds the jet. That is going to set Ross up for this turn. And honestly, as long as he pulls the jet off the prize cards,
atrakcyjny dla
it would be a situation
kontroli,
where even if Ross
wiecie.
just KOs the active 2 turns in a row,
Im
I think at that
cienko,
point Nathan's going to be
tym
out of energy.
lepiej.
So I think it could make 1 more Sudowoodo. I think we have the recovery potentially through... I think the Lana's lead got played, so Night Stretcher, we could see Night Stretcher plus the last energy to bring up the Sudowoodo and trap it in the active. But at that point, you don't have energy for Monkey Dory, so then the Squawkabilly could
Dobra, jedna
actually
z
eventually
energii
KO the
na
Sudowoodo
pewno.
and get Ross back into an attacking position. So this is looking tough for Nathan now. Now, the way things have developed, the Sudowoodo, Nathan was hoping would be able to trap Squawkabilly for a couple turns to start to build up Monkey Dory damage. Not the case. Ross immediately finds the jet, and things are getting rough.
Yeah, it's getting dicey here for Nathan. We'll see what answer he can try to find. Abyssal Flames takes the KO. Ross down to just 3 prize cards remaining. And which prize card is it? It is the Jet Energy found from the prizes for Ross. That is huge. That could be the difference right there. That prize card, that 25% chance to take the Jet Energy. That could be the difference between Ross winning and losing this game.
Yeah, that might seal it right there for sure. I don't know how many cards Ross has left in deck. Nathan does play the Hero's Cape, like we mentioned, as the ace spec, so it is possible that even though Motivate is doing 20 damage to the Sudowoodo, I guess Penny could get involved as well to reset the Sudowoodo. The Squawkabilly could have just been trapped for the rest of the game, even though it's within 20 damage. Ross might deck out before the Sudowoodo would be KO'd through the Squawkabilly. So now you got to make a tough call here as Nathan. Do you go for an attacking route? Is that even available anymore, though? Or do we have to just try and find the Sudowoodo again and get back into the Sudowoodo? Yeah, things are really, really tough here for Nathan at this point. I'm struggling to find a good route here to actually line up for a potential win. I think Ross, because of the jet off the prize cards, should have this one pretty lined up.
Nathan's still going to try here, though. Does use Nest Ball to find Monkey Dory. He can use that final typed energy in order to provide the
wchodzi Monkey Dory. Odstaczy są grane w tej liście dwie.
Of course. You see Nathan kind of thinking through the plays. He is going to use Run Errands, drawing two from the top. Looking for a little bit of help here. Missed Energy Pidgey, that's not going to be super helpful. Of course, Quick Search is still available. He does have the handheld fan. There's also the Elgium, so that is maybe something to consider. You know, can he run Ross out of the fire energies? We did see Nathan just kind of take stock of what Ross has discarded. How many fire energies has he gone down? Ross does still have a couple of those remaining. You know, there's 2 in the discard pile, 2 in play. He does play 5. He also has the Legacy Energy, his A spec of choice, so that is another way he can get fire. And, well, I guess look at this here. His 5th fire energy is prized, so he does actually only have Legacy. He plays 2 Night Stretcher plus 1 Super Odd. I think both Night Stretcher have been played. I don't think we've seen the Super Odd yet, so that Ross still should have enough resources to recover everything he needs here.
Yeah, the Elgium, I guess, could still be a route. The big question, of course, for Nathan at this point is you only have 1 energy left, 1 Prism Relentless, I believe. The other one is prized. You could send a Monkey Dory, KO the Fez, hope to get access to the other one. That could be huge. We could just see something similar. Maybe Nathan brings up like the Squawkabilly, does KO the Fez with Monkey Dory, hopes to get prize cards, and hope that the Squawkabilly maybe gets trapped for a long time and just starts to Monkey Dory that damage over to Ross's side. And as long as Nathan leaves 1 prize Pokemon in the active, there is some time still to be bought, even if Ross is attacking.
3 turns of Monkey Dory on this Saraledge would lead to a being KO. You know, you can KO the Fez Inhibity at any point, and then you have final prize cards. The last 2 could be that Squawkabilly EX, so that is a potential lineup. We are going to see the choice being brought down to the bench, brought back from a Night Stretcher. That last energy card is going to be attached to it. Handheld Fan and Hero's Cape, both options here. It will be Handheld Fan played as that tool card on Ethan Sudowoodo. Countercatcher does
wracaj mi tu, ptaszku.
moving it into the active spot.
No, to też praktycznie zmusza Rossa do
Zero damage thanks to the Squawkabilly EX's resistance to fighting. Lock it into the active spot and cross your fingers that Ross did not just take his jet energy off the prizes, which he did. And
no jedna jetka jest i tak w
if
prizach.
Ross is able to find boss's orders, he could just win the game on this turn, and he actually could win pretty decently here. He's got Fighting Gong, that gets a card out of the deck. He's got Ultra Ball, that gets another card out of the deck. The Lunar Cycle for boss's orders to win the game right now is very real.
Yeah, and actually, I mean, Ross probably doesn't know this. Ross has like close to infinite time. He could eventually maybe just draw Jet and Boss. Like, I don't even know if Nathan has an answer to that due to that last energy being prized, not being able to pressure damage into play with the Monkey Dory or moving the damage over. So Ross, of course, is going to be aggressive here because Ross doesn't know what does Nathan have left. You want to be as aggressive as possible before the Monkey Dory start to get built back up or something like
to
that.
jest taki główkujący. Zresztą z tego co widzę strasznie dużo czasu minęło.
I guess we wouldn't play the research. We need to hold on to that jet. So I guess we just cycle as much as we can this turn. Then if we don't find the boss this turn, we'll try and find it next turn.
He will use Ultra Ball, discarding, it looks like Nest Ball, and he has another Basic Fighting, and he has 3 Basic Fighting in his hand, so that's 3 turns of Lunar Cycle if he wants it. So he can wait, play that waiting game. He doesn't know how many Jet Energy Ross plays. He's already got 2 down, he's got a Turo down, he's got the Pal Pad, so he may be thinking there is a chance he's just won the game with this play, because some Saraledge lists do only play 2 Jet Energy. Some of the more popular lists that were winning online tournaments did only have the 2 Jets. Ross having this third may save him here. Let's see if boss's orders can be found for him to just win the game by KOing one of these mega Pokemon on the bench. He just would win the game on the spot with this lineup. Lunar Cycle discards the Basic Fighting, drawing 1, 2, 3 cards. No boss's orders found, though.
Yeah, did come up short on the boss, so maybe just going to be a pass here from Ross. We'll see. Is going to continue to thin out the deck with the Gong. There's actually no energy left in the deck. I saw the Super Rod. The boss should have been in there as well. The only thing to maybe think about here for Ross would be the potential of getting Iono'd. One play we could see from Nathan would be to Iono and then eventually
tylko że tu jest pewna podpucha.
Absol
To jest
and
sudołdo
move that
z
over to the
wiatraczkiem.
monkey dory. So that could be a route here, I guess, for Nathan to get these monkey dories established on. That's a long ways away, and Ross has a pretty big hand, so you're definitely scared of the size of Ross's hand. So we could see initially try and deal with that by playing an Iono to disrupt the hand.
Legacy energy onto the active
ciekawe
squawk ability.
zagranie.
That means that if this Pokemon is to be KO'd, it will only give
20 i
up
co
one
je
prize
pas.
card now, as opposed to the 2, and Ross will just pass, not choosing to motivate, doesn't want to attach any of those energy cards. I do think it's
Chyba
mandatory to
K-pada
put at least one
jedną
into
z
play.
tych.
Or also doesn't want to go into that handheld fan as well, so...
Yeah, the
we'll
fan
just-
basically, will would probably win this game for Nathan at this point. The
No
Sudowoodo,
pytanie,
or
który
the
był
Aqua
bardziej
Ability would not be able
zraniony?
to overcome the Sudowoodo and its handheld fan.
So now Nathan will use that quick search, searching his deck for any singular card. Is Iono going to be that play, or is it going to be the Penny? That is another thing as well here for Nathan. I guess he could get all these 3 prize liabilities out of play, but at this point, even if Ross just gets out of it once... Actually, you know what? I guess if he got both his 3 prize liabilities out of play, that could lead to Nathan winning as well. He could
O,
just
chyba
lock
będzie
with
Penny
the Sudowoodo.
po
I guess he can't
Absola.
get the
Znaczy,
Sudowoodo back,
któryś
though, if Ross just KOs it,
z
right?
dwóch
So,
Pokemonów
Yeah.
lining up
mega.
awkwardly.
It is lining up a little awkward. I think getting access to the energy off the Mega Absol, though,
Oh, true,
will be the key from Nathan this turn. We did, like I did mention, though, if Ross has a way to move the Squawk ability plus a Gust, a Jet plus Gust, Jet plus Boss, then Ross would win next turn. So you would like to Iono this turn as well from Nathan, because you did see just Ross start to cycle through his deck, gain more cards. He'll be able to do it again next turn. And if he has both those pieces left,
Penny
which
po
at this point-
Absola.
at this point as Nathan, I think you have to assume that Ross has an out, right?
Yes.
And he's just trying to build up towards it. So you'd like
Na
to Iono
pewno
this
jedna
turn, but you
energia
also need to get
wyląduje
these
w
Monkey
Monkey
Dories
Dory.
moving that damage over to the other side of the field to start to threaten the 6 prize turn yourself.
No Iono was played.
Tak.
The
I
Prism Energy does
będziemy
come down to
przerzucać te
Monkey Dory.
damage'e.
Adrenabrain can move 30 from this Mega Kangaskhan EX over to Ross's side.
No 190
Yeah,
no.
and we might see the Fez get KO'd. I think the lineup here from
To jest ten
Nathan,
Firlish mały.
we got what 110 damage on the Mega Kangaskhan. You only need 1 more there to the Fez,
Tak,
and then 7
Monkey
more
Dory.
to the Ceruledge.
Yeah.
So that would leave us with what
Jak on to wtesował.
3 remaining? I think we're actually just coming up 10 damage
Okej, no,
short
no,
from
dobra,
being able
no.
to we could reestablish the Absol and then use its first attack to KO the other Ceruledge.
Yeah.
So it is possible here for Nathan. I don't know how many turns out we are, but we're three Monkey Door uses from now from being able to set up
Okay.
for
Dajemy
an effective 6 prize
30
turn. There might be
w...
like 6 prizes over 2 turns, right? I don't think we're drawing 6 prize cards in a single turn, but it is available here to Nathan, the line.
The terminal period from Mega Absol EX. And worth noting as well, terminal period is an
Feza,
effect
żeby
of an attack,
żeby
right?
go
So
tak
that would actually get through
upokorzyć.
the legacy energy and allow him to still just take 2 prize cards
Oh,
on
To
the
jeszcze
squawk
jest ten
ability as well, right?
wredniejszy
Well, I don't think we'll be able to build up
Serapik.
6 on the Squawk ability, so it'll have to be
True.
from the
O,
Ceruledge on the
Hero's
bench.
Not super
Cape,
quickly,
żeby
yeah.
był
Oh, the
jeszcze
Hero's
bardziej
Cape, though, does
niemożliwy
that
do
get him out of range here? That's plus
znokautowania.
100 HP, 400 hit points on the Mega Kangaskhan EX.
Yeah, I believe the Ceruledge is
12
currently
tych
swinging
energii.
for 270 damage,
Yeah.
so I think it is
No
quite
i
just out of range.
implode.
And even if Ross jetted up the bench Ceruledge and retreated 2 energy off it, I think we'd still be 10 damage short.
Wow, 10
Wywali
damage short, but Lunar
wszystko.
Cycle does get through. If he finds boss orders, I think Ross has the pieces to win the game right now. He does have a Nest Ball he found in his hand, so he could thin one more card out. I actually don't know if there's any Pokemon targets.
Okej,
It's going to
witaj,
come down,
Mist.
I think, to this right here as well. Does
To
he
co
find
dobierze jest
boss's orders
boss?
off this Lunar Cycle? And he does not. A better than 50% chance
Przecież
here with
zdekautuje
3
w
cards in deck,
poszukiwaniu
3
tego
cards drawn.
bossa,
Each time he
biedny
draws a
Ross.
card, it increases his chances to find the boss, and he does not
A naprawdę
find
chyba
it.
bardzo dużo czasu
that is
zleciało,
pretty
bo
big
właśnie
whiff
chyba
there.
weszło
Like I was talking about last
tak,
turn,
teraz minie
we could have
15
seen
minuta
the
gry.
Iono from Nathan. The Penny probably makes the most sense to get it out of the way this
Właśnie
turn, but
to
now
jest-
we could see the Iono next
No
turn from
chyba
Nathan.
on nie
Ross has
chce
one of
się
the 2 pieces right now
zdekautować,
in the Jet
więc
Energy,
chyba
but if you get
raczej
Iono'd, it's
Wow.
going to the bottom of the deck, and then you have to
pójdzie w tym
refind
kierunku
the Jet Energy
wędka,
plus the boss's
okej, po
orders. We see support
Feza.
coming out from Ross, though, to recover the Fez.
Co, zdekautuje
And it's
się?
a build.
Oh, and
But
he's
this
gonna
is
dig.
live.
Oh, this is guaranteed. Or, Yeah,
Okay.
there was a KO last turn on the Pheasant Dip.
Yes.
He's got it guaranteed. Flip the script, will draw those final 3 cards in the deck. He's able to discard the energy from the Earthen Vessel. He will flip the script, draw these 3 cards. He'll jet energy
Czyli
up, put boss's
postawa
orders, KO Mega Kangaskhan,
poświęcenia.
and Ross Coffin is going to win this game.
Ma
Yeah, just
bossa.
enough at the end there. Did not find the boss off of the Soul
Ale
Rock.
ile to
The
kosztowało?
Tones draw power there, but
Right.
the Super Rod does get there as well alongside that Nest Ball. Draws the whole deck.
Wow.
finds the boss,
Okay,
and just
to
enough
jest-
damage. The Hero's Cape almost got there.
The Hero's Cape
No co?
almost protected Nathan, but it was that Earthen Vessel discarding 1 more energy,
Czy
making
mu
the difference as
wystarczy?
well. The perfect
Czy on
number of cards
znokautuje tego
necessary for Ross to just
Kangaskana?
close out this game and win, taking 3 prize cards on that Mega Pokemon to take his last prize cards and win game number 1. What a match this was.
Yeah, this was an insane match. Just counting it up, making sure there's enough there. And yeah, we ended up with a
Aha,
bunch of
gra z
energy players,
kotą.
two Fire Still on this area, just
Ale
legacy on
się
this walkability, so
spocił.
literally just enough there at the
Ty, ale
end.
serio, to było
And yeah, that was a
ciężkie.
really cool match, especially the way Nathan approached it.
Chłop
And then went
musiał
back
się
and forth between
zdekautować.
multiple different routes.
Yeah.
Got aggressive with the Absol, and then found the opportunity for the Sudowoodo towards the end game. And it
Człowiek,
created this really cool end game
ty,
where Ross, if he
musiał
had
się
that turn, that would definitely made
zdekautować.
things really, really interesting.
Yeah,
Po wygrano.
wow. What a game, and coming down to the wire with that super rod being found, he found the exact right pieces. Ross used every resource in his entire deck.
Yeah.
Literally finished the game with 0 cards left in
Nie,
deck.
ale to widać,
but
że
it was
długo
exactly
zleciał
what
i
he
nie
needed to
wiem,
close it out. Let's
czy
recap
nie
that game
skończy
number
się tym,
1.
że
See
rozkotą
how we got to
wygrał.
this point. It was a long and grindy game for sure, and it started off with Ross's aggression taking out this
Widzę,
big
że
on
on
the second turn.
ledwo
Yeah, really
się...
putting the pressure on early, removing
Że
the most
rozkotą
important
ledwo
card.
tu
You might think it's
wygrał
the
tak
Absol or the
naprawdę.
Sudowoodo, but it's actually the Pidgeot EX. Delaying that as long as he possibly could.
Tylko na
and then-
farcie, bo
then it got
takie
scrappy
deki jak
for Ross
Syrlecz to
from
na
there.
takie
The
kontrole
Absol
to
got into
raczej
play. The
są w
pressure of the
dupie tak
potential of the
naprawdę.
knockouts was coming from Nathan. Never really took any early KOs, but it did build up to a really awkward late game board state where the Monkey Dories almost were able to carry Nathan to a victory, but not quite. Ross was able to get those final 2 pieces, the boss, the jet, to
Wow.
close things out.
Wow, what a sick game. What a sick finish there. And with only less than, what, 12 minutes left on the clock at this point, you know, control decks are not the fastest
Przecież
things in the
zostałem...
world.
Czy
It
mamy...
looks like things may be tough here for Nathan. If he's going to win this,
Tylko
I
dziwnie
think
tasuje
is accepting
Ross.
probably at this point he cannot win this set. He can't come away with 3 match points. Is there any way he could take a quick game number 2 and come away with a tie?
It's gonna be tough, and Nathan's face there, I think, is a little telling.
Yeah.
As to how things are maybe gonna go in this one. It's gonna be tough. In game 1, he chose the Mega Absol route. In game 2, he has to go into the Mega Absol route. He does not have a choice, and we could even see it to the point where Ross doesn't take an early KO to not give access to the counter gain early on to Nathan, and makes Nathan really work
Takie
to set
prizy?
up the Absol to start initiating the prize exchange.
Yeah, Ross does not have to win this game.
Nope.
He just has to not lose, right?
Yep, not lose.
He needs the clock to expire at some point in this game, and he will come away with 3 match points and move to a 4-0
będą
and
tym
1
razem
record when he
prizidła.
comes to this game with a tie. Prize cards now going out for both of these players. We'll get word of them during these players' first searches during this game.
No tak, rozkotą to
We're gonna get right
wymęczył.
into things. I mean, we
Będzie
could even
sobie
see a weird
szczerze.
situation where Ross just only puts single prize Pokemon in play, and there's just not enough time to naturally close out the game.
Zaczynamy od
Nathan here will
Elgiuma.
start the Elgium, something that he did not have access to in the last game, or we never saw come to fruition. He could have gotten it out with a redeemable
to
ticket.
żeby
Things didn't
silne.
quite line up that way, but now it's on board
Że
right
na
away, and Ross here will
szczęście
start a
Ross
Charcadet, and he's
zaczyna
kicking off his
pierwszy.
turn with the Earthen Vessel, discarding a basic fighting energy.
Yeah, the Elgym there is a big part
Ale
of a
jeżeli
potential
będzie
win condition in this
plaga
matchup.
tych rycerzów
Like I
w
said, it doesn't
Gdańsku,
have
to
to be
będzie
your route. The
chyba
Sudowoodo can be an option. The Elgym can be an
torfowo,
option.
aczkolwiek
Mega Absol generally not played in control decks
większość
from what I've seen, but
rycerzyków
when
to...
you do play it, that can be an option as well. And it's something the Elgym specifically is something you want to be aggressive with. Like turn
Tym
1,
jednaczek.
you want to be using it. But it's one of those win conditions where you're usually, when you're using it, you're planning to win a long game 1. Now that Nathan has lost a long game 1, it is no longer a solid win condition anymore.
And I think normally these prize cards would be pretty annoying for Ross.
Yeah.
The Jet Energy, the Professor Turo scenario, huge cards in this matchup in general, but for the exact situation we find ourselves in, he's not really going to be too worried that he won't have access to those cards super quickly. 3 Fighting Energy honestly could be a bigger deal, just naturally being able to find those to keep lunar cycling through the deck and keep drawing cards, and also, of course, get more energy cards into the discard pile. But there's a good reason this deck plays 20 energy cards right now, Azul.
Yeah, definitely. And maybe that would be the bigger factor here, to be honest. Would just be like, maybe Ross just can't deal with a Mega Absol soon enough because there's so many energy prize, can't find him for the lunar cycles. Like, that might be a route where Nathan is able to actually walk away with a win. But it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough here for Nathan. Ross can kind of do whatever he wants. Now, you don't want to, like, get play to lose. You don't want to make some major mistakes.
No, chyba
we see
chłop nie ma
aggressive Lunar Squawk ability come
wyjścia.
down. Maybe
A
in game one
wiecie,
wouldn't have been Squawk ability to use in the
Edgy
matchup
robi
because we saw at the
szatana.
end of that game, in the first game, it almost was the winning factor for Nathan. But in this one,
Jeszcze
Super Order is
Carmine.
not a win condition for Nathan anymore. So throw the Squawk down, draw some cards,
No
cycle through
jest
the deck, put the pressure on
Carmine.
still.
Co? No
You don't want to
chuj
give
wyrzucę
Nathan
tego
too much
straszera i
breathing room,
chuj
but
wyrzucę
you
tego
don't have to be as
Cyryleja.
aggressive if you don't want to.
A nie,
And Ross here
zachowam
will
się
choose to
jednak.
pass. He did draw into Carmine, a supporter that he is actually allowed to play on the first turn of the game, but chose to hold off and hang on to this hand. I think because he did have Sarah GX lined up as just a way to start getting aggressive on the next turn. Nathan is going to kick things off with an
O dobra,
Arven
no
as his
Ross
supporter,
tutaj jest
searching the deck for
bardziej
any item card and any
stanowczy
Pokemon
w tym,
Soul
co
card.
robi.
Card that has been a mainstay of the format ever since its release in Scarlet and Violet, and now is being very, very powerful.
A i
Nest
znowu
Ball is
Sudoda?
found as one of the options, and Mega Kangaskhan will be grabbed right away alongside the Hero's Cape. Looking at the prize cards here for Nathan, that handheld fan, Ethan Sudowoodo in the prizes once again, and also that Frillish didn't come up and probably won't come up in this specific matchup, but an interesting card to see included this weekend.
Yeah, not a big deal in this one. And even if it was going to be a big deal, at this point, it can't be a win condition. Once again, Nathan's basically all in.
Chociaż Tron ma w
Mega
prajzach, więc...
Kangaskhan could be an attacking option as well.
Start getting in
Unfortunately for
there.
Nathan, though, had to retreat the energy
Zero
Oreo.
lecz
You want to be able to
zesrane.
attach to the Absol or the Mega Kangaskhan this turn. And we're just having to go into it for some draw power. And yeah, we're already an attachment behind from where we want to be as Nathan right now.
Does find the handheld fan that could slow things down for Ross a little bit if he wants it, but he did grab Hero's Cape off of his Arven, so that's something he'll consider as well.
Wiesz, on by mógł
Does look like
pierdolnąć
Ross
tą
is gonna
Carmine.
kick things off now on his second turn. There is a world technically where he could reach for a KO here on this Mega Kangaskhan. It would involve a ton of energy cards in the discard pile, but hey, it's possible.
Yeah, I don't know if Ross drew all of his Earthen Vessels and maybe all of his Ultra Balls are close to
I
it.
mean-
Even then, I don't even know if it's possible, to be honest.
What, 14 energy in the discard pile would be needed, right?
Yeah, that's a lot.
280 plus the base 30.
I think we're going to probably see Ross just settle for either not attacking to not build up damage on Nathan's side of the field for those Monkey Dories later, or maybe a boss KO on the Elgym. And honestly, yeah, the damage that got built up on Nathan's board early in the game is what gave Nathan that opening to have that win condition at the end of game one.
I feel like here for Ross, though, he would not mind putting on the pressure and just putting some damage in play. Yes, that does give Nathan access to the Monkey Dory, but it could lead to him just going boss KO for 3 prizes next turn as well.
Yeah, I wouldn't be too scared. I think I agree. I wouldn't be too scared if I'm Ross here.
Cyryleczyk.
Maybe just don't overthink it. Just start swinging.
O,
We do see that extra energy in low. That's the
zabezpieczalni,
play around of the LGM here by attaching the
bezpieczenie
second fire
musi
to the
być,
active
no,
Sarah Ledge.
wywalę jetkę,
You can't
potem
see the
będę
LGM
płakać.
pushing the active move the fire off the Sarah Ledge, and then maybe it not being able to attack on the following turn. It would have to involve some kind of gust effect now to potentially stop an attack.
Carmine being played for Ross, kind of a worse
No,
Professor's
przezorny
Research in
jest
general
kieszony.
because you can only draw 5 as opposed to 7, but you can play it on the first turn of the game, which adds a huge benefit to this Sarah Ledge deck, just getting through the deck as efficiently as possible. And I will say, as someone who's played this deck a good bit leading up
Nie,
to
no
this
bo
tournament,
wiadomo, im więcej
there are plenty of
wyrzucę
times where you
resursów,
get down to
tym
the end of the
wydaje
game
mi
where
się
if you were playing
szafa.
Research as opposed to Carmine, you would probably just deck out. So having the ability to just draw 5 cards is not too bad.
Yeah, sometimes
Okay,
less is more, and especially when you're
baby.
trying to be as aggressive as possible, you'll take the less is more on that first turn because you can play it on that first turn of the game where you can't play the research. First turn going first, that is. But yeah, Ross got a pretty established board state here
Yeah.
into the Lunar Cycle, and I guess what the thing to just ask is, does Ross want to attack?
Yeah, is he going to put the damage in play? That is the big question. I don't hate the aggression, but oh, is he passing? Was that a pass or is that an attack? He
It looks
is
like
going
an
to
attack.
attack. Okay.
Which, yeah, and also, I mean, with this situation on the side for Nathan, I mean,
5.5 minutes left.
can you put resources into a Monkey Dory? You don't even have a Pidgey down yet, as we do see a top deck. So, yeah, it's looking really rough here for Nathan. Off of what was such
Absol
an
jest
interesting
wrog
game one.
scouting.
He does find Pidgey from the top deck, like you mentioned. There's also the Mega Absol there. Brock's Scouting is found as well, so we could see like a double Pidgey board if he's worried about one of the Pidgeys being KO'd, since Ross has gotten through his deck pretty efficiently up to this point.
Ze
Now Brock
scouting
Scouting will
grany,
be
tak?
played as a supporter for turn. A nice little flexible option, letting him search his deck for 2 basic Pokemon or just 1 Pokemon and put them into the hand. And he will choose a second Mega Kangaskhan EX and then also that Monkey Dory. So
Kurwa,
Adrenal
jakby
Brain
wiem,
is
jest
available if
wiesz,
he wants it.
Yeah, it's a card we didn't see get utilized in the first game at all, the Brock Scouting, but he's
Okay.
playing
Tutaj
a count of
drugi
3 of them.
kanny.
So pretty heavy into it. Usually a card is almost like an anti-Badoo
Dobrze?
card
Yeah.
that people play to be able to
Takie-
set up under the item lock of the Badoo. So is taking that into consideration, does start to develop the second Kangaskhan on the bench, and is just giving up the active Kangaskhan, giving those 3 prize cards over to Ross.
Hey, you know, one new win
No,
condition
you
here for
remember.
Nathan is just rapid fire combo, 1-hit KO, a bunch of 2 prize Pokemon, and That may be what he has to play towards here. He's got that Prism energy. Next turn, he can go attach plus counter gain and start swinging. That might be the lineup here for Nathan Ginsburg.
Yeah, I don't hate this choice from Nathan. Can also maybe pair that with an Iono depending on how many cards Ross ends his turn with. It looks like Ross is just a Lunatone, a Fire Energy, and an Ultra Ball in hand, though. So Ross, I don't even think has the KO.
No, he does. Yeah, he did a lot of damage last turn.
Oh, okay,
yeah.
okay. Yeah, I definitely miscounted there.
Yeah, he was able to get that KO and takes the first 3 prize cards, adds the Turo to his arsenal now, taking that off the prizes, so that'll be a pretty strong option. Now, does Nathan find a way to get Pidgeot in play? I don't see it yet. There it is, Rare Candy and the Ultra Ball. I think Pidgeot is already in the hand, so Rare Candy can bring out the Quick Search. And I think the missing piece here for him was the counter gain, which is what he is probably going to grab. Maybe he actually thinks he may need to go for Iono, like you mentioned, and draw into the counter gain. That could be the situation he finds himself in, but no, Arvin will be his choice.
Yeah, Ross didn't have like a super powerful last turn, so I don't think you're that concerned with the Iono quite yet from Nathan. It maybe would have hurt to play. I guess we did get 3 prize cards for Ross, so Ross has like a 5 or 6 card hand right now, so maybe it is a little scarier than I thought, but yeah.
Here we go.
Change
Rapid
heads.
fire combo,
Jest
200
jeden.
damage, and if Nathan flips 2 heads here,
250.
he actually will KO this Cerulege EX. That is exactly what happened. Cerulege EX goes down 300 damage. Nathan able to take 2 prize cards, but Ross could win the game right now.
Yeah, it is possible. That is,
and it's much more feasible now than it was earlier in the game.
Yeah, that is huge for Nathan. Though. Like this is Nathan's route to win the game. So going all in, identified the correct route. Got to be aggressive. Got to start attacking. Kangaskhan's a great option, and we get that first KO. Gotta get 2 more, and we're probably gonna have to go through a Cerulege, which means we're gonna need another double heads turn. But
9 energy in the discard pile currently for Ross. He needs 14 energy in the discard pile plus the 1 to attach to this active Cerulege. So if he can discard 5 energy cards plus find a fire energy, the game is over right now. Fighting Gong is a way to get another energy. Legacy energy is another card he could discard, and Professor's Research was also found there. Would allow him to discard his hand to draw 7 cards. There's a chance he could just close it out right now, Azul.
Yeah, I haven't done the. There's 2 jets, a fire, and a leg. Is that it? Are we just there? Or maybe 1 energy short?
It may come down to if he can find a fire energy off of the Professor's Research, and that may be the risk here. And the question is does he go for it? It's not too huge of a risk, and he actually. Oh, does he just have it, Azul?
Oh, maybe it is just enough. I mean,
yeah, with the discard with the discard from the Lunar Cycle, that was 1, so that puts him up to 10, and then Research here with discard more energy cards, that's 280 base damage plus the 30 from Abyssal Flames. That is 310 damage to KO this Mega Kangaskhan EX. And Ross Cawthon.
O dobra, Ross Cawthon wygrał w ostatniej chwili. Czy jednak...
Identifying the win condition in that game is really, really
No dobra, ale Ross Cawthon to co innego, no.
Control options, just gets aggressive, knows there's not enough time left for him to
Ma jakoś innym Cerulege tak dobrze nie wychodzi jak Rossowi. To jest... Tak, Ross Cawthon wygrał.
Pretty good for Ross, but it was really the only route for Nathan. We got to see all the cool stuff in the first game though. And the depth, honestly, from Nathan's deck was super interesting with the addition of the Mega Absol in a control deck.
Yeah, it feels bad for Nathan to take a loss here in this round. Sitting at 4-1, though, is still a great spot to be in. You know, I got to feel like he'll be just fine moving forward through the rest of this tournament. Can still get himself a solid finish this weekend. But yeah, Ross Cawthon's got to be feeling pretty solid after that one, getting a really strong win here on stream. 4-0-1 now here in the event. Let's take a recap look at this previous game. And it was a really interesting start here. I think at first Ross didn't quite know what he was up against with the Ting-Lu start from Nathan Ginsburg. But Ross was able to be so aggressive, taking out that Pidgey, slowing Nathan down a lot.
Yeah, slowed it down, and then that mid-game, late-game scenario, Nathan had some tough choices to make, but I think made the right ones for the situation and started to build up into this weird Monkey Dory Absol into Monkey Dory Sudowoodo boards, and gave himself a really good shot at actually winning the match as we got down towards the end of it. Ross was able to pull together that combo through the Lunar Cycle and the Fez on the last turn to get the Jet plus boss. And then into game 2, it was kind of a steamroll for Ross.
Yep.
Not too many options for Nathan, more so than anything, just based on how much time was left. Wasn't really able to fully express what his deck could do like he could in game 1.
Yeah, and then Ross finding all the pieces here to discard the last 4 energy so that he could take this KO. I think a lot of people were kind of wondering, with these high HP, Mega 3 prize Pokemon coming into the format, you know, how would that mix things up? And it's one of maybe the reasons Cerulege is still looking pretty strong, because it's one of the few decks in the format that can get over that hump of 300 plus hit points.
Yeah, I think we got to see some of the power so far of the Megas and the liability of them
Yes.
being worth 3 prize cards when there's still stuff like Sarah Ledge in the format, which is so strong right now. We've gotten to see it all so far. They've been winning games, but they've been the reason the other decks have been winning games as well.
Yeah, it's all factors, all things that come into play when deciding what to play in a tournament. You know, 3 prize Pokemon, very powerful, but they give up 3 prize cards for a reason, right? Because they are so strong, because their effects are so good, they have so much HP, so you're working that extra bit harder to get that KO, and when you get that KO, you should be rewarded.
Yep. Of course, and Sarah Ledge does it so well, as we see Ross get the victory there in that one, 2-0. And you know what? Honestly, I'm gonna be rooting for Ross for the rest of this tournament. He's been playing the Sarah Ledge for a while when it wasn't in its most powerful form. Now that he's got all the power, we've seen he's off to a great start so far.
Yeah, it's not too often that you see Ross Cofton choose to play the most popular deck for a tournament, right? But he was on this course before it was really popular, right? You know, he's been on the Sarah Ledge for a little while, and it just got such a nice boost here with the Mega Evolution.
Yeah, he can't drop it now.
Yeah, right.
Hey there.
Really funny, though.
Street Gate, challenges, exploring. What do you have in mind?
It's too mainstream.
It's too mainstream for Ross. I love seeing him stick it out, though, for sure. Definitely one of my top picks heading into this tournament. I'm hoping to see whether it be Ross or someone else go.
O matko. Ty, ale giera ogólnie przyjemna. Niagara gra parkour i... No tak.
Top 32 of the World Championships, got top 16 finish at Pittsburgh. He is sitting now at
Tych panów nie zobaczyliśmy w akcji. Myśleliśmy jak rozkotą No ale tą pierwszą, to nie oszukujmy się, no rozkotą dosłownie wymęczył. Delikatnie ujmując. Wymęczył.
Try it. Ever fish a board out of the water? Get ready.
Ożen jestem.
Giddy up.
All players very much in it, and still potential to move on to phase 2, of course. That's what I would expect from them at the very least. These players to move on to phase 2. The question for them is just going to be how much further do they go,
right? How deep into that phase players make it? Will we be seeing any of them? Have a waited for this next round. Of course, we want to take a moment, step back and take a look at everything that you guys have been sharing with us over on social media, using, of course, that hashtag #PlaySoCon. Let's see how our competitors are doing out there in the field. You've been sharing with us. What else, those of you that almost to the end? Our boy Ethan Hegster out there playing in his first regionals of the season in Milwaukee. I hope he is doing well. Always love to see for our fellow casters that are out there. Now you have to win the caster. You are one of us now.
Not even giving us even a hint, though. Not even a single mark of stuff. I feel like
Epic fail.
He's sitting at a 3-1-1 record, so you know, still a okay spot. And also, gotta pay our respects here.
Witam szanowną streamerkę, witam list. Jak ci gierczyste Katie. Good. Weź sobie Bad Religion. Jak zwykle trzeba koziołki. Ciekawe, niektórzy ludzie grali ją z skate'a. To się z tego ha!
Quick restart.
Widziałem fajne chillera z złotem do kościoła. No tak, niektórzy to już nawet bejtują na tej zasadzie, że blokują wjazd do kościoła. No bo przecież jak to? No szkoda tego, że postać nie umie.
Evolutions sharing, seeing so many parents with their kids this morning, getting ready to have kids all dressed up in their Pokemon gear really made me miss the days when Aaron and I were traveling just starting out.
Yes. Cool. Jeszcze tylko zrobić total point. A nie, dobra, szybko poszło.
50% of your allotted time transpired. Way to crush that Cuddy Canal.
Yeah, that's one of the cool things about our game. You know, we love the cards, we
a challenge machine.
The memories
Sick.
you make with your loved ones.
Sweet. Congratulations on your upgraded RIP card. Keep on earning neighborhood rep to upgrade it even more. Looks like Izzy is done cleaning our grip tape. That means it's time for the next part of the Skater Eyes tour. Let's roll.
A, tak fajnie szło. Przerwali mi.
Necra is pneumonia. Okay. You see it? Yeah?
Yep, I see it now.
The Pokeball artwork, right, for the red card. Evan is live. He's missing out on the wig. I would have liked to see the wig, but, I can understand that being a big commitment there. We've got Marvin.
Okay, I see that card in there.
Penny.
Yep, I see it now.
And Professor Sada, aka you may
Oh,
know Professor Sada as
card.
Professor's Research.
Yes.
There's
Hello?
also the Professor Sada card, of course. So, yeah, shout outs to our VG team. Going all out here. I'm going to stick with my Pokemon series. That's Sawyer Melbourne sharing his round one opponent, Makani Tran, over on the other side of the table. And that's one of the exciting things about these regionals. Great players facing off against each other every single round. So much fun competition.
Yeah. Competition is, it gets higher and higher. It feels like every single season. So many more players breaking into that upper echelon of top players. Like you mentioned, Abon being one of the breakout players from last year. I feel like Makani had his moment a couple seasons ago now, and is definitely a name that people recognize.
Doing well. He actually got second place at the last Milwaukee Regional Championship. Dominic here sharing, where are my Dracloaks here in Game 3? Yeah, that's unfortunate. That looks like some PTCG live randomization, if you ask me.
And that definitely is unfortunate. I still feel like, I don't think I have
Yay.
ever...
My fellow city councilors are up next to help hone your skater eyes. But before I go, let me show you one more thing. Stunting. Everybody knows that flinging yourself downstairs, over gaps, and hucking your body around is fun. Real fun. And painful. But, as you're about to see, not anymore. I'll show you.
You went to the vendors and blogs for candies.
Jak się robiła taka kopina?
Yeah, because I don't think Penny Grudge is going to be getting there for you to take enough prize cards. Yeah, that one looks rough.
It won't have long enough for Selena will come around eventually.
That's a good point. Reversing in the sweep is an option. Not a great one, but it happens. That's unfortunate. And see, this is proof for you guys out there. Everyone likes to blame the PTCG Live randomizer. It does happen IRL as well, okay?
Oh.
Smart PCG sharing a 3-0 start. Great way to kick off the event.
To jest.
Good start. I guess maybe up there in the picture. And good start. That's where we want to be. Definitely, I think we expect some.
Gra na PlayStation. O, dobra.
Another of those players, like I mentioned, about our featured players. We expect some more in phase 2. The question is, how far can we go?
Yeah, shout outs to Fuzon the dog in the picture. Of course, Fuzon actually
We haven't been to Hedgemont in a little while. There's lots to do there. Want to hit it?
Maybe we'll see Fuzon throughout the weekend. It's been a great start here in Milwaukee, and there is tons more Pokemon TCG action, not just today, but also through phase 2. We will start the first round of phase 2 today. We got more phase 2 tomorrow as well, of course. Getting down to the champion. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back very shortly with Swiss round.
Hello,
Teraz
Pokemon
i
fans.
Christian
Welcome to
Nambela,
here
to
once again
był
in the Milwaukee Regional Championships.
UKG.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you
Oh,
last
like,
season's
I think we're
Milwaukee
watching
Regional
Fortuna.
Champion, Christian Labella. Christian, how does it feel to be back here at the Milwaukee Regional?
It feels great. Pretty short
Should I
time
do
span
this?
between now and then, but yeah, it feels good to be back.
It might be,
Oh,
you
no
might be the shortest
PlayStation.
defending regional champion. I feel like it's just like, what, 5 months ago?
It could be longer.
A, Square.
You just have to
A.
win it again, defend the title, right? But yeah, let's talk about that.
Tak.
You won last season's Milwaukee Regional
A,
Championships. I
naprawiło
remember that
razie
very,
było
very
do
clearly.
niebego nieba? Jakaś kombinacja jakieś... O, tak, była jakaś.
Raging right now. What's the season of Gardevoir? Gardevoir won pretty much everything, and here you are, Christian Labella, bringing what is essentially weight to Gardevoir and winning regional championships. Very, very cool. Do you think Raging Ball still has legs for this tournament?
Is that, bro? I don't think so. Yeah, Gardevoir is too strong and it only got bigger, and it's a really big problem for Raging Ball. So unfortunately,
Właśnie nie doskonale jak zrobić.
That is fair. I mean, won you a title. It's time to retire. That is okay. What do you think are what
do you think you're playing though for this event then? I mean, it can't be Gardevoir. You gotta join
A,
them.
dobra, bo to
Something
okazuje się,
new.
że musimy
I played
wcisnąć
smart to, the last event,
4
you know,
przyciski
Doris
naraz,
against
aby
Gardevoir.
zrobić
I played
Kofina.
this event, so this is my top pick.
Insane!
I like it. Definitely, you know, Gardevoir has been always good. So
Lecę jak
I
w
don't mind doing that, but if
trumience.
you can't beat Gardevoir, then you have to find a deck that does. And if, you know,
Tak
we
dosłownie.
had Pittsburgh
4
just a couple of weeks ago, and
przyciski
Zora did win that event. Right,
naraz.
so it could be a good pick. Just a matter of finding the right matches. Now let's talk about
No właśnie.
the format. We're in the
Dosłownie
Mega format
konsola
now.
przyjmuje
Are you
aż
liking
4
any Mega
inputy, żeby zrobić ten
Mega
pick.
evolutions?
Yeah, I think Mega Kangaskhan is really cool. I think the ability, the drop two, I think that actually works good in decks like Raging Bull, you know, with
4
you Fez engine, you know, you gotta add this too, you know, that's almost a, I was gonna say draw
Nie wiem,
Zora,
czy
you know,
to
not really, but maybe you're
Już
gonna
wiadomo, to się robi łatwiej na
Some people
padzie
think
niż na
pushing with your front foot is
klawiaturze.
unlikely. Perhaps you were
4
looking for
przyciski,
reaction?
żeby wiedzieć.
Almost, and yeah, on a basic as well with 300 HP. I like it. Do you think any other cards to shake up this metagame?
Breaking news. There's a newspaper stand.
I think the Lilies is a really good supporter. That is, shuffle draw 8 at the start of almost every game is really strong. Good to see cards like that. I would definitely like to play the game. So yeah, I love that card. Mega Absol, another card that also seems really good. Actually pairs well with the Kangaskhan. You know, yeah, 200 and discard a card from your opponent's hand is really strong.
Ja gra nigdy
those
nie
are
wiem,
my
czy
top
to nie
3.
była ta seria,
It
ale
does seem kind of scary.
no, chodzi
You're
bardziej, że
drawing
ona była
cards
po
with
prostu
your
bardziej
basic and
skillowa.
taking away cards with your other basic.
To wyróżniała na tym tonę Wołku.
Made in the shade would be an appropriate way to describe getting clips in the canal.
What do you think are
Am
the
I
top
correct?
3 decks though for this weekend?
Top 3, I'd say number 1,
Kill
Gardevoir. You know, it's
wymagała.
always popular. It has no signs of
Sand banners love
Two,
a good stun.
Strengthful, another deck
Especially
that's
me
been
in the
pretty
back.
Widziałem.
We love getting
Yeah, it's just
crowds
like-
hyped.
just a good deck.
Usually
And,
though, the big
yeah,
ones are
third
up
most popular,
high
I'd
and
say
tough to
Full
reach
Dango with the
places.
Solar Rock Moonstone.
If you
Yeah,
get
got
up
really
high
strong.
and apply your skater eyes,
yeah, and I think,
they're easier to spot.
You're gonna expect to see
That
a lot of
means
this weekend.
we've got to
Yeah.
climb.
Oh yeah, I feel like this.
If you're wondering why your slams don't hurt, you can thank a local startup called
Aha,
Impervitech.
teraz mamy naukę
They cooked up a solution that allows shredders and sunters to huck with abandon.
Anything going through your
Don't
mind,
ask
any
how.
pressure
It's
to
science.
perform in this event?
Yeah, I'd say yeah. I don't want to be the shortest reigning champion. So yeah, does not sound fun.
Na czym gra Landela tym razem?
Definitely more pressure than the average original. Yeah.
A, dobra,
Feel that
teraz
science working.
Yeah. Anyone can do it. I'm sure it's you.
To put Impervitech to the
Christian
test,
Labella, ladies
we're
and
gonna
gentlemen.
put away the skate.
Anyone you want to shout out before I do
We
let
just
you
need to
go?
get from up
Yeah,
here
I'll
down
shout
into
out
that
Nelson.
dumpster.
Shout Nelson, he's the
That's
realest.
right.
Yeah.
Trust the process.
Shout out Nelson.
Oh
I'm
yeah.
Sure,
Session markers will be
I'm
useful here.
surprised his name is
Unless you want to climb up over. All right.
No,
Let's
Nelson,
start
for
out
sure.
nice
With
and
that,
simple.
ladies and gentlemen,
We'll just try to fall into the dumpsters below.
O,
Nope. Impervitech. Falling is one thing,
Ah,
but I think we can get some more distance with a dive.
Dobra, już wiem o co chodzi. Dobra, trafiłam.
You're on fire. Just hope you didn't spark up that
Ale
dumpster.
zabijam, ale
No one likes
trafiłam.
a dumpster. Pulling a spread eagle in the air is the perfect way to control your speed and maximize distance. Let's hit the furthest dumpster.
Aha. Śmietnik historii.
That was more of an eaglet than a full-grown eagle. Let's give it another shot.
Nie o to chodziło.
Awesome. Completely awesome. Your aerial arsenal is grown. Okay, for the next bit, I'm supposed to read from this.
Chyba nauka.
Thank you for trusting Impervitech. Your Impervitech comes with a beginner stunt challenge. Sponsored by
We're back,
Impervatech.
Pokemon fans, here for the Milwaukee Regional Championships here in Wisconsin for the trading card game competition. Things are heating up here. We're through 5 Swiss rounds. We've got
Okay, whatever. Let's just get stunted.
Oh, Kung Fu.
Phase number 2. Who's still going to be in contention for becoming the regional champion this weekend? A quick little break here. The action shipwreck here joined again by Azuchi.
Dobra, to było dziwne.
Swiss round. Great start to the day. Got plenty more of action still to come.
Yeah, well, this is the biggest round. I mean, a big round where people start to make it to phase 2.
Yeah.
Winner here, or actually even if they do end up in a tie, they will be moving on to phase 2.
Yep.
So this is the round where it's a big deal to still win these rounds. Of course, your carry over from phase 1 to phase 2.
Yep.
The people with the most wins make top cut. So they still want a win here, even if the tie will lead to phase 2.
Yeah, but so many players, their goal is to make it just into phase 2, right? People who have not been playing for a super long time, people who are just getting off, or who are really just looking for that first big finish, getting from phase 1 to phase 2. By locking up a win or a tie for certain players in this round, they will be able to ensure just that. Let's get a look at the updated standings coming into this round, see how things are shaping up here for the tournament. Who are our undefeated at this point in the event?
to trzeba się... Au!
Potentially in this next Swiss round. Let's look at those standings here. Now we see Nicholas Germain leading the way. John Eng,
Dobra,
who we
to
saw
tak
earlier
to
in the
się
day, he's keeping it
prezentuje.
running here with 5-0.
John
Record
Eng ze
is higher
swoim
there, and
śmiesznym
Bob traveling all the way
dekiem jest
from
na
Japan
drugim
to
miejscu.
that.
Też tak propos faktycznie dobrze przemyślałem. Ryuki Okada jest akurat i też ma 5-0.
Fan of Hale. I feel like he is one of the most consistent players actually in the game. A lot of people might not know Hale's name, but he doesn't go to as many events as some of these other top players. But his event to placement ratio is like pretty strong.
Yeah, a multi-time regional champion, but maybe goes to like 2 or 3 tournaments a year, something like that. So very, very strong player when he does choose to come out and compete. Always love seeing Hale play for sure. Let's take a look at our notable matches this round, who we're keeping our eye on, and also which of these matches will be our feature match. It looks like we will be seeing Ian Robb, which is always very exciting. He's going to be playing up against Alex Rieger. This round we see the 2023 World Champion.
Aha, dobra, chwileczkę, bo tu został wytypowany nam tu. Będzie Ian Robb versus Alex Regen. Rieger. Jeszcze był Cody Brills z Ruki Okadon, Ryan Schultz z Johnem Engiem, Caleb Galber z George'em Burden, no i oczywiście Matthew Portray i Vance Kelly, czyli oczywiście mistrz. Aha! Ian Robb gra Gardon z Meduzą, a Alex Renger Goldengo z Kamykami. No już przejdźmy do gry. Arda z Meduzą. Pozdrawiam. Tych, co zrozumieli. Powiem szczerze, że jest to moja ulubiona garda ostatnimi czasy, przede wszystkim dlatego, że... Halo.
That is going to be his number 1 goal and only goal at this tournament. And going up against the golden goal of Alex here, honestly, this is a matchup that has changed up, I feel like, quite a bit now that you have the addition of the Solak and
chyba nie
Lunatone.
włączyłam tego.
Don't have the energy to throw in there. I think the biggest change is going to be the lack of that Lavencia stadium that required basic lighting energy from your discard pile, which was a pretty big deal up against
włączyć do jasnej ciasnej.
these item lock tools like the Jellicent and the Frillish.
Yeah, the Frillish Jellicent, both very, very strong options for Ian. We will certainly see both of them.
Pośpiech nie warty jest.
I have to imagine. But Alex, he's changed things up quite a bit, right, with this golden go.
Ja bym chciał zobaczyć Iana Robba w akcji, więc streszczaj się komputerku.
Well, Golden Go likes playing a lot of energy. Solrock and Lunatone like having a lot of energy for the draw power of the Lunatone. So there's some synergy there. Draw power is just kind of good in general so you can fit into your deck. And the cards just kind of line up really well. It also gives Golden Go a 1-price attacking option in that Solrock that you can use aggressively, specifically in this build we're seeing from Alex with that Precious Trolley. Turn 1 going second, Trolley, set up your whole board, get Solrock and Lunatone, plus an Air Balloon if it comes with an Arvid to find the Trolley, and that's a turn 1 attack with Solrock, which can put a ton of pressure on decks specifically like Gardevoir, where you have Ralts and Ralts with the 70 HP,
Dobra,
and even Frillish
jest.
with the 80 HP can be overcome by that
Jest live,
Vitality Band.
dobra.
Yeah, the Vitality Band does get into the mix.
Ah!
You'll see players even playing
wow.
things like I One Up Premium Power Pro, which we do see here from Alex to even get in there and KO Monkey Dories. So that is a potential factor that could come up. And unfortunately, though, for Alex, that Premium Power Pro, as I was speaking it into existence,
Hello.
is prized, unfortunately. And over on Ian's side, Curly, Monkey Dory, Bravery Charm, Artisan. I mean, you got to prize something, of course, but kind of awkward things here for Ian, honestly.
Yeah, the biggest thing is probably going to be that Frillish.
Power!
That's a big part of the potential way to
Premium Propaganda? Co to
and go
jest?
into just basically Frillish as soon as possible, and then Frillish the rest of the game.
Jest
while
ta
you
nowa
let Monkey Dory
skilla,
move over
która
the damage. And this is kind of
wysypuje.
like almost a hybrid-ish build from Ian. Does have 2 Bravery Charm, which we usually don't see a heavy Bravery Charm count in the Jellicent build, but those are actually more important now that Soul Rock and Lunatone are
Woda
in
najważniejsza.
and specifically up against this
Oh,
matchup,
ładny
actually,
był
there might
box
be a big deal for
Piratin,
Ian
ja
to put
wiem.
on the Frillish to prevent the Soul Rock from being able to KO Frillishes with that Vitality Band. And could
Jeszcze
lead
jest
to,
drogą
an
Ian
endgame
Rock też
board
jest
state where
bardzo
Ian is able
dobry
to
w
just
Magic
put
the
damage
Gathering.
on Alex's side of the board.
Our judges are ready, our players are ready. I hope everyone watching along in the crowd
No,
and also
troszkę
at home is
dyszki
ready as
ten
well. We are
komputer
kicking things
łapie.
off here
Okej.
for this game,
No,
and
czarna
it is a quick
bardzo
start here. For does start that Frillish with that Oceanic Bloom attack. It will shut Alex off on the next turn of being able to play Iron
Hej,
Cards.
Jezus
But Ian,
Maria.
all he has is an energy to attach. A
No,
tool card
czyli
to put
Alex
down,
już się przygotował,
pass
bo ma.
over to Alex's side. He started an Iron Bundle.
Kurde,
Not something that you love to have in the active spots, but he is, I think, fine with the trade-off.
tak się
Opening
też
up
sympatycznie
is one
nie
of
złożyło,
a
że
spec,
coś
that
mi się
precious
zepsuło.
trolley here in his open hand.
Off
And
camera.
it's such a
Tak,
more
tak się
impactful
sympatycznie
aspect
złożyło,
than
że
most
wszedł
to having your
z
open hand.
Zigla.
The first time we seen it on stream, I believe John Eng had the Precious Trolley in the hand, didn't have the Arvin for it. That's usually how you find this card, because it is a one of. Just having it in the hand, though, is not bad. And the Brave Charm on Ian's side is a pretty big deal. Now, it is unlikely that Alex would have been able to find the Air Balloon, the Trolley, and the Vitality Band, or the Premium Power Pro, but better safe than sorry with that Bravery Charm. This means Ian will definitely get another turn to play the game, and I believe does have a draw supporter, so...
Tak, szkoda tylko, że pan Drayman wspiera terrorystów z Izraela.
And there for Ian, so he can at least make something happen with that. And then Alex here is going back into the deck with a pair of Fighting Gong. He will now search out, I have to imagine, 2 basic fighting energy. Add those to the hand. Does have the option to get some basic fighting Pokemon, but with Lunatone and Solrock already in play, have to imagine the fighting energy will be the choice here.
Yeah, aggressively searching those out before the inevitable item lock comes from the Frillish, of course, and is probably looking, even though you wouldn't KO the Frillish here, before the Monkey Door is getting established, the pressure from the Soul Rock to potentially 2-hit KO this
No to
Frillish
sens,
is
że
probably going to
Ion
attack
Rock
the Soul
chyba
Rock
celowo
turn
też nie jest.
if Alex can find that Air Balloon. And then from there, one question I do have for Alex's current board state is, are we able to find Golden Coast? There's no Genesect on the board.
That is true. He can clear the Iron Bundle out of play,
Eventually,
assuming Ian puts a basic Pokemon down, which I have to think Ian would like to do that to make sure he does not lose the game. So there is still that option. Of course, Hyper Blower does discard the Iron Bundle, so we can see that Genesect DX still come into play. One fighting energy being found from the first Fighting Gong. Looks like Alex will take a moment to kind of just make a note of a couple of prize cards here. He's actually going to take just the one fighting energy. Oh, or no, will take, okay, has the second one to use and will take a second fighting energy, all right.
Yeah, shout out to Ian there, being like, wait, you forgot your second card there. I believe Ian did alert Alex to that. Alex doesn't get that second basic fighting energy. Yeah, the Genesect, we could find that bench.
No słuszna uwaga, no bo co, mamy karać psa za bezsensowne rzeczy?
This could actually enter into one of those board states where Ian almost establishes the Frillish lock like on turn 1 or turn 2 in this game, because Alex might just not find a way to get through this Frillish for a really long time. The 70 from Soul Rock can be overcome by Monkey Dories if we're not able to get to a Golden Go anytime soon.
Well, he does have the Air Balloon in hand, so we can see him start to get aggressive there, get in with the Cosmic Beam for 70 damage, and we also do see that Alex does have that, does have the Genesect DX in the hand, but he's actually not going to go aggressive with the Soul Rock. He'll take a moment here to just minor errand running. What do you think of that?
Yeah, I don't hate that. So it's building up for what you mentioned. Maybe getting the Iron Bundle out of play, or already has the Golden Go in hand, and then looking just for like a Golden Go one-hit KO on the Frillish. And then on Ian's side, the question is going to kind of be, does Ian actually have the option of not playing Iono? Because if the Iono gets played and then item lock gets established, it could be really tough for Alex to actually take a knockout on the next turn or put any kind of pressure on. So I'm not sure I don't
minor
dislike
edge.
this play here from Alex, but I wouldn't have minded just the Soul Rocket starting to get aggressive for how underdeveloped Ian's board is currently.
Uh-huh.
Will be a kick up
Monkey
turn
die.
Ian, who finds Technical Machine Evolution. He's just going to put that onto the Monkey
O,
Dory
to
and
czyli...
place Iono, sending both players' hands to the bottom of the deck. And we just get 6 cards here in the early turns of the game. Ian surely looking for a way to get Ralts into play so he can get to a Gardevoir EX before too long.
Yeah, and I believe
Meduzy?
Vessel in the hand. I see a Nest Ball, maybe Wash Ball.
Okej.
Well, overall doesn't look super strong.
Zaskoczenie, Jan Rob
In there, just
medustki
not
nie
what you want to see
wystawił.
right now from Ian.
Chyba, że on dobrze wiedzie.
And one thing I would note is that he did send the Jellicent. He did have Jellicent in hand. Sent that to the bottom of the deck. Of course, Iron Bundle would push it out of the active, breaking the item lock. So the item lock from the Frillish is more valuable than the item lock from the Jellicent's ability because it wouldn't maintain in play if the Jellicent is moved from the active. But overall, a little bit of a slow start here from Ian. But I think for the situation we're in, we're not mad about it. Alex hasn't had like a super explosive start either, and potentially might not even kill this Frillish on the next turn.
Ralts will be found from the Nest Ball here on Ian's side, searching the deck for any basic Pokemon, putting it directly into play. Of course, Gardevoir EX, the namesake of the deck, a big piece of any matchup, wants to make sure he'll have access to that in the future. And this is also Ian's first deck search here, so he'll take a moment here to check the prize cards, make sure he knows what he does and does not have access to. Plenty of Pokemon prize. That second Frillish, though, perhaps the most impactful. Let's see what else he has this turn. It looks like it will be Earthen Vessel, discarding a counter catcher. That's a pretty big resource to go down right
Mamy
away.
Ralsika.
We'll get a basic Darkness Energy and a basic Psychic Energy. Getting energy cards onto Monkey Dory as quickly as possible, always a good strategy. Even when there's no damage in play, it just leads to multiple Monkey Dories in play in future turns.
And that's the goal of the Guardian deck. As many Monkey Dories as possible, as fast as possible. And I think another big note alongside the prize cards here for Ian, the second Frillish's prize, of course, does play Recovery. The Night Treasures and the Super Rod, so it can recover this Frillish. But the second Bravery Charm is prize, and the Bravery Charm is something you want to save for the late game. But if this first Bravery Charm goes down,
Okej,
then
teraz
that means
20
Soul Rock
item
with
lock.
Vitality Band will be able to get through any
Okej.
Frillishes until that Bravery Charm is found off the prize cards from
A nie, działa, dobra,
So
działa,
this
działa,
could be a
działa.
pretty big
Widzę.
turn here from Alex if Alex can get this KO.
Alex
No
is
nie
able
mam
to
pewna,
find
czy
Golden
działa
Gale
to wszystko.
EX off of Ian's Iono. That leads to him drawing 2 cards here with the
Ale
coin
widzę, że
bonus,
działa.
draw 1 card, but if the Golden Gale EX in the active slot, he gets to draw 2. He's able to do just that. He does have another Golden Gale here. Continue that coin bonus train. But not before playing Arven here. Kind of an awkward supporter to play right after your opponent utilized the Oceanic Bloom, because Alex won't be able to play the item card he gets from this Arven. What do you think he's setting up for? What do you think he's looking for here?
I mean, at this point, from Alex, you are just trying to thin out the deck to increase your odds of drawing into energy cards to potentially KO this Frillish. This Frillish is going to be, and seeming to be putting in a ton of work already.
Teraz jeszcze te awatary są w złym miejscu, ja
So it's going to have to happen over multiple turns. And we see
A da, ja
build
do
is
początku
pretty
czułem,
all
że
in
coś
on Arven here.
śmierdziało,
I don't
ale...
see any Cypher Maniac in here.
Ty, gdzie
It's gonna make
te
a lot harder to actually
awatary
find
się
those energies
podziały?
and
Where
set up
is...
for a knockout to get through this Frillish.
4 bosses orders in the list here. Got a Turo Scenario as the supporter cards, but yeah, it's really all about these 4 Arven. That's his setup. It's going to slow things down massively. He will grab Picnic Basket. Just get it out of the deck. You know, maybe he'll find a way to get a snack here on Ian's next turn. We'll draw 1 more card here with the coin bonus. There's Professor Turo. So he could pick up this active Golden Go, push the Eagle, and then draw 2 more cards, but at this point it's, I think, impossible for him to get a knockout here on this Frillish. That Bravery Charm meeting Alex.
Dobra, teraz jest stabilnie.
From the hand in order to get this KO.
No dobra.
So it will just be pass from Alex now back over to Ian.
Yeah, and the Turo is definitely going to be a pretty high value card to try and hold on to from Alex for later. Depending on how Ian approaches this, Ian could go for like a prize race line or set up for a potential route as well. So Turo can help play around both of those situations. And this is where we see like the trade-off that Alex made on that first turn. If we got aggressive with Soul Rock, yes, Ian would have got that first Monkey Dory established, but we would have been chipping our way through this Frillish. But now, Ian's going to have quite a bit of time. I don't even know if Alex will be able to pull together a knockout on the next turn even. So that gives Ian all the time he needs to get to the guard board.
Serendipity comes down for Ian off of Nest Ball. Energy attachment return to the Monkey Dory.
Okej, jest tutaj kolejny item lock. A rzeczy taki gruby, bo on ma 20.
Another Oceanic Bloom. Coin bonus for Alex. We'll draw 2 cards. There's an energy
No
card.
chyba
There's
jest
another
to taka
Golden Goat EX.
podpuszka.
If he can find a couple more energy here,
O,
start
nie
to
tnij
attack
się,
the boss's orders.
nie
There's another
tnij
coin
się.
bonus. Just still 1 energy card in the hand. That is so many cards in hand for there to just be 1. He plays 12 energy cards in this deck.
And the second air balloon is prized here for Alex. So even at this point, now at this point, I don't think we'd want to see the Soul Rock attack because the threat of double Monkey Dory next turn is probably too high. But even if he wanted to, he can't.
Yeah.
The air balloon on the Iron Bundle, air balloon prize. He's actually discarding this energy with the tone. I don't know about that. We need these to be able to take knockouts with the Golden Goes, and if we're forced into the Soul Rock, then the Monkey Dories could
Okej,
just,
jest boss's order, na co?
completely remove any possible knockout.
Well, Alex is going to go aggressive with the boss's orders he found. Will bring up
O
Rolls.
nie!
That does keep Ian from getting Gardevoir into play for at least another turn. 2 energy discarded does lead to a prize card here for
No!
Alex. But yeah, with no Lavincia, like you mentioned at the
Ja
beginning,
nie
of
ma
the game, there's no
gardy.
basic lightning in this deck. There's no Lavincia, no consistent way to get back energy cards under the
To jest
item
duży
lock.
problem akurat.
Get to a situation where if Alex gets rid of too many energy cards, I mean, even just Frillish could be enough for Ian to close things out, which is wild to say.
I have to say, I'm not a huge fan of that play from Alex because, like you just mentioned, this is where Ian wants to be. Energy in the discard pile without Frillishes being able to be KO'd. And then just replicate that as often as you can, and that leads up to just more and more damage being built up on Alex's side of the field with potential Monkey Dories. I wouldn't have hate to see Alex just try and hopefully wait for another energy to actually get the KO on this Frillish, because I don't think Ian is feeling too pressured right now, despite how the board states look, right? Alex got 3 Golden Goes. There's not even a Ralts on Ian's bench right now, but I wouldn't be panicking if I was
No,
Ian.
Ian próbuje kupić czas. Jak to tylko się da. Okej, jednak dalej są grane Professor's Research, z czego co widzę, więc tak chyba widać, że no,
especially in stage 2 setup decks like this one.
Yeah, you're going to take a little bit more time to get things going, as we've seen here from Ian so far. So, of course, that's going to be able to net you the 8 cards a little bit more often than most decks. There's a reason Golden Go and decks like that don't play something like the Lily's Determination at all. And once again, Ralts makes his way back to the field, and Ian's going to take his time and start to build up to it once again.
Oceanic Gloom, 20 more damage. And there's nothing to worry about on Alex's side of like moving this damage around. There's no Monkey Dory, Darkness Energy, right? Not an Energy Search Pro build, so this damage is going to stick. There's not like Alex can play around it in any sort of way and abuse it, send it back over to Ian's side. We do see coin bonus from Alex drawing a couple of cards. Does have 2 fighting energy in hand. If he can find 1 more energy, he can finally deal with this Frillish. Let's see if he can do it off of these coin bonuses. There's number 1.
w zasadzie najgłupsza dieta w
and
świecie.
there it is, the 3rd energy card, and he'll be able to take it down, but he has expended a lot of resources to get to this point.
Yeah, and that's the thing with the Frillishes in this matchup for Gardevoir. One of the ways you can play it, and they don't have to play it this way as Gardevoir, but they can just keep coming back. Now, Ian did prize 1 of them, which will make it a little bit harder to maybe recover a Frillish on this next turn, which I'm sure is Ian's game plan is going to be to recover the Frillish and continue the chain here. Alex, was able to get this first knockout, is going to get over that Bravery Charm, which is also a big deal, because the other Bravery Charm is prized for Ian, which means a Soul Rock with Vitality Band will want to KO Frillishes.
Znaczy to jest taka teoria, bo w praktyce no pojawiają się rzeczy, które...
Sitting across from a Golden Go player, how many energy cards would you assume are in the player's deck?
Definitely making a guess of like 11 to 12. We see Alex is playing the 12 here, 4 metal, the 8 basic fighting. So, yeah, it's somewhere in that range.
Zaraz potem będą Angry Carnivore, Drinking
There's a couple ways you can definitely play around the counts as well. You could play 3 metal to 4 metal, so that could be another thing for Ian to like run between the Golden Goes with Counter Catcher and hope that the Golden Goes can't ever be set up eventually. And that's going to maybe be a problem for Alex. The air balloon being prized means there's less mobility on the side of the field for Alex as well. Does have the Turo still to work with, of course, though.
I mean, so we could see a world where if Ian is able to kind of manage those that count, right, on Alex's side, get him with a bunch of energy in the discard pile, maybe stick a Golden Go active, force him to attach in multiple places. If he could ever track 12 energy cards into play between the discard pile and what's like on the board, that, I mean, Golden Go does nothing if it's not discarding energy from hand. And if he's just item locking every single turn, Alex doesn't have a way to get those energy cards back. Is that a realistic win con here for Ian to play towards, to get all of those energy into the discard pile? There's already 7 down, Azul.
Yeah, and that's like the heavy Frillish route possibility from Ian here.
No,
and that's why Soul Rock is actually so powerful in this matchup. because it attacks for a single fighting energy, does not need continuous fighting energy, and that's why the Vitality Band is
Chyba
included
ten Premium
in a lot
Powder
of
jest
these
pod
Golden
tego,
Go, Soul Rock Lunatone
od
builds
tego
because it allows
Sorroka,
the Soul to wanna KO the Frillish.
podejrzewam.
Like I said, that's why the Bravery Charms on the flip side become such a powerful inclusion. But yeah, you're gonna have to get the Golden Ghost to the bench as well. It's gonna be like another step here for Alex into the Soul Rock.
And worth noting here for Alex as well,
So,
7 basic fighting energy in the discard pile, 1 in the prize cards. He does only play 8, so he actually does not have any other fighting energy right now. If Ian was able to item lock here, Alex doesn't have a way to attack with that Soul Rock. He's also got the Monkey Dory, right? So Ian does, so he wouldn't really mind the Soul Rock kind of putting a little bit of damage into play, but put him in a decent spot. Does he have Night Stretcher here? I think he does, Azul. Are we going to see Ian go down this path? Is he committing to the Frillish play?
Yeah, I think so, especially the way that Ian was checking the fighting count in Alex's discard pile. I would guess that Ian has pretty much fully committed to the Frillish line. All the recovery is in the deck, like I said, lacking the second Bravery Charm and second Frillish, but you don't need those if the one Frillish can carry you all the way through. And I think in this situation it might be. If you just item lock this active Golden Go for a turn, we might have to prompt, I guess, yeah, without fighting energy.
No, to
Is that just is back-to-back Frillish is just enough for Ian to win, actually?
I actually think it will be. If Ian can Frillish 2 more times, I think he's going to win this game. And he's got that set up as well with the Super Rod being found. He can Super Rod back the Frillish if it does get KO'd by Alex, and then get it back with Artisan. Just needs an energy to attach. He may still need to put a Gardevoir EX in play at some point to guarantee that he has his own energy cards, but this is shaping up really, really interestingly. And it's really a board state control play here for Ian as opposed to aggressive. And this is why Gardevoir is so strong. It's got so many options, so many different ways he could play it.
Trouble z Gardą z
Yeah, this is not the only way you can win this matchup as
Kirlia,
Gardevoir, which makes it so hard to go up against Gardevoir. So many different options. The Jellicent EX can get involved more aggressively. You can go down a more aggressive Screamtail Bravery Charm line as well. So Ian has a lot of options, but the way this opening played out, I really like that Ian has chosen to go down this all-in on Frillish line, despite the prize cards, based on how many energy are already gone. And with even though there's just one counter catcher left here for Ian, which could be a big deal for breaking up the other Golden Goes, I think it's probably going to be enough. We'll have to see what Alex can put together over, maybe not this turn, but the next couple turns is going to have to definitely find a solution.
Now, Ian did have his second counter catcher in hand. He discarded one earlier on. We see it there in the discard pile. He could have used it this turn to bring up one of these Golden Go, maybe force a little bit more from Alex. Chose not to. Why is that?
You want to force Alex to first move this Golden Go, because this Golden Go is already stuck. It does have one energy on it, so it's less stuck than the bench Golden Goes. Golden Go does have 2 retreat costs, of course, so 2 energy would allow the active one to retreat, but that's 2 turns away from a Soul Rock even attacking. You attach to the Golden Go, and then next turn you retreat into Soul Rock. That's another turn. And even if the Soul Rock has a Vitality Band and gets a knockout, you recover the Frillish at that point, and then you counter catch up one of the bench Golden Goes. Would probably be what you're looking here from Ian. Force Alex to move this one first before you worry about trying to trap something else.
After all the coin bonuses being used here for Alex, he's got a huge hand here, like 20 cards or something like that. It looks like he's got more cards in hand currently than are remaining in his deck, but he only has 1 energy card, 1 metal energy in the hand right now. He's got Boss's Orders, but can't KO anything on the bench. He's got Superior Energy Retrieval, but he can't play that because he just got item locked by the Oceanic Gloom. Alex is really, really stuck here. Ian has really kind of controlled the setup of this game and where things are going to go. Ian is totally in the driver's seat.
It looks like Alex is contemplating playing a Boss's Orders to try and trap something from Ian's bench in the active. I don't think that would be very effective. The resource of the boss would probably be of higher value. I honestly think at this point, Alex needs to wait for Ian to show the second Frillish, and if it doesn't appear, then you just wait for Ian to actually KO your Golden Go with the Frillish possibly, while you build up the energy for the other Golden Go to attack.
9 more turns.
Yeah. But there's 7 fighting in the discard pile, 1 on the active, plays 12.
Yeah.
So there's 3 left. That is enough to KO a Frillish. I guess if you run into the other 2 energy, then you'll be able to KO it eventually with the active Golden Go. But you could let the active Golden Go get KO'd, I guess, as well. Yeah, we'll have to wait and see how Alex approaches this from here. I guess, yeah, there's no fighting for the Soul Rock anymore.
Another thing to track here, right? If Ian is going to go for this line of Oceanic Gloom, it's only 20 damage, right? So it's going to take a long time for Ian to naturally win the game by taking all of his prize cards, right? He's going to try to generate a little bit more damage with the Monkey Dory here at Brain, moving it over to the Soul Rock. But one thing for Ian to note, you know, it seems like if he keeps this item lock strategy up, his most likely win con would probably be deck out. He could take all of his prize cards. It would just take a really long time. And Alex has more cards in deck. Like, I guess the question here is, can Ian do 20 damage enough times before he runs out of cards in his deck and decks out himself? Because he's gone through a few more cards, it seems like, than Alex has.
Man, at this point, it's going to be close. The thing with that as well, though, is that Ian does play the Lily's Determinations, right? Which would net him. Yeah, he should be able to win the deck out with simply Lily's Determination. That should net him the potential victory through a deck out strategy, because that shuffles only his hand back to his deck compared to something like Iona, where both players shuffle their hands back to the deck, and then things get a little tricky. But I believe Ian should have a couple Lily's Determinations left at this point. And one play I want to note here for sure from Ian is the 20 damage on the Soul Rock. If Alex eventually gets into the Soul Rock and starts to utilize it to get through these Frillish, Ian will be able to KO the Soul Rock with like a double Monkey Dory plus another Frillish attack potentially, meaning Alex will have to then find another Soul Rock and another Fighting Energy. And like we said, most people play 7 to 8 Fighting Energy, 7 are gone. I think Ian's just all in. I'm going to KO your next Soul Rock with a Frillish and win the game.
Oceanic Gloom, 20 more damage. That's all Ian has done this game. Now, one thing that is also awkward here for Ian is the fact that that second Frillish is prized. He's not able to generate infinite damage in play with the Monkey Dories, right? He's not able to bounce between these two Frillish.
Yeah, but because of the deck out win con available for Ian, he won't need infinite damage if there's no pressure from Alex. And I think that's how things are going to line up here. I think we will see Alex take one more Frillish KO. And then even if Alex gets the Fighting Energy off the prize cards, I guess maybe that is the only hope here for Alex, is you got to get, what do we have, 2 Metal Energy left, knock out the Frillish, get the Fighting Energy off the prize cards, maybe use the Turo to get into the Soul Rock, and then the Soul Rock can put pressure on the follow-up Frillishes and maybe eventually break the item lock. But if the item lock doesn't get broken, Ian will definitely walk away the victor in this game 1.
Alex is able to finally get another energy card. We do see him use Make It Rain, 100 damage. That is the KO on this active Frillish. Alex is able to take a prize card, and it does look like he took that basic Fighting Energy as his prize here. So that opens things up a little bit. Is there a world for Alex to fight back here?
So it definitely exists, but even with the Frillish prize here from Ian, Ian does have 2 recovery cards remaining, the Night Stretcher and the Super Rod.
Here's one more thing as well, Azul. Alex has drawn through his deck very aggressively. He has 2 cards left in deck.
Yeah, we could see the deck out coming sooner than later. I think Alex is betting on the item lock breaking this turn, and we see he has the Frillish gets recovered here from Ian. That is not happening, and back into the 20 damage item lock, and then probably he's going to continue to build up damage on that Soul Rock with those Monkey Dories, knowing the only win condition for Alex at this point is getting the Soul Rock established with a Vitality Band.
Alex's only way to put cards back in his deck is Super Rod. He doesn't play Iono. There's no like Judge or anything like that. There's no Pal Pad. Wouldn't be able to play Pal Pad. Can't even play the Super Rod here. So literally nothing Alex can do to replenish his deck at this point. So if Ian just uses Oceanic Gloom 2 more times, I think that the game is just over.
Yeah, yeah. Especially with the Soul Rock getting KO'd. Once the Soul Rock finally comes up with the Fighting Energy, which is the only route here for Alex. Oh, I guess with the Fighting Energy, you could actually just take the KO with the Golden Go, which is about the same thing here. And then once again, Alex is hoping the item lock chain does break. Ian is not able to recover this Frillish or have another Frillish. Unfortunately for Alex, we do know that Ian has the Super Rod in hand. Yeah. So I'm out of win conditions here for Alex. And Alex, of course, doesn't know for sure that Ian has it, so is playing through the motions here. And we do finally see that Toro come down.
Toro will be used, picks up that Golden Go, discards that energy card. Bundle comes up to the active spot, but it, of course, does have that free retreat with the air balloon. And here it is, Soul Rock.
That is the
energy plus Vitality Band, and it is a Soul Rock with no damage on it. Hold on.
Yeah, that is a good point. I didn't actually think about that. That is a fresh Soul Rock. This is a full HP Soul Rock. The Turo does give us the route into that. That does give us the KO. For Alex, does this lead to a potential win condition? The item lock can still be established for Ian.
Yeah, he still has that counter catcher, right? He hung on to that.
Hung on to the counter catcher. There's still only 1 card left in the deck for Alex. So even though I didn't see this play the full HP Soul Rock coming out for Alex, I don't think it's enough to overcome one more Frillish. Especially with that
something that Ian does have to kind of weigh here, though.
No, okay.
Alex has only played 1 air balloon.
Yep.
So
good point.
Does Ian have to play to that air balloon being prized? I mean, Alex did just take a prize card. We know that the air balloon is still waiting there. So we know that from this spot, if Ian did item lock a Golden Go, the game would be over. He would win. But
yeah, of course, yeah. Ian has to weigh that. Also, another thing Ian has to weigh here is
does Alex play recovery besides Super Rod?
Right. Is there another way to
refill?
refill? Is there an Iono in Alex's deck, right? It wouldn't be the craziest thing to see.
No, definitely not. If you were Ian here, he probably would bet no.
Right.
Like if he had to bet on yes or no, he'd probably bet no. But you do want to think about those things in these situations. Is there a one of Lily, a one of Iono?
Yeah.
Probably knows about the Super Rod being pretty popular in Golden Go, so he's probably like, okay, well, if I item lock, Alex cannot play the Super Rod. Then it is, it's going to come down to,
No
we
tak,
see the line
Rębało.
difference.
Kto wierzy w
Ian
dwa...
is all in on this
Ktoś
line for a
bierze
while. Does Ian
drwała
continue
Rębało
to
na
go all in? It
poważnie?
looks like
Oh, he's playing the
Okej,
Iono
dobra.
Azul.
Czy jednak zagrywana będzie Ajono,
He's
czy
playing
jednak
the
nie
Iono.
jedzie dekautu?
I mean, he did not feel comfortable there, going all in
Sprytnie.
on the
Wait,
deck out line.
even if Alex has
Air balloon.
Air balloon, so is this him playing around Alex having another way to put cards back in the deck, right? That's the only thing that makes sense, because if Ian literally just item locked one time, sure, yes, Alex KOs the Frillish, he had one card left.
Yeah.
So then the game is over.
Unless Ian just didn't realize Alex had one card left, I guess that is a possibility here. But this is a lifeline for Alex.
Oh, wow.
I do say that, but Alex's air balloon is still prized. So this Golden Go might just still be stuck until the Monkey Dories
nigdy
KO
nie.
both Soul Rocks on Alex's side of the field. So Ian could have won sooner, but
he's still in a good spot.
Yeah, the inevitable might still come around. Maybe this is the safer line from Ian because it deals with two situations at the same time.
Right.
Where it plays around the air balloon plus a potential.
20.
The safest thing possible. I heard someone say one time, the Pokemon trading card game is a game of who can be the most careful. And that is what Ian is certainly doing here. He's being as careful as possible, not wanting to lose to the random Iono that Alex could play. And this is where, not having perfect knowledge of what your opponent has in their deck for the weekend, not having deck list knowledge. We're not playing online. We're playing in person here. You don't have that perfect information. Ian is going for this play to be as safe as possible.
Yeah, so does
Okej,
accept the
zastanowię
counter
się,
there. Still getting into the situation. Yeah, he doesn't win
Tak,
on the next
Whisper
turn like he
of
would
the
have if he didn't play the Iono, but it does play around other potential loss conditions, and this should still lead to a victory for Ian here, no matter what. Yeah, I don't think even with a couple extra turns, Alex can actually pull together any kind of play, and I think Alex is doing the math right now. Do I have a win condition? And you love to see the time to concede once he realizes no win conditions available.
Yeah, Alex looking to save as much time for a potential game 2 and 3 here. Concedes this first game. Ian Robb gets the win by only announcing Oceanic Gloom the entire time. That's all he needed.
No, czyli pierwszą rundę wygrała Ian Robb.
For the Gardevoir Jellicent deck. Not just in this matchup, there's other matchups as well where it can happen, but I would say this is one of the main matchups for the infinite Frillish item lock strategy. Of course, you can play it a couple different ways, but that's one of the main routes you can take. And that's like the reason for the Vitality ban on Alex's side. And I think that's maybe an adjustment I want to see from Alex. Get the Soul Rock online sooner. Don't expend so many energy to get through the first couple Frillish. And then still play towards having that late game Soul Rock possibility as well, like we saw him play very well at the end of that one. But expending all the energy so aggressively just makes it tough.
Yeah, Alex got things off really quickly here in this first game. Took his first 2 knockouts very fast with Golden Go, but expended many resources to do it. All those energy cards going down. No ability to use superior energy retrieval. This is, in theory, a spot that Golden Go would be fine with. You're playing against a setup stage 2 Pokemon, 300 HP. You can one-hit KO that Pokemon super easily, but you can't do it if you don't have enough energy cards, and that's what Ian was able to limit Alex from doing. Can't get those energy cards back. You're not going to be able to KO any of my Pokemon. Boss's Order's useless to you here. And now Ian comes away with the win. So you mentioned, Alex, you'd like to see that adjustment. Get in there with the Soul Rock quickly here. Anything else he should note going into this next game?
I think it's probably going to be the main thing. Try and hold on. He held on to his Turo very well in that one. Same with the air balloons. You want to try and preserve those as much as possible. Even the picnic basket. Now, if Ian never breaks the Frillish item lock, you're never going to be able to play the picnic basket. But there could come a turn where Ian does need to break the item lock, and that could play around a potential TM Devo play from Ian. Another thing I'll make note of just, okay, Soul Rock starts pretty good. Another note of the Soul Rock is that it makes it easy to boss KO off the bench. And setting Ian back a little bit further from those potential
Item lock to
So
rzeczywiście
Alex has
boli.
chosen to go second here and is rewarded
Ian jest
with the
zmuszony
start of
iść
the
w
Soul
drugi.
Rock. It's pretty reasonable for him to get into it regardless, but likes to just open up with it. Doesn't have to worry about finding Air Balloon here on this first turn. He can start attacking with the Cosmic Beam. Over on Ian's side, he's might be able to feel a little safe with that Monkey Dory, but we know that the combo does exist for Alex. Vitality Band, Premium Power Pro, those things lead to a one-hit knockout on this Monkey Dory on the first turn of the game. Ian will kick it off with Earthen Vessel, does get a Psychic Energy down. One of the main goals of the Gardevoir deck in these early turns, get those Psychic Energy cards into the discard pile so that you can activate the Psychic Embrace of Gardevoir EX later on in the game. He's able to find himself a pair of Psychic Energy as well here.
Yeah, a little bit more aggressive start here from Ian. Still going to be the same plan. Set up for the potential of a turn 2 Frillish. It's not as tempting to do when there's a Soul Rock staring you down, but if one of those Bravely Charms can be found to give it some more HP to overcome the Vitality Band attack, then it might be the route that Ian goes. And yeah, getting a Ralts down here would be good as well. Just build up towards kind of the potential of the same game plan. But like I said, there's a lot of different routes that Ian can actually take in this matchup depending on how the games actually play out.
Second Earthen Vessel played, one more Psychic Energy down. Ian will find one more Psychic from the deck, and also the basic Darkness Energy. Now, the question here for Ian, those Darkness Energy, they're super valuable. You can get those Psychic Energy backs infinitely with Gardevoir EX, but you only have limited access to the Darkness Energy. Very important to get on Monkey Dory early. Does he respect the potential of the turn 1 Cosmic Beam KO? Will he put the Darkness Energy on this active Monkey Dory, or does he play it safer? What do you think?
I think it's tough here because Ian didn't see the Premium Power Pro in game 1, I don't believe.
No.
And I would say less people play it than more people play it. It's definitely an underplayed card in the Golden Goat. However, opening the Soul Rock makes up with Ian playing around it and holding back on the Dark Energy just for the possibility that Alex has it.
And he's even respecting that potential here with Nest Ball finding Pheasantipity EX right away. What do you think of that?
Yeah, that's super aggressive here from Ian. I think the reason for it is probably, it might be his only out to draw power, and I think he's probably playing around the Iron Bundle, because I think he's probably going to bench the Ralts this turn, but doesn't want the Iron Bundle to push the Ralts into the active.
Is he actually going to hold off on benching Ralts? And it looks like the answer is yes. Is this him playing around the boss's orders aggressive play from Alex? What do you think?
Yeah, I guess so. Just trying to limit any potential for Alex to get a prize card. And like we saw in that last game, getting a really aggressive Gardevoir did not matter. So it seems like Ian's already geared up to, at least in the early game here, just try and get into Frillish aggressively, make it tough for Alex to put together these KOs turn to turn, and then we'll get Gardevoir online eventually when we need it.
So Alex needs a couple things here to pull this off. He needs to find a Lunatone for one. The Cosmic Beam from Soul Rock can only be used if there is a Lunatone in play, and we do see Lunatone is in the prize cards. He needs a basic Fighting Energy. You know, he's got a bunch of them, 8 in his list, but there's also 3 of those in the prize cards. He needs the Vitality Bands, the Tool card, and he also needs that Premium Power Pro. And then he also has to weigh how worth it is it to go aggressive versus his own setup. Like, if he has the choice off Arven to get either Precious Trolley or Premium Power Pro, which one is stronger?
Yeah, that is a good question. You do want to get Gimme Ghouls established as well to start to build up into the Golden Go. I think in this situation, though, I would just take the KO on the Monkey Dory. Be aggressive, force Ian to find cards, and it would be a little bit awkward going to Ian's turn. The Fez does have 1 retreat cost, so you would not be able to establish a Frillish in the active on the next turn from Ian.
Does he have the Air Balloon in his list?
I don't think so.
Yeah, no Air Balloon.
Yeah, no
Some
Air
people
Balloon.
are playing Latias EX. Ian doesn't have that in his list either.
Yeah, so honestly, thinking about this a little bit more, yeah, definitely would like to see the aggressive play here from Alex. And it's a lot easier once you open the Soul Rock as well, of course. Because then you can expend the tool search of the Arven to find the Vitality Band, when normally you'd have to find the Air Balloon to get the Soul Rock in the active.
I think if he can find an Arven, he's got it. He has the energy card, but I actually don't see an Arven here in the hand. I think his only supporter is that Boss's Orders, his only supporter, a pair of Superior Energy Retrieval, a pair of Golden Go EX. Yeah, not much happening here for Alex. Really no place. He's just going to be forced to pass, and what was an excellent opening and an excellent opportunity for Alex, he's just unable to capitalize on.
Yeah, that is super unfortunate for Alex. Didn't even get the Trolley turn 1. We were talking about like turn 1 KO Monkey Dory. You would have liked to have at least seen the Trolley play happen if you weren't going to hit that.
And hey, how about this? If Ian had benched the Ralts, Alex would have been able to knock it out. He had Boss's Orders, he had Fighting Energy. He could have gone aggressive and taken the KO on the Ralts right away and gotten a prize card. Ian held off, waited for a turn, wants to get more established, and he has nothing else, though. It's just going to be attached to the Monkey Dory. Mind Bend, 60 damage. And then now Alex has another question here. The flip is an option. It is on the table, Azul.
Yeah, the flip is on the table. I think as Alex here, you would like to just KO this Monkey Dory with a Golden Go. It is entering like a similar situation to what we had in the first game, but I think it is a little bit different. The pressure from a Soul Rock attack here is basically non-existent, unless you want to go for the Ralts. If you want to bring up the Ralts with the boss, go for the flip.
that is an all-in play right there. If
Very all-in. So I wouldn't hate to see Alex here just retreat to Golden Go, get this initial Monkey Dory knockout, and then kind of see how Ian plays from there. Because you know Ian's all in on this Fez.
So
right? Ian is waiting for the Fez to trigger.
I was going to ask if it's ever worth it here for Alex to retreat before using the coin bonus, but I suppose he's actually probably going to use Lunar Cycle here first off of this Earthen Vessel, which was able to find him a pair of energy cards, so he'll have a chance to find Arven, which would yield him an air balloon to give him that free retreat. So that is going to be the choice here. Lunar Cycle will be able to discard that basic fighting.
Yep, and that could be a question for Alex as well, to be honest, is like, you don't have to attack this turn as Alex. What if you just sat here and waited until you could boss KO the Fez off of Ian's bench? That could maybe be the route we see Alex take, knowing Ian's all in on being able to draw cards with Fez or top decking something.
Does not look like Alex found an Arven here or Air Balloon. Does have another Earthen Vessel, so that's more energy cards. He also has Artisan, so that could get him another Gimmighoul, but at this point, I don't know that Alex wants to give Ian access to Artisan right now.
Yeah, you're the one with the draw power here as Alex, so even if it could help set you up a little bit better, I don't think you want to help Ian out at all, if possible, as we see this next Earthen Vessel come down to get some more energy. Has Golden Goes, has Lunar Cycle. I think as Alex, you take the advantages you have and don't give anything to Ian, and hope that leads to Ian whiffing for a turn, maybe 2 turns, and then eventually maybe chase down that Fez.
If Alex finds Air Balloon right now, he has not played a supporter card. He's got a bunch of energy in the discard pile. He's got superior energy retrieval and boss orders in hand. If he finds specifically Air Balloon from this one card on coin bonus, he could KO the Pheasantipity right now.
Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't hate to see it happen, or I think that would be the route to go for. It just comes down to if you find it or not, and it looks like Alex wants to almost go all in on trying to find a big play this turn. It's thinking about thinning out the deck with the Artisan first, opts not to though.
One card drawn, it is boss's orders, not going to be the Air Balloon, so he finds another boss. Not quite there, not quite what he needed.
Yeah, that's usually like the card to draw into to get the big play off.
Oh, he's going for it. He's going for the boss on the Ralts and the flip here, and does flip tails! His Solrock is confused. When you're confused in Pokemon TCG, you have to flip a coin to attempt to attack. If heads, it works as normal. If tails, you take 30
Alex
damage.
był trochę
That is
pewny
a tails
siebie,
flip
a ta
there.
pewność
30
siebie
damage,
go
only
trochę
20 HP
zgubiła.
left on the Solrock. Man. And Ian finds the Louis determination on the top of the deck as well. Wow.
Honestly, for the situation, I didn't love the attack there from Alex, but it does kind of pay off. The one reason to not attack there from Alex is you just know Ian's currently living off the Pheasantipity or the top deck. You take a KO, even though you KO the only Ralt in play. We saw in the first game, Ian didn't really care playing with no Ralt in play.
Right.
So you could have waited to maybe boss KO the Fez on the next turn. But we see it kind of worked out here for Alex. Did end up getting tails, but Ian did top deck Lily, so it's maybe a good thing Alex went for the flip, even though the tails happened.
I do want to point out one other potential miss here from Alex, and that was not playing Superior Energy Retrieval last turn. It's very likely he's going to get item locked here, and it actually lines up very nicely here for Ian. I guess it would involve Ian getting Rare Candy Gardevoir, which is a bit, right? But he'll have access to a bunch of cards from the Lilies, but if he can find Rare Candy Gardevoir plus Frillish's Oceanic Gloom would actually KO the Solrock here.
Yeah, and that would make things extremely awkward for Alex. That's a good point. Yeah, did not play the Superior Energy Retrieval, and does have like 3 or 4 energy in the discard pile. I think definitely would have been worth expending that on the last turn. But it looks like with the Curly out,
ile
there's
dni
no
przed tym, jak
fear
będziesz
of
znał swojego przeciwnika w Gdańsku?
We're actually going to see
Swojego pierwszego? O rany, raczej w momencie, w którym ogłoszą paringi.
Mysterious Garden Stadium, right?
Wiesz, może to być albo ktoś z Polski, albo ktoś z zagranicy. Choć Polaków tutaj dużo jest i znowu padł Jeśli chodzi o zapisy, to z czego co się dowiedziałam, to padł rekord kolejny w Gdańsku. Zapisało się ponad 2000 osób.
In all areas, and yeah,
Coś czuję, że chyba jeszcze zostaną.
Alex is able to play Fighting Gong now, searches the deck for a basic
Naprawdę
Pokemon, basic fighting Pokemon or a basic fighting energy card. Does find the energy, so that will be the Lunar Cycle online here for him. And then now this board is getting sketchier for Alex, right? He was in a spot where he was able to be the one to potentially put on the pressure, but it didn't line up for him. He didn't find the other energy card. He wasn't able to find the right pieces exactly in the right order that he wanted. So things are making itself a little bit more awkward because now Ian is getting more established and Alex has not been able to take any prizes yet.
Yeah. But despite the lack of aggression from Alex, and things seemingly going wrong with getting tails on the confusion, I actually don't hate this board state for him. We might be able to line up the boss's orders KO on the Pheasantipity this turn, get 2 prize cards, and then from there, Alex will be ahead in the prize exchange. And honestly, that wouldn't feel terrible for Alex to get that first KO. There's not a ton of damage built up on Alex's side of the field, and we have a lot of energy left, so we're not terrified of running out of energy like we did kind of in that first game.
Wszystko
I think
i
Alex will be able to
nic.
maintain things throughout the rest of the game.
Lunar Cycle does find a few more cards for Alex here with the attachment now to this
Chyba
active
mocna
Golden
feza,
Go.
co?
Does only need to discard 2 energy cards in order to get this knockout. 100 HP onto the Curlia, 50 damage for each energy discarded.
Znaczy,
Now the question is just going to be what
czy faktycznie
cards
kuszący.
does he discard from the hand here from
No,
Superior
raczej
Energy
jak
Retrieval? I think it's
pierwszego
fine to lose the
przeciwnika raczej
Artisan. Maybe this
pozna.
next card though will be a bit of a
Dopiero.
tougher decision. It is a pretty costly card, of course, to have to play. And Poke Gear going down, it's a pretty strong card, but not the worst one to lose.
Yeah, especially with the potential of the item lock coming up later in the game. It might just kind of be effectively a dead card for Alex later on.
4 energy cards added now back to the hand. 2 can be discarded here for this KO. Make it rain. Down goes the Curlia. Alex does finally strike first here in this second game. It did take a little while, but he's on the board here with a prize card taken.
Pozmalał największy nerd.
Got a kind of interesting spot here. There's just a
Ciekaw
Ralts in
jestem po
play.
prostu,
The
ile
active
macie
Pokemon was
czasu,
in play,
żeby się
right?
na
He
kogoś
did
przygotować.
play, right? Only was able to bench the Ralts last
Znaczy,
time, but there we go. That was going to be the big
najpierw
question.
trzeba złożyć te
Does he
decklisty.
find a way to get Gardevoir out?
A
And he
to
was able
trochę
to
czasu
through
zajmuje.
the rare candy. Monkey Dory
Okej,
gets
jest
the Darkest
Candy
Energy on the
Garda,
bench.
weszła.
Now, Frillish is added to this bench as well. Item lock is
No,
potentially
raczej
on the
wiadomo,
table,
nie da
and
się
he is not
wydechować
even
na
close
wszystkie
to it yet.
deki, więc raczej
Yeah, so
przez
pretty
to,
big
że będzie
turn
dużo
from
też
Ian,
osób,
and with the
to
Frillish coming down,
jest
I expect
szansa
Ian
raczej
to
dla
go into
jakichś nowicjuszy.
a Frillish line once
Módlmy
again.
się, żeby ten deck,
One Monkey
w
Dory
którym
setup is only a dark
go
energy away from a
wybiorę,
second Monkey Dory,
po
and
prostu
this time around,
podziałał.
there's not the second Frillish prize, so we can create that kind of infinite damage potential where Ian is going to retreat between 2 Frillish because it does have 3 retreat costs and continually Gardevoir accelerate energy back into play and then Monkey Dory the damage back over to Alex's side of the field.
The Iono there for Ian was also really strong for a
Jest
couple of reasons.
Rybka,
One, it gives him more draw
Sachin
power, lets him find more cards, but
Monkey
it also
Dory,
limits Alex a little bit. He'd started to build up a
schodzi
pretty large
o
hand.
Solo,
and it
który
also had
no
just
niestety
put a
dostał
couple
wcześniej
of buttons
Confusa.
on his hand from Superior Energy
No i
Retrieval. Now
item
those
lock!
cards are on the bottom of the deck here for
Tak?
Alex, and maybe his Frillish will be safe for the turn. And looking at the draw from Alex,
Okay.
not much going on. He does have Pheasantipity, and now Ian did take a KO, so Pheasantipity flip the script will draw 3 cards, but none of those are energy. Arvin, Nest Ball, probably the worst cards Alex could have drawn there. He does have a couple more he can find with the coin bonus. There's 2 more, 1 more coin bonus from the bench. That's 1 more card able to be drawn, and there are no energy cards here as well.
Yeah, it's looking tough, and this is also where Alex maybe would have fallen into the trap again, or doesn't want to fall into the trap again of attacking with Golden Go. This is where you want to make your way into the Soul Rock, ideally with a Vitality Band, because there's no Bravery Charm on this Frillish, and just one-hit KO these Frillish. Remove them from play, force Ian to have to work really hard to recover the next Frillish and the next Frillish. But I think we're going to see Alex taking a turn off, probably from doing much of anything.
Tak kaczki
Hopefully build up towards that
trzymają
eventual Soul Rock. I think the
pulta.
Soul Rock might be in the hand. We're probably just short the Fighting Energy and maybe the Vitality Band as we get the Air Balloon with the Arvin.
Just a pass, yeah,
tak
an
źle.
off turn
Co
here
jak będzie
for
meduza,
Alex, and
to
now
dopiero
over
będzie
to
dramat.
Ian's side, you got, looks like an Arvin lined up as a potential play here. That will be
Chyba
the
raczej
card he
będziemy
uses.
kończyli chyba po tym meczu,
Now,
bo
what item card and tool card is he going to eye up here?
też muszę
Going for the Secret Box, goes for the Bravery Charm as well. So this will allow us to get into potentially that second Frillish. And from there, Ian can establish a Bravery Charm on one of the Frillish as well if he wants to. I'm actually not sure when he wants to put the Bravery Charms in play. At some point you do, when the Soul Rock with the Vitality Band is a big enough threat to prevent that from happening. But I think Ian could maybe take some time here and leave a Frillish without a Bravery Charm the active for a turn. But he does have 2 of them, so being aggressive with 1 here doesn't seem like a terrible choice.
Secret Box, of course, unlocks so many different options. Very powerful aspect.
No,
Become
takie
one of the
inne.
more popular ones.
Ech,
You do have to discard 3 cards from your hand. Very costly
nie za
effect,
bardzo
but
się
the
odzywa.
trade-off very well worth it. Searching your deck for a supporter card, an item card, a tool card, and a stadium card, adding them to the hand, making it very powerful both as a setup card, but also unlocks tons of options later in games. It looks like Ian will go with the Psychic Embrace from the Gardevoir EX, bringing back Psychic Energy cards from the discard pile, putting them onto the Pokemon.
Okay,
It does come at
kolejny.
the cost of adding some damage to those Pokemon, but
No i
not really a
20.
cost when
Aj,
we have Monkey Dory in play.
chyba ten blok
Which is
wystarczał.
exactly what we see. The 20 damage placed on the Frillish
No, tak,
immediately
tak.
moved with a
Meduza
Turtle Brain to
to
the
nie
bench
ma
Golden
zmiany.
Go.
Zresztą
And a simple tap of the
większa
active
meduza jest
Golden Go.
idealna na przykład na
Oceanic
Frostless
Bloom,
Monkey Dory,
20 more damage laid
bo
out.
dopiero zaczynają się.
Yep, and this is like where
Schody.
Ian wants to be is setting up, and I think if my math is correct here, we might be one turn short from Ian, but in 2 turns from now, I think Ian will be able to threaten the TM Devo play, board wiping all the golden goals and gimme ghouls off the board.
Off this Arvin here for Alex, though, he will be able to find Vitality Band, and I do believe he has the combination of Air Balloon Fighting Energy and that Soul Rock in the hand, so he can start to get aggressive, start to finally take some prize cards, find an answer to this play from Ian. It's gotten to a point where it's a little too late. Is Ian the one who's in the driver's seat right now?
Yeah, it's going to be pretty close from here. Yeah, Alex has finally got to that play that we were talking about. Oh,
just a pass. I think he had everything, Azul.
Was he short the fighting energy?
I think he had it, but I could be wrong. I'm pretty sure I saw that fighting energy.
I feel like the time to go for Alex was now, as soon as possible. The more turns you give Ian, the more monkey dory damage builds up in play, and Ian potentially sets up a board state where he removes all of your threats from play.
They got confirmation from the cameras backstage. He did indeed have fighting energy, so choosing to slow it down a little bit here. And now this is the board state that Ian, I mean, this is the dream spot for Ian. Double Frillish, Monkey Dory. If he can get another Darkness energy into play here, he is just going to have total control of the situation.
Yeah, what's even more scarier, I feel like, for Alex not going to that play is Ian could just play an Iono this turn, just because he wants to see more cards. It has nothing to do with your hand. He's just like, I want to see some more cards, Iono.
No, trochę wygląda
koncepcyjnie
jak...
building towards that potential.
Trochę to jest taki styl
like
powierzchowny.
you mentioned, yeah, sure enough, fighting energy there in the hand. I do believe Soul Rock was there. Air Balloon we know is available. Yep, Soul Rock, the play was there if he wanted it.
Yeah, with that secret box that Ian got off his Arvin, not last turn, but the turn before, he can set up for the big TM Devo plus Iono play on this next turn. If we don't see another Gimme Ghoul here from Alex, the threat of Golden Go won't be available, which means Ian doesn't need to use Frillish anymore. Soul Rock doesn't match up very well into a Gardevoir EX, so it would be tough.
Yes, very, very true. Now, Alex does have Professor Turo in his hand, so that is something he could be thinking about as a piece that he was potentially waiting for. But now, he's going in. You see the Air Balloon on the active and a retreat into Soul Rock. He will take this KO. Vitality Band boosts that Cosmic Beam's damage output from 70 to the 80, able to hit through the resistance on Frillish, takes that one-hit KO. Alex still ahead here on the prize trade. But the board position looking very strong now for Ian. We know Frillish already in the hand. Ian happy to push the Gardevoir EX, and we'll start things off with Flip the Script on Pheasantipity EX.
Yeah, finally seeing the Soul Rock play that is so impactful in this matchup, but it feels like a little bit too little, too late. And there's the Bravery Charmed Frillish.
Darkness energy to Monkey Dory.
Looking tough. Yeah, you got the Vitality Band on the Soul Rock. Is like the first edition that we saw people add to their decks, and now Bravery Charms on Frillish is kind of like to counteract the Vitality Bands on the Soul Rock. Of course, just a good card in Gardevoir in general, and yeah, this board state from Ian is looking pretty daunting.
Even Artisan coming down for Ian, putting that into play. You know, maybe worried about option from Alex. Wants to make sure he will have access to the Frillish. We'll load a couple more energies onto this active Frillish with the Psychic Embrace, so do anticipate seeing all that damage from this active put over to the bench in some way. And now the question here for Ian is, how does he want to spread this damage? What would you like to see him try to set up?
Yeah, so he's going all in on this Frillish here. I mean, the Bravery Charm protects him from the Soul Rock KO. Is putting some damage on Soul Rock, and I guess this is like just in case Alex does KO the Frillish this turn with a Golden Go. This means this Soul Rock will be able to be removed from play later on through Monkey Doors or a follow-up Frillish from Ian, which should leave Frillish in a pretty good spot to close out this game. I think the Team Devo play was
No, czasu zostało niewiele i jak na razie prowadzi Ian Rob 1-0.
Slow it down again, take the safer line.
And what he can do with the TM Devo is wait until he's in a board state where he can KO both Soul Rock and both of the Golden Goes all in the same turn. So I think for Alex, finding a Gimme Ghoul here would be pretty good. Now he does play a split, so there's a chance that the only Gimme Ghoul he could find would be that 50 HP Call for Family one, which is dealt with a little bit easier. So we'll see what he finds. Oh, but it will be Professor Turo here. Does discard the Vitality Band, a bit of a bummer, but heals that Soul Rock.
Yeah, maybe, I guess. This almost feels... Oh man, I'm trying to, like, as long as Ian has got a couple more Frillish
Czy to nie jest już takie przygotowanie pod tak zwane dywu?
Wow, just passing, perhaps waiting for energy cards so that
No tak,
Golden Goes make
Ian
it
gra
rain.
dewo.
KO this against Frillish.
I to mi
Really,
wygląda
really
na
tough spot
przygotowanie do
here. Ian will use Artisan. Doesn't find a Pokemon he wants to put down,
dewolucji.
making sure he's got a full check of the resources available. And also worth noting as well, we're coming down to things here. Just a minute and a half left in this game. This game may not
No, czasu
conclude. Ian, of
zostało
course, was the
bardzo
winner of
niewiele.
game number 1, so
1,5 minuty.
even though it looks like Ian is probably going to win this game, if it was to play out fully, we may not even see that come to fruition.
Yeah, we might not see it happen in the end. But yeah, I don't think it wouldn't matter. I think Ian's got this one pretty much locked up. The Frillish is doing it again in this one. I mentioned the
A,
potential of like
może
other
całe
rounds you can take as
monkey
hard
do
forward,
zgardy,
but,
dobra.
I mean, Frillish getting it done.
Question here is now just going to be how does Ian choose to close this game out more than likely now under a minute left
Okej,
in this one. There's a
mamy
bunch of
mało
energy here for
czasu.
Alex, so he will be able to take this
No
KO
dobra,
on the
komuś.
Frillish. Okay, down to 3 prize cards left. Now let's remember as well, we're in a new season here where we have plus 1 turn as opposed to plus 3 turns with our 50
Diabelski
minutes.
plan Jana Roba. Wchodzi Devo. No, rybka. O tak, chyba będzie Devo Play. No na pewno Golnego
This point is going for the big TMD evolution play now and gonna combo that with the Iono,
okej.
reducing
Ma
Alex's
to
hand size
sens.
to 3.
A ja
And yeah, with no golden
właśnie
goes,
widzę, że Ian szykuje się do Devolution
Play.
Play.
After this turn, there is potential for a Soul Rock attack, but there's
Into a
nothing to
Gardevoir
KO.
EX.
Yeah, the Frillish has 80 HP, the Vitality Band's gone. There's no potential even for a KO from Alex on this next turn.
That just feeds Adrenabrain as well, putting the 70 damage onto the Gardevoir, right?
No, na szczęście dał
Really, really dominant
no,
board position
Alex
here for Ian.
nie.
And yeah, I mean, off those 3 cards from Iono, Alex finds nothing. He will have access to item
Second
cards, but he
Embrace,
can't do anything with
Monkey
them now. At this point. That's why
Dory,
Ian has played to this
momencie.
position. We will see him now retreat this Gardevoir. So actually not going for the TM Devo play, just going to keep up this lock. And he's fine with that. And it looks like overtime has been announced. He uses the item lock. He knows Alex has no way to take 3 prize cards on this final turn. Alex
Okej,
recognizes it as well,
no to
extends the
no
hand.
to Ian
Ian
Rob
Rob gets a
wygrywa.
2-0 win.
Że zdewoluje, chociaż
Ian
Ian?
with the guard for Jellicent.
Devo jest bardziej
Jellicent
kuszący,
not really
więc
doing anything in that one.
że-
Frillish doing all the work and getting it done fairly handedly for sure. I think it was just especially in the early turns from
Ale
Alex,
no,
just some whiffs
musimy
on
kończyć.
more aggressive soul rocks. That's what was kind of missing for
Niestety,
Alex in those
więc
early turns.
dziękuję za
And I
uwagę.